The Brewing Network Sunday session is brought to you by Homebrewing Superheroes, the fine folks at More Beer. Visit them online at morebeer.com.
I want people to believe in me, and I want people to believe in me when they taste my beer. That's what it's about.
You mean you laid underneath it and tried to
Put his tongue up the bung.
I like to actually scoop up the yeast and look at it.
7 o'clock came real early that next morning.
Yeah, man. Thanks for dumbing that down for us. You did an awesome job. It's all about food and beer.
Punch me in the junk.
Man, that thing was thick.
The point is just beat it like it's your dick.
I like to smell it afterwards.
Are you being sarcastic right now?
Yeah. Bring your body armor.
I ran in my junk once on a ball valve in a kettle.
That's a true happy ending.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Okay, welcome to The Session, everybody. And I hate beer festivals. I just want to start with that right now. I don't know whose stupid idea it was, Chad, to have a beer festival on the day before the Dan's show.
Well, you know.
But we did it. And we came through with flying colors and made it back in time for the Dan number 3, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the studio, Dan.
It's wonderful to be back here and christening the new studio.
That's right. Yeah. And I don't want you to officially christen it until somewhere around the second segment when I know nothing has exploded, broken, or caught on fire,
quit,
or anything else. So let's not jinx it too much. But you are here to... We've been beta testing the new studio since, I think, October-ish. Yeah. And it was being built from March to October, and then mostly because we're lazy, not because it's all that difficult. And then in beta testing until today, until somewhere around the second segment today, and then it will officially be Studio B.
So this show is like the patch to upgrade, right? So Dan is like the security patch that fixes everything.
Right. So it will be, because it was already 2.0. Right. After today, it will be 2.1. In fact, maybe we'll change the name to Studio 2.1 today.
Dan.1?
To Dan.1.
Well, 2-point Dan. There you go.
How about Studio D? It sounds
D?
like we went through a studio if we do that, and the D would be for, of course.
I'm all for this, actually. Would you honor us with your initial? Could we call it Studio D?
I'd forever be honored. Yes.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
I think we can do that. And maybe we'll even hang a picture of Dan's face right on the door.
Sure.
His happy face.
I think we should all get tattoos.
These doors.
I think this is getting a little sick right now. So let's
how
change
much
it.
we like it.
Yeah, let's just change the topic quickly and go into the fun stuff.
Okay, good.
The first 5 minutes of the show.
All right. Well, for the first time, you can see Dan live and in action on justin.tv/Brewing Network, assuming that's working. It looks like it is. And in high definition. And what you might see is that all of this skinny brewer stuff is bullshit, Dan. You're looking good, man.
Yeah, at 264 and a half. I'm not a skinny brewer anymore. Huh?
So if you're watching at home, he's one of the 3
large mammals,
overweight men in the studio. If we were on a boat, we'd be listing.
No, we've put them all in the center.
Yeah.
You got to pack the cargo the right way.
Yeah, great.
But you've been hitting the treadmill or something, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back into fighting shape.
weight.
Yeah, that's about it.
And you've been skiing all weekend, too.
Doing a hard job going up to North Star and promoting our beer up there, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kind of like
ski by day and drink by night.
Big parties for the Maibach?
It was fun, yeah. We did keg tapping up in Mid-Mountain yesterday with Meritzen, actually, and then finished off the end of the day with Maibach down at the base of the mountain. And I get to call that work.
Oh, that's a good gig. Do you do a lot of promotional stuff like that, sort of throughout the year, I mean?
Yeah, I do it there in Hawaii. I'm kind of smart.
Very nice. Yeah. So you do get to pick them.
The joys of ownership.
Right.
I will next be going to the Bahamas.
Yes, I didn't do Fresno this weekend, so it tells you something.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Gee, who got stuck with Fresno?
Some staffer.
Yeah.
Frez, yes, please.
Nothing against people in the valley. I do love you all.
Yes.
Every thirsty one of you.
All right, Ted, go to Lodi this week, and I'm going to go to Hawaii.
Yeah.
You know, it just worked out that way.
Oh, that's a kind of an old story, though. Dean Biersch, the co-founder, my partner, he gets invited to go to the christening of the first flight from San Francisco to London and stay at Richard Branson's house for Virgin Atlantic. And I was like in Modesto for the weekend. And I just said, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, something, though. Yeah. You did get the short end of that one.
Gordon's on the first part of that. Not Biersch Gordon.
Well, we flipped the coin on that one.
Okay.
It's like Sully and Nico. Sully gets to travel around the world, and Nico stays in Fresno.
Frez, yes.
Frez, yes. Yeah. Frez, maybe.
All right, so we've got a lot to do with Dan today. We're going to be talking about his all-new Maibach, which you can now find in bottles.
Or in my glass.
Or in our glass. We've got the special version. The inaugural Studio D version is what we've got. Unfiltered and right out of a wooden cask. So we're going to talk about that with Dan today. And, of course, we'll be taking your German beer and lagering questions, because Dan is the man about that. I've already had some hop questions come through that I think you'll be able to help us out with today, Dan, because they're a little more scientific. And believe it or not, Dan knows what the hell he's talking about. So we're going to do a little bit of that and get it all over to us. 888-401-BEER, or join Bevo in the chat room by hitting the Chat Now button. And Bevo is wearing her Snuggie today, which God. I want to point out is really ridiculous.
Just get a heat lamp over there.
Snuggie, it's super nice. I
love
it. And
ridiculous.
I'm freezing right now. Like, how high do you have the air conditioner on? Like, I'm about to start chattering.
It is on, isn't it?
Well, Dan's here.
My hand right
love
here,
it.
it's like blowing in my face.
I told Chad that I want this studio at like 40 degrees by mid-show to honor Dan.
Well, I think it's appropriate. It's very monastical. You got the whole thing going, the Maibach, Bach ears,
and now a Snuggie
tunic.
Yeah,
it needs to be more form-fitting, though.
Yeah, we do need to. We might need to get you a custom one.
Yeah,
and I believe it was the #1 selling holiday gift this year.
So, and that's how you got it, was a gift, right? A holiday gift?
You got one, don't you, Dan? Come on, you got one.
No, I don't.
No, come on. Yeah.
It looks like she's wearing
He heard me
Oprah's
bitching up
Snuggie.
about wanting one and brought it with him.
Ridiculous. Very ridiculous. All right, well,
I'm thankful.
Good.
We're all going to be freezing in here. Everybody but Dan is going to be shivering in an hour.
Oh, man.
Dan and me, because I have a Snuggie.
Yeah. If I see one glisten of sweat on your forehead, Dan, I will be cranking up that. I'm going to bring in ice.
Yeah.
That's how badly I want Studio D to be comfortable for you.
We're not in the summertime, though.
I know. I did cheat. I got called out on that by the listeners, too, by the way.
Yeah.
They were like, you pussy. It's January. You got to get him in June for the test. But, well, this is what we've got. I stacked the deck for it to be a success.
It's a J month.
All right, couple of things. Let's do a little talking about the Brewing Network Winter Brews Festival yesterday, which went off pretty amazing.
That's understated.
I don't have an official head count, but would you say 2,000 people is a safe number?
Yeah.
That's safe.
At the peak,
Easy.
yeah, it was pretty damn crowded there.
I know we went through at least 1,500 of the official BN Fest glasses, and then there were
I saw a lot of people with
cups
the
after
a lot
that.
of corn cups. A lot of the.
And we did run out of beer. Right, Chad, you went back down today with JP to do some line cleaning and other cleanup. How did it look beer-wise? Was there anything left?
A couple kegs had a little bit in them, but no more than probably 4 gallons total. I'm calling out 4 gallons total.
Seriously?
Out of how many kegs did we have to begin with?
55.
Wow.
And that was before the beer run at 4 o'clock, or
That's total.
That was total. After the beer run. We did have to do a beer run.
You know what? We had about 60 kegs there.
Yeah.
60 kegs. And there's 4 gallons left.
Wow.
Nice.
No, count Adams, too. The extra ones Adam was pouring.
That would be 70 kegs.
And that
Wow.
doesn't count the homebrew kegs.
Yeah, we went through 70 kegs.
Because you had the
Good
homebrew, a
Lord.
lot of homebrew kegs.
And Dan's Maibach was gone, right? That wasn't one of the...
I got some in the beginning of the day.
You did?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of damn beer, man. We did good. And the music rocked. Everyone really liked all the bands. Schumann's band, Snapper, played. People even liked them. Which,
Really?
yeah. I got a lot of compliments about him, actually, which I found surprising.
I didn't see his mom and new dad there, so I wonder who else was there that would have liked it.
That's true. Maybe I think I got a phone call from his mom and said, "I'm sure that he's playing well." Maybe that's where
he's doing well.
Maybe that's where I heard it.
Yeah.
Sean Paxton's food. JP, you were Sean's bitch all day.
I was,
and you never even left the food tent.
I left once we didn't have a line around 7:30, 7:35. I got to go out and kind of see what everyone was doing.
Yeah,
but then
at 7:35, everyone was passing out. Is what everyone was doing.
Yeah, so I went back, but I got out for maybe 3 minutes.
Okay. It did get ugly at the end. You know, we decided to do this marathon festival. We didn't do one of these sissy fests that goes on for like 4 hours. You get to taste a couple beers. We went from 1 to 8 on this thing, which by about 5 o'clock we realized was a stupid idea. And now we know why people do beer festivals for 4 hours. I mean, the day we just went on. And then, you know, by the end, there were some drunk folks. One guy decided to go around Adam's building. We did it at Linden Street Brewery. And one guy went around and pissed on every door he could find in the building.
Inside?
Yeah, like I don't know.
Again. Inside?
Not in sort of in the hallway. Like it's kind of a half indoor, half outdoor hallway.
Yeah.
There and the bathrooms are right there. And I think he peed on the bathroom door too. Yeah. And then the office door across the way. And,
Is that what prompted your "no more pissing on walls" speech?
Yeah, that was that, and which I think worked. There was no more wall peeing after my speech. I think I did well with that, and so yeah, it did get crazy at the end. We had to push people out. Yeah. Oakland OPD showed up, although nobody knows why, because no one was arrested. Nobody had done anything wrong, but they showed up just real angry, and had that. They wanted to have an angry presence for a little while, I think, just to show.
Well, it scared the hell out of me. I came and found you. I was like, dude, there's some cops coming in. They look like they know what they're doing. So do you want to talk to me? Like, no.
Well,
like,
right.
Great.
That's true. But then I did try to go talk to him. And I'll be honest, I wasn't the most sober person in the room at that point.
Right. Well, because we were outside.
Hello there, I'm in charge. You're like,
I kind of did.
That's not going to work.
Well, I just said, do you need me? And they go, now's not a good time.
Oh.
Justin, I'm really enthused to possibly host this next year at the Gordon Biersch Brewery in San Jose.
You're excited about this, aren't you?
Yeah, great.
Good.
Who was I talking to afterward? I was like, a lot of people are afraid of our events because we like to party, man.
Well, the urination on every door is kind of the part that won me over.
Yeah. Well, the guy had to mark his territory. He wanted people to know he was there.
My hallway.
You can't blame him.
Did you do it all at once? Or
Yeah, you can blame him.
You can blame him.
Oh.
Did he go in there successive times and hit a door each time, or did he do it all at once?
It's a good question. I don't know. Adam had just told me about it, and I thought the same thing. How did he pull that off? Did he pinch it and then walk to the next door? Because then he deserves a medal. That's hard to do.
How did he even get in there? It's key coded.
No, it was open the whole time.
It got out because there was the porta potties were lines, so we opened up the other doors. And,
those things were about to top off too.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I went in.
That blue level was.
I went in about 8 o'clock. I'm like, oh, all right.
I'm glad I didn't have to, let my balls hang in the water.
Yeah, we were sorely under on the porta potties. Well, we expected 1,000 and got 2,000. What do you expect?
Yeah. I think a guy cracked his head open at the end.
That was his own fault.
Yeah. Well, it's just like it was the pee guy's fault. It's never our fault.
That's
he looked at Tasty wrong. And
I had to deck him. Well, I had my people do it.
Can I say my favorite part was the 2,000 people and the one guy who was running security?
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of faith in our beer friends.
It really was all in all a great crowd. Really,
there was no fighting and it was Oakland.
Yeah,
there wasn't a single fight.
I didn't see quite the Oakland demographic there, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it was Oakland.
I ran across one idiot, and when I was serving.
Yeah. Oh, you did.
And
did you cut him off?
No, he was just being an ass.
Oh, he wasn't drunk. He was just stupid.
I didn't. Scott, could I have this one? And I poured him one, and it was a little bit foamy, maybe an inch of foam at the top.
Yeah.
And I give it back to him, and excuse me. I go, what? Do you think you could top it off and give me a little more beer? Because of foam. And like, sure. And I go over there. I turn around, and it blows the keg.
Oh, yeah.
And what I just gave more foam, and it was probably still.
Oh, he's more
than 3/4 of a glass. And I go, you know what? Yeah, I won't even take your ticket. Just take that. And I'll, I won't even take your ticket for that. And he goes, nah. And he takes the beer.
You owe me $5.
He dumps it out.
Oh.
And he goes, give me the other one over there.
Wow.
And these two girls who wanted, standing next to him that wanted that beer,
Yeah.
they got a little sad. Like, that one's out. And they're going, oh. And then he dumps his out.
What a douche.
And then he hands it back to me. Give me that one over there then.
Well, I didn't want to drink a half-empty. I mean, come on, man.
Listen, JP was working hard all day. He wanted the right beer.
I didn't want blowout foam, man.
Well, he had it almost full glass.
We should be running a video camera back there and say, hey, can we take your video while you say this shit?
Yeah, that's true.
We'll have like the best of the fest kind of video.
Yeah. Well, it was wild, man. It was a good time, and volunteers really made it happen.
Yeah, they were great.
Stepped up big.
I mean, how about BAM, huh? Like, what was it?
Guys.
It was like the whole homebrew club, I think, was working for us for what, 6 hours, 7 hours?
Everyone chipped in. I mean, all the
They almost ran the whole.
Matt Zeimer but BAM was there. That's the Oakland crew.
Okay.
They were awesome.
All right. So we had a lot of volunteers, a lot of people working hard, including yourselves. Chad really rocked it. I mean, all that beer was there because of Chad, as usual.
Chad.
So, man, he really did a
lot of
good
fun.
job. And the food was great from Paxton, thanks to Pax and JP. And you guys had a whole crew going over there, too.
Yeah.
And,
A lot of food went out.
Yeah. They Emergency Barbecue sold out of food. And Paxton didn't quite sell out. He was still giving out pig at the end.
That's right. Well, because he was trying to get the smaller size pigs. So the pigs that he got were too big. So they actually took an hour and a half longer to cook for the first one. So by the time the first one was done, it was like 2 o'clock. We put the second one in. It wasn't even going to be ready till 6, 7. And then so by that time, people were being kicked out and
They were full on. They were full on pigs, Dan. Like,
so you did single serving pigs.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
With
the heads and everything.
He had their heads and hooves all laying out, the whole thing, man.
Yeah.
He really did it up.
Save the snout for me, Clark.
Yeah. It was pretty. I have to say, it was disgusting looking. But, did it taste good?
How about all that grease?
Yeah.
Oh, the fat was in this weird box with coals on top, and apparently wasn't sealed very well, and so the juice and all the fat was just dripping like wax, and then it started to run down because we were kind of on a slope.
Oh, on the sidewalk?
Yeah, people were slipping in it. It was
I didn't see that.
awesome.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I actually threw away my shoes from that night because I knew that I had somehow shoved fat in between. I was compressing it so much it went through the sole of my shoe.
Well, I got the solution. Next time, Samoans.
Invite Samoans?
You got to include them because they're the pig cooking experts.
That's a good
that
point.
culture.
I thought you were just thinking they could clean up the rest
They would
of it.
eat all it. Yeah, we wouldn't have had any leftovers.
No, it's
Security and pig.
We're big fans of outsourcing, Dan. That's
you
a
want
good idea.
you want to get the pigs done right, and large quantities of them because a village is dozens and dozens of pigs.
Large folks.
Yeah.
Oh, and pigs.
And then you get the taro factor in there too.
Yeah. I like this idea actually.
Oh yeah.
Well, we've got a lot of things to take away from it and things to do next year, but I would say for a first-year fest, it was pretty amazing. I was talking to a brewer just beforehand who was there, and he said, our fest up wherever it was, he said, it's been going on for 5 years now, and the first year, barely like 600 people. It took us a couple years before we got 800 people, and we're just now getting to the 2,000 mark, he said, 5 years later. Not us, man. We rocked it right then. So
well, sounds like he needs us to advertise his festival on a radio show for a small fee.
I got off a bar.
We'll sell the name.
Which way is it? It's just follow the sea of people.
Follow the bearded white guys because it's West Oakland BART, and there's only one place that bearded white guys are going in this area.
Nobody really gets off there, so
Yeah, and then when they're done with their crack dealer, they're coming to our fest. So yeah, it was a good time, man, and kudos to everybody, and thank you very much everybody who came out because it just was a riotous success without the riots, which was great. So thanks to everybody, and thanks for all the help. Maybe we'll talk more about it at the end if we have any time. All right, don't forget to subscribe and join the BN Army. Just hit the donate button, $2 a month, and it automatically enters you into the More Beer donation giveaway, which we're supposed to do tonight, I think. And
are we?
I don't know. I'll figure that out by the end of the show. How about that? But $2 a month gets you in, or you can go all the way up to like $100 a month if you want to. If you're insane and have excessive amounts of money that you'd like to give to us, that would be great. Other things you can do though to help out is buy Brew Your Own magazine. Just hit the BYO link right there on our homepage, or you can go to byo.com/brewing network. And it's the same subscription price as normal, but we get a cut of that, and you get a great magazine. Our very own Jamil Zainasheff writes he's the style editor for the magazine.
He's the stylist. Would that be fair to call him the stylist?
He is the stylist, isn't he? That's great. Funny enough, he has very little style himself, but he sure knows his beer styles. and so it's just really a great magazine. Please buy that through our link, BYO link right on our homepage. And you can follow all this information on Twitter, twitter.com/Brewing Network, and over on Facebook, just by searching for the Brewing Network. All right. Do you have announcements today, Chad?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. Shat's announcements are brought to you by Williams Brewing Company. You can go to williamsbrewing.com, and they're a great homebrew supply shop here in San Leandro. They do everything online and get you everything you need. Williams Brewing Company. Thank you.
All right. So coming up February 19th and 20th is going to be Quaff's 19th annual Finest City Homebrew Competition.
America's finest
city homebrew competition.
Pacheco?
I think so. Just go to quaff.org for all the information there. Entries must be received by February 13th, so that's coming up real soon. On the 20th and 21st is the Homebrew at the WEB competition going on in Michigan. All the information is at Cass River Homebrewers Club. Just kind of Google that and you'll find all the info. Then we also have an AHA rally coming up the end of February on the 28th at St. Arnold Brewing down in Houston. That's a good one. Go out and support the AHA and check out the brewery while you're there, and I'm sure you can get some taste of their beer down there. And then, of course, coming up next weekend is SF Beer Week. This is going to be a big one. Double IPA Fest is coming up. There's going to be homebrew demonstrations going on, beer judging classes being put on.
I think I'm moderating some brewer panels.
Oh, cool.
Like I did with you. We did one once, Dan, at the... what's that place called?
Oh, yeah.
It's real famous.
The history of, like, San Francisco beers and Bay Area beers.
It's for real famous intellectual
Churchill
people.
Club.
Is that it?
Yeah, it was major.
That was awesome.
Major, wasn't it?
That was huge.
Yeah.
I believe that's like one of the most esteemed things to be invited to.
It really is,
panelize. And you, as I recall, were wondering how many people in the audience were drinking Coors Light.
Yeah.
It was one of the more memorable days.
That's true.
In paneling a brewer session.
Great. And so I've been invited to do more during SF
I hope
Beer
you're
Week.
doing my panel session. I think I'm February 6th.
I'm doing one on like a Wednesday and one on or a Tuesday and a Thursday. I'll check it out. I hope I'm on yours too. Yeah,
it'd be fun. I'm the technical panel.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I don't know if they give me that. They think I'm stupid.
I have no idea who's doing the technical panel.
Okay, I'll check.
It'll be fun.
It will be fun.
What else do you got going on that week? Anything you can think of?
Yeah, we have a brewery tour going on in conjunction with SF Beer Week, both in San Francisco at the Brewery Restaurant, and then we have, I think, like 30 or 40 spot tour going on where the brewers are coming in the big bottling plant where I'm at.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I saw that, actually. I saw that listed. You can go to sfbeerweek.org.
I think there are a lot of good brewery tours in conjunction with it.
Okay.
It's growing. This is turning into a first-class festival.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think there's an iPhone app or something?
Oh yeah, there is. You can. You have to search. Don't do
Beer
SF
Cloud.
Beer. You have to search San Francisco Beer Week, and you can have the whole schedule on your phone.
Yeah, and I mean, there's beer dinners going on, Meet the Brewers going on, beer versus wine event going on, so all kinds of good stuff, and that's all I got.
All right, thank you, Chad.
Also, we'll be at the Celebrator Party as well. Best of the West Celebrator Party.
Oh yeah, we're going to broadcast from that, which is at Trumer Brauerei. Another.
So everyone's getting on the plane to Salzburg?
I know. That's what I thought. For SF Beer Week, we're doing that. Yeah, it's at the which is a nice facility at their Berkeley facility down here. It's a weird thing that they just exported the whole thing. I kind of like it though. Like if you're going to have the recipe and supposedly the beer from Austria, it's better not to ship it. Brew it right here.
Well, that's true.
Or have somebody else make it for you here.
Well, I think that's why Gordon Biersch has a brewery in San Jose and San Francisco.
When are you going to put one in?
That was a joke.
Munich. It was good. It was all right.
We're going there quick.
right?
Sell ice to the Eskimos. That's what I want to do.
Yeah,
I'm going to present authentic German-style beers to the people of Bavaria.
From California.
Show them how it's done.
Listen, it's just...
They're better off making an IPA.
I went there to learn how to do it right, so that that authenticity is important. But
it's just a tax write-off. I'm just talking about having a place to go in Munich, Dan.
If you want to do that, we got plenty of opportunities for that, yeah.
All right, good. Very good. All right, Chad, thank you. Don't forget Chad's announcements. We're brought to you by Williams Brewing Company. Go williamsbrewing.com. Thank you very much. All right. I think we're going to take a break instead of doing the feedback right now because for one, I got to get...
I'm out of beer.
Annette Barron from Beer Wars movie
really?
is going. She's going to make a big announcement on our show today.
Oh, is she going to do a documentary about us?
I think she's she's
Signed
on
a treaty?
She's on an aircraft carrier right now.
That's what it's usually done.
She's going to phone in from the Mediterranean and
Mission
tell
accomplished
us.
I know this.
Yeah. So she has some big announcement, and I told her I'd get her on at 5:30.
Right.
So how about this? We'll take ourselves a quick break and refill our My Box, and we'll come back with Annette, spend a few minutes with her, find out what the big news is, and then we'll get on to business with Dan. And Dan, I have Chad feverishly working on your Beer Jeopardy today. I didn't forget, fear not. All right, hang in there. It's The Session, brought to you by Beer, Beer, More Beer. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of $13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of $25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kennels, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap? Let me guess. The More Beer deal of the day. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
There's an app on the iPhone for just about everything, including beer. Apps for finding a pint of beer. Apps that look like you're drinking a pint of beer. And now, there's an app for brewing a pint of beer. Introducing BrewPal, the most all-inclusive beer brewing app for professionals and hobbyists that fits in your pocket and goes wherever you do. Recipe formulation that can be imported and exported with a customizable database. Mash and sparge calculations, yeast pitching rates, carbonation tables, and more. Available right now for less coin than a pound of grain. See BrewPal in action at brewpal.info and download it for your iPhone at a special introductory price right now. BrewPal, all the brewing software you need, right in your pocket.
BN Army members, are you looking for a discount on hops? Keep listening. Nico's Homebrew Supply at nicobrew.com has hops by the ounce and by the pound. Choose from varieties like Amarillo, Centennial, East Kent Goldings, Hallertauer, Simcoe, Summit, Tomahawk, Warrior, Willamette, and more. And adding new varieties all the time, many for less than $20 a pound. Whether a couple ounces at a time or an 11-pound bag, all hops are shipped vacuum sealed and frozen straight to you. Nico's Homebrew Supply offers store-wide $5 flat rate shipping and won't waste your money on unnecessary overhead or advertising. They're going bare bones and passing the savings on to you. The staff at Nico's Homebrew Supply loves to brew and is committed to keeping homebrewing affordable and accessible to anyone who wants to join in this great hobby. And for a limited time, use coupon code BNARMY at checkout for a Brewing Network discount. Visit nicobrew.com. That's NIKO brew.com for your hops and more. nicobrew.com. Your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
What's up, dude? Why the long face?
Dude, I don't know what I'm going to do for Valentine's Day. Last year, the World of Warcraft subscription was a strikeout.
Ooh, yeah, I hear ya. A couple of years ago, the new Hoover I got my wife was a bomb, too. But last year, I found PlayfulEvenings.com.
What? What's that?
You know, Mrs. Badrock's store. It's awesome. Totally tasteful passion toys.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What's a passion toy?
You know, it's central aid in the bedroom.
Ooh.
All kinds of stuff. Massage oils, couples games, lingerie, and books.
Books?
Yeah. Where do you think Ticklish Pickle came from?
Yeah, boy.
Seriously. Fun stuff, and Mrs. Badrock takes care of the BN Army with 10% off. Go to PlayfulEvenings.com and click on Shop Online now. Put BN Army in the coupon code.
PlayfulEvenings.com. Thanks, Mrs. Badrock. You're a lifesaver.
BN Army, it's Valentine's Day all year long at PlayfulEvenings.com.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
And now back to the Brewcasters.
The Brewcasters.
On the Brewing Network.
All right, if you're just tuning in, we're here with the Dan. You can go to justin.tv/Brewing Network and see his pretty face right there on the webcam in high definition. Yeah, check that out.
High def.
You can go in the chat room by hitting the Chat Now button, and Bevo will send your questions over to us. I've already got some coming through for you, Dan, so that'll be good. And other than that, you can just sit there comfortably listening.
You can just be great.
To all the hilarity and greatness that comes out of Studio D. You know,
which is
not quite open yet.
Yeah, there's no track record for it, so for all you guys know, it's
going to be the best show ever.
Yeah,
ever in Studio D. All right, with me on the phone right now, I hope, is our friend and one of our favorite phone interviews, in my opinion, that I've ever done with Annette Barron. Annette, are you there?
I am here, and the pressure is on.
The pressure is on, and you have a massive announcement for us. I was told you're going to. I'm scooping.
We're scooping. Yes, this is my first verbal announcement, at least. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm really excited that Beer Wars is finally going mainstream. I made a deal with Warner Brothers and with Netflix for digital distribution of the film.
Really? Wow.
Oh, yeah, I should let you guys... Yeah, go for it. Looks like a little woohoo or something.
Right. This is really...
We got a hoo-hoo here.
And I need you to speak up, too, because your phone volume's a little low, so I just want to make sure people are hearing this big news.
Here we go.
There
I was on
you-
a headset, but this must be so much better.
There, now it's loud and clear. You now have a deal with Netflix and Warner's distribution so that we can all watch Beer Wars in the comfort of our own home. Is that the deal?
It is the deal, and actually it's pretty major because I don't know of too many documentaries and not very many independent films that get this kind of distribution. It's pretty much the same distribution that Warner Brothers gets for their Hollywood films. So
Really? How did you pull that
Very
off
cool.
in that? Who's you must have been doing some schmoozing.
You know what? I think hopefully it speaks to the topic,
Yeah.
and it speaks to the film. I don't think you can't really pay your way into this kind of thing or sleep with anybody. You know?
Oh, damn it!
You tried that.
To sleep with everybody.
Excuse me?
Not just anybody, everybody.
Maybe everybody. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. That's it. That's how I did it. No.
Well, I am
admire
proud
that.
of you, and I couldn't be happier. I think that access to this movie is a big deal for the beer world.
I agree.
Yeah, and let me tell you where the access is going to be because it's kind of cool. So it's basically anybody with a computer.
Oh,
or
I
a
have
television,
one of those. I don't know anybody with one of those.
Or a computer, television, or even a gaming console like a PlayStation 3 or Xbox is going to have access to it. It's going to be on demand pretty much, I believe, in about 80 million homes or households through cable and satellite. So every cable operator in the country has taken the film, including the satellite operators. So if you've got $4 or $5 to spend, it's not a bad way to spend some time. And it's also available on iTunes, Amazon On Demand, and I also made a separate deal with Netflix for DVD and instant streaming.
Dan, can I borrow $5?
You got it. Actually, we can go load up my laptop. I have streaming Netflix.
Oh,
on
you
it.
do?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So that starts on Monday, and everything else starts tomorrow. So, it was pretty exciting. And since you guys were so great when we chatted last time, I thought I would give you the scoop.
I appreciate that.
That's big news. That's great.
Thanks.
Although all the other news services aren't open until Monday morning, so it worked out perfect that we're a Sunday night show.
Yeah, the only guys that work
Yeah.
on Sunday night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think this will do a lot to pave the way for when you do the Brewing Network documentary.
That's right.
There you go. And what's that going to be?
I don't know. That's up to you.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'll tell you what'll be the moneymaker for you is a day in the life of JP and that. It'll be fascinating.
It'll be the
Really?
shortest.
And how many people do you think will actually pay for that?
35 at least.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, I give my
Warner Brothers won't be interested.
Yeah, I give my cats an allowance, so hopefully they'll spend it on that.
Yeah. Now, this is awesome. And so now, you're going to be flying around in helicopters and private jets, aren't you, Annette?
It doesn't really work like that. I still haven't made even 10% back of the money I invested in the film, unfortunately.
That's amazing.
It's pretty tough to be. Do you have a violin sound?
A little one. I have a trombone.
So I think the violin might be better, but
yeah.
It's pretty tough to be an independent filmmaker these days. So
Sure.
the cool thing about this is it's really not as much for the money, but at least when you spend this much time, you want people to watch it, and hopefully this will get at least hundreds of thousands of people motivated to watch the film, and then hopefully think about the choices that they make, which is really why I made the movie to begin with. We talked about this last time where there was all this brouhaha within the craft beer community in particular about whether they liked the movie, whether they liked the people in the movie,
Yeah.
And I think that what this shows is that it's really not about that, and the idea for me making the film was always not to, quote, preach to the converted, but really to talk to the audience that doesn't know as much and doesn't really understand how the beer industry works and what happens when they go to the store,
Yeah, absolutely. That is the exciting part about it. And it's just a good thing, all around for the beer community to be able to have access to this thing. So, and I'm such a nerd about technology, actually. I love that this new media is working out for you, too. It's kind of revolutionary now that we can just download movies through Netflix to our gaming consoles and computers and on demand on Comcast. Man, that's just... I don't know, I'm just a nerd about that. I'm excited that that's working out for you, too, helping independent filmmakers,
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, when you think about it, there's actually a lot more potential for more people to see it this way than would ever go to the theater. I mean, number one, it's cheaper. Number two, you can have more people watching it at once. And number three, you can watch it when you want to watch it on whatever you want to watch it on. So if you want to watch it on your laptop, great. If you want to watch it on your 90-inch, flat screen TV, and I'd like to be invited to that, by the way.
Yeah.
Then, that's great, too.
Well, I'll watch it on demand because my hard drive is full of porn, so I don't think I'll be able to download the movie. But
there's a little beer porn in there.
Oh, that's true.
God forgive that you erase any of your porn.
Yeah, really. I mean, come on.
Listen,
it's only like 89 minutes.
Hot bottle on bottle action.
Oh, maybe I'll download the low-res version. I'll see. I'll look into it.
Well, you don't have, if you're watching it on Netflix, obviously, you don't have to, it's instantaneous.
Oh,
right?
that's true. Okay, good.
It's not taking up any memory. If you're downloading it from iTunes, if you have Apple TV, which I believe like 8 million people have Apple TV,
wow.
You can watch it on that. You can watch it on cable. You can watch it on satellite. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It hasn't quite hit me yet. Like tomorrow, I think, when I see it everywhere, it's going to be like, whoa, I can't believe it.
Well,
because
congratulations.
it really doesn't get much more mainstream than this.
I agree with you. That's really just amazing. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I'm blushing. It's too bad we're not on some sort of TV thing.
I know, but
we should be. We are streaming Justin.tv.
Yeah.
Right, I know. Well, you guys are, but you can't see me.
We'll blush for you.
And let's face it, Annette and Dan are the only good-looking ones that would be. So.
Come on, I've seen you guys. That's not true.
Oh, what are you saying?
I think she wants to take you out, JP.
Oh, I'm available
And you know what?
Monday through Sunday.
I'm a movie producer, right? So I can make anybody look good.
Oh, that's right.
Good point.
Right?
That's right.
And the power of makeup and effects.
Now you buy a casting couch.
Great. I do have a question coming through for you from the chat room.
Go.
They want to know when the uncut Michael Jackson interview is going to be available.
People keep asking me that, and I think when people say uncut, I mean, it's an hour and a half of Michael Jackson talking.
Wow.
I could actually listen to him for more than that. I'm not sure where to put it, really. It's very hard to stream an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It just takes so long, and as you were just talking about the memory, like people would have to get rid of their porn, and maybe they would for Michael Jackson.
I'd think about it for that, yeah.
I'd buy a separate hard drive.
I'd buy the DVD, yeah, for sure.
Well, I think that's the next part. So it's really a question of I still would have to edit it because I'm a perfectionist. And I would want it to sound good.
Well, I would appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah, it looks great. I also not only have the interview with him, but the other cool thing I have is an appearance he made with Sam Calagione at the
we don't know him.
At the Brickskeller, yeah, some guy. I heard of him yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was an event at the Brickskeller in Washington D.C. And I the cool thing about all of it is, and it's so sad, not only that he passed away, but that he was so sick in the end.
Yeah.
And I really think, because I've seen some of his later interviews, and this is really, I think, the last time that you don't really notice the Parkinson's.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Yeah, like once it took hold, I don't know how many people know that he had Parkinson's or saw him towards the end. He was really shaky.
Yeah, you could really see it.
There was a year in between when I first interviewed him at the Great American Beer Festival and then at the Brickskeller, and you could really tell that he had deteriorated.
Okay.
So I really think that I have like the last interview with him where he's really healthy and vibrant.
Well, that's a great memory. It's
beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, it would be great if somebody wanted to pay for it too. That would be great.
I was going to say, good on you for not selling it to the Inquirer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like the cool thing about promoting it would be that it would be everywhere because people would think it was the other Michael Jackson. Since they both passed away, so it would probably get a lot of play.
At first, I did think that for some reason, and it was in my head for that. And you're saying, it's an hour and a half of him talking, and I could listen to him a lot longer than that. I'm thinking, I couldn't listen to that.
Yeah, really, the other Michael Jackson. I mean, once TMZ got hold of it, right, and they figured out that it was this Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You just book him as the soft-spoken man.
The better dancer.
The beer years.
Exactly.
Call it Jesus juice.
Right.
In memoriam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, again, congratulations. This is just wonderful, and we'll just keep tuned to the Beer Wars website. I'm sure that if the Michael Jackson interview ends up available as well, you'll put it there. So.
Yeah, and I'll let everyone know. Hopefully, if people have questions, they can let you know, and you guys could pass it on, or they can contact me through the website.
Okay.
And I'll keep you posted on how it's going. Hopefully this will break some records for on-demand and for downloads.
I hope so. And once again, so it starts tomorrow? Is that right?
Starts tomorrow.
Okay. Netflix and everywhere else in the world, apparently.
Yeah,
it's
cable,
great.
on-demand. If you go to beerwarsmovie.com, or if you guys want to post it on your site, there's links to all of the different cable, satellite. It just goes on for days. PlayStation, iTunes, blah blah blah.
Love it.
Pretty much, if you are used to, and again, no porn, but if you're however you're used to watching films on demand or on download.
Yeah.
This is the same availability.
I'm going to have to start a new habit. Yeah,
there you go.
They'll figure it out. All right, I love it. Thank you, Annette, and thank you for sharing this on our show with the world. I appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Okay,
Bye.
see you soon. Bye-bye. All right, Annette, and you can go to beerwarsmovie.com, check it out, and I genuinely think that's awesome. Access to this movie is really cool. In fact, when we did the interview with Annette originally, we had a bitch of a time. I hadn't seen the movie when it was in theaters, so had a hell of a time prepping for the interview.
We all did. We had to push it around pretty quick.
We ended up finally we got one copy and share, passed it around to each other.
Before the show, I think I watched it or something.
Yeah, so that we'd be prepared. So I mean, had this been available as it should have been a while ago, if the companies would have worked with her, we could have done it like that. Every one of our listeners could have seen it, and now you can. So if you heard the show and now you want to see the movie, start tomorrow. Okay, you seen the movie, Dan?
Yes, loved it.
You did? I think, we really, JP and I in particular actually liked it a lot more than we had expected we were going to like it, and it was eye-opening, even if you think you know the ins and outs of the beer biz.
It's a cold, cruel, harsh world out there.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
What do you think about that? The one of the things that struck me the most was placement, shelf placement, and that whole other language that
eye level, bi level, you want to be in the well. Yeah, I live that day to day.
You do, right?
Yes, that's
and
it.
Gordon Beer, you guys distribute quite a bit, so you're in that game.
It's really feast or famine. You want to be in the top 4 in every market, and that's where you'll make it. Otherwise, you don't get promoted. It's amazing.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
Right, and so every time if you put out a new product like the Maibach, it's a whole team of people, I guess, doing this packaging and making it look as good as it tastes.
Yeah, the branding and the label design and all that's the fun stuff. It's really about the economics of getting it on the shelf and getting the pull through so it can stay on there. and that's a challenge.
Is it still a challenge for a company like yours?
Yeah, it depends on the marketplace. In our core market now, I mean, luckily we're favorite nation status here, and we have a lot of loyal followers. But when we're trying to go into Southern California, where we're less known, it's a different animal. And go to Texas, different thing too.
Right.
So it's big. Trying to work that element.
Yeah, I guess it's easy for us here to think that your company is just enormous, but that's really just because you're in our backyard.
Yeah.
So how long... Now, we're having the unfiltered Maibach.
Yes.
And this unfiltered version is available here in Studio D, and where else?
That's about it.
Okay.
It was specially hand-filled. I went and did that myself.
Did you?
Yeah, at the brewery about a week ago. Man. Put it in the wooden barrel, and then brought it over. The wooden barrel is actually a tradition. It's not really wooden. Even in Bamberg, where all the wooden barrels are made, they're lined historically with pitch. You don't want to have it's a pressure vessel, so you can't have just wood on the beer and expect it to stay carbonated. So the tradition is it's like 4 inches thick of wood, and then there's pitch lining in it, and then it went to a modern day, a synthetic pitch. And now they're actually paper-thin stainless linings on the inside of the wooden barrels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it's come to.
And they're doing that in Germany, too. I mean, this isn't just how you're doing it here.
I have to wait a year to get these barrels.
You do?
Yeah, it's not easy to get. You can't, unfortunately, go to the homebrew supply shop and expect to stock up on wooden barrels.
Yeah.
Didn't you say last time there's like one guy making these?
There's two, yeah.
Two guys?
I think his son is starting to step in there. But I'm hoping that this continues. We literally can get 15, 20 of them a year.
Wow.
And that's what we need to maintain our stock. So that the older ones that we had that were really, historical pitch line and all that, they're fading away. So we use them for decorative purposes, and we're trying to replace them all.
Got it.
But we can't get enough.
Do you have any of the... I went to Oktoberfest for the first... I haven't talked to you since I went. I went in 2008 for the first time. Do you have any of those giant barrels that you see out there in Munich? The huge barrels. You guys ever get one of those?
We have 100-liter ones, yeah. So they're pretty big.
That is pretty big.
It takes 4 guys to lift them.
Wow. Or one of you.
I know.
Now that you've been hitting that treadmill.
My back injury, yeah. No.
I see.
I wouldn't recommend that one.
That's what we use Chad for around here. I don't know if you noticed. We decided to go with a big producer.
I delegated. Yeah, I let Chad carry the small wooden barrel in here.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Here you go, Chad. Perfect. You can almost see it on his face if that's what we use him for. I can tell. So... Well, beautiful. I'm glad that you brought that to us. And so what is a Maibach traditionally? Anyway, telling me about the style.
Well, Maibach refers to the month of May. And the Germans are very clever with some of this. Märzen means brewed in March. Maibach is the Bach beer of May.
Geniuses.
It's tough to figure it out. It originated from the Einbeck brewery in Einbecker, Germany.
Okay.
And that's one of the influences I had in getting in the brewing business. When I was exchange student in Göttingen in northern Germany, I used to go to the Einbecker brewery to go drink. And we had a tour there, and it was one of the big moments, I think, a turning point in my life. And I was drinking a lot of this Maibach at the time, and it's a Springbok beer. It's kind of like Märzen on steroids. It's got the same kind of malt composition. You're looking at a lot of Munich malt. Then it has some caramelized Munich malt in it also, and then about the remainder is about 40% Pilsner malt.
Okay.
So it's going straight onto the dark malt side. It's around 17% original gravity. I don't know, guys.
We all understand that.
17 Plato?
Yeah.
Isn't it times 4 or something?
Yeah.
60,
plus 1,000.
60,
yeah. Okay. That's we always do. Percent original gravity, and that's sort of thing. Around 25 bitterness units. It's all Hallertau and Tettnang hops.
Okay.
And it's got this really malty, big flavor, big body beer. It's a big beer. Mm-hmm. I mean, but it's amazing because even at 7.3% alcohol, you don't really sense the alcohol, of course, until you've drank a couple. But
yeah.
I mean, when you don't have the alcohol in your tongue. And that's what's unique about this.
It's what we call a panty dropper in the business.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
And then 3% residual sugar in the parent extract.
Yeah.
So it's fairly dry.
Yeah.
But the caramel malt gives that nice little sweeter, finish flavor profile to it. So it's a very, very big malty beer.
Yeah.
And it's very, very good. I have to tell you that.
Isn't it smooth?
And so drinkable.
It has just a round.
He had it here
character.
last time too, and he was on. It was very drinkable then too. I remember.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So now the Maibach, it's the production version.
Actually,
for
this
lack
is the
of a
first
better
year,
word.
Tasty.
Really? What was the other? Blonde Bach was the other one?
I think he brought us Blonde Bach.
Yeah,
last
maybe
time.
that was
Blonde Bach. We were doing
time.
boots of that, which was lethal.
Well, that was strong as well.
That's right.
Reserve that for trained professionals.
Bevo and I beat Schumann and Shoe Light in a Stiefel contest.
Yeah, Shoe Light didn't last too long.
No. In fact, he ran, both of them ended up running out of the room to uke in the sink. Not Bevo, though.
I think Bevo met her match that night. I think isn't it the night she swore off drinking for like months?
No, I think you were okay. No, she just passed out on the couch. Is what happened. Well, literally 5 minutes after the Dan left, she was passed out on the couch.
And then I slept for like 3 or 4 hours and woke up and did the breathalyzer and woke up and blew a 0.17.
Not easy to do.
Not easy
Wake
to do.
up 3 hours later.
Yeah.
There's a kind of neat story behind this beer, though. The Einbecker brewmaster that historically going back, I don't know, whether it was 15th century or so, that developed this beer style. The Bavarian brewers tasted this beer and loved it. And Einbeck, if you recall, is up in northern Germany. Bavaria is down. It's a foreign country, really.
Yeah.
And the Bavarians are very proud of their beer culture. You know, they don't think anybody can brew beer better than them. And to this day, they don't think anybody.
Well, and you left with the same attitude, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm a Bavario-centric.
You're sort of a bigot here, too. Yeah,
it is. But what was interesting is the Bavarian brewmasters were very jealous of this beer. And the brewmaster that made it. So they were going up there to kidnap him, bring him down to Bavaria, and hold him hostage until they showed him how to make the beer. And then they decided after time to just bribe him. And they brought him down, and it became a real Bavarian seasonal specialty, too.
Okay.
So it broadened the market.
I see.
And then you can get it in most of the Bavarian breweries that are doing Bock beer traditions.
Just in May?
Yeah, it's a spring seasonal now.
Okay.
Just like Märzen is really April through the end of October. You know, the Maibach kind of hits after the Stark beer, which the double box.
Yeah.
And then you can find it like we're doing it. We're kind of correct in the seasonal structure.
Yeah.
So it starts appearing, in February, and then it really peters off at the end of May.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you could find you could find yourself an unfiltered version in one of your brew publications.
Yeah, brewery restaurants are doing that. That's not on tap there yet. That actually is just for about 5-6 weeks starting the end of April.
Is it traditional to have it unfiltered, or would if I went? I guess not traditional. That's not what I mean. But if I went to a brewery in Germany in Munich, would they serve me an unfiltered one?
No, you're not going to get it. It's all filtered in Bavaria, and the Einbecker brewery does it too. That's just. It's really rare to be able to find the unfiltered lagers, just because they don't hold up very well.
I see.
The yeast starts to go autolyze, meaning the cell walls dissolve, and you get this phenolic flavor. So the shelf life of an unfiltered beer is literally 2 to 3 weeks.
I see.
And it's got to be kept cold the whole time, and that's why you don't really see it unfiltered in bottles.
Okay.
And most of the beers in Germany, they're going to handle them the same in keg or bottles.
I see. What do you think is a flavor difference in an unfiltered version?
It's going to be a little smoother. It's what happens during the filtration process is no matter what you do, you're going to take out, along with the yeast, when you're removing that, you're going to remove some of the other components that are going to strip a little bit of flavor.
Okay.
So you get a little fuller flavor, and it's a little smoother too.
All right. Now, Tasty filters everything. He's a filter Nazi. He does even his IPAs. We were talking before the show how
even an IPA that's pretty commonly filtered. Right?
Yeah, and the thing about to tell you the truth, when you get into some really big beers, you're not going to notice the difference between filtered and unfiltered because they have such strong flavor profiles. They're going to cover up just about any of that smooth. It's when you get into more the subtle flavor profile beers.
Okay,
that's why you find the lagers. If you can get a Zwickelpils, which is an unfiltered beer right out of the tank. It's going to be a real joy.
Yeah.
But it's just impossible to keep it tasting perfect on the shelf unless it's refrigerated the whole time.
I see.
So, Dan, when I'm drinking an unfiltered beer, and this one's, to me it looks almost filtered. It's very clear, even though it's unfiltered. What am I, when it's cloudy, what is it we're seeing in that cloud? What is that?
Well, in a lot of unfiltered beers, ones that you can actually see that are somewhat transparent, a good chunk of it is going to be protein haze.
Mostly protein. But
so when you get into Hefeweizen, for instance, I'd say half the true, the haze is coming from yeast, the other half's coming from protein.
Half and half.
Yeah,
okay.
And this beer is, we age our beers for 6 weeks. It's literally longer than any other craft beer in the country, and the yeast is going to settle out pretty well.
Yeah,
so
really
that's
clear.
what's happening here. So if you look it up there, you can see some light opaqueness to it, but as a whole, it's the yeast settles out in the tank pretty well.
Did you pull this off a fermenter for us? Or?
Yeah, it's right off the aging tank.
I see.
Wow. How did you decide 6 weeks? Is that just the perfect fit for your beer?
It's the ideal. That's one of the beautiful things about studying at Weinstefan is I got to hear all the reasons for and against. You have a lot of brewers that'll say they'll tell you stuff that the beer's going to be fine after 4.
Okay.
But the optimal, you can tell the difference really from 4 to 5 and 5 to 6.
That's really interesting. A 2 week difference.
Yeah.
that you'd be able to taste that.
Yeah, it's a living product. It's alive.
Yeah. Now, Chad has a Helles here.
Looking forward to it.
And how old is that Helles now, Chad?
4 months.
Ooh.
So what
3
happens?
months. 3 months. I'm sorry, 3 months.
3 months old now.
Younger.
So what happens? Is there a downhill point after 6 weeks?
Yes,
there is.
It depends on the beer type. Some beers are get better. A Bach beer can handle 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah, usually Helles it's going to peak after about 5 weeks.
Okay.
That's traditionally the kind of the turning point. It all depends if you rack it, and racking in technical terms is meaning moving it off the yeast.
It's filtered and
Yeah, it's once you filter the beer, it can only go downhill. So you're not going to gain anything aging it after filtration.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's like picking the pineapple. It's not going to ripen after it's picked.
But what if you? Filter right away. So if it's only a couple of weeks old, you're saying there's still that's as good as it gets.
The yeast is working. All right. So in the aging process, you have primary fermentation and the secondary fermentation, which is the lagering process. So in the primary fermentation, you have alcohol and carbon dioxide and then a myriad of other flavor components that are being produced by the yeast. A lot of those flavor components are ones that are undesirable, and you want to have the yeast re-ingest them during the aging process because they run out of sugar. It doesn't have anything to live off of. So what it's going to do is it's going to kind of start chomping on everything it can find. And in that digestive process, the metabolism and the aging process, it's going to continue to spew out carbon dioxide. We want to lock that in and bond it. And that's the natural carbonation that's required by the German purity law, the Reinheitsgebot, which we adhere to. And there's a reason for it. It's just kind of a natural thing,
So you carbonate that way as well?
Yeah, we don't inject any CO2. We're really old school.
I love that.
Yeah, and it's fun being traditional, That's one of the reasons I do what I do.
Yeah.
And the reason that we do German lagers is primarily because that's what I like to drink.
Right.
Yeah. So it's an egocentric brewing process there, right?
Do you ever enjoy an IPA? Do you go out and have a big hoppy beer?
That's not one of the beer styles I like. I got to be honest. It's just to me it overwhelms the taste buds, and anytime you get into that 60 bitterness level, it's just kind of overshadowing all the other flavors that you can pick up. But that's a personal preference, and a beer is very subjective. So I don't preach that my gospel is the thing. It's just I have my little niche. I'm all German all the time. But going in just in the aging process, what happens in that 5-6 week time frame is that the yeast will continue to absorb these negative flavor profiles. And there's some chemicals like everyone's heard of diacetyl. There's another one called pentanedione that's similar to diacetyl, gives beer a buttery flavor.
What is it, pentanedione?
Yeah, it's a precursor. It's just the same kind of buttery flavor component. That gets ingested pretty quickly though. It's like in week 2 and 3 of the aging process.
Okay.
And then there's acetoine, and acetaldehyde. Those are components that also get absorbed by the yeast, and then the yeast actually settles out during that process too. So you traditionally in Germany, the old school guys would ferment primary fermentation for a week, then 2 weeks of aging at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or so, and then they take it down to freezing, transfer it so the yeast will settle out, take it off of the yeast, and then let it go for another 4 weeks and let the yeast settle out.
At freezing? At 32,
freezing. And that's the yeast will settle out, and that's when the carbonation is naturally occurring, too.
Okay.
You said in the old days, how do you do it now today?
Oh, well, we use lager tank, uni tanks. Mm-hmm. So we have one stage of fermentation,
so you'll drop it, yeah.
And then the conical bottom, we crop the yeast off there, and then we have such great digital temperature controls that we can actually program the slope in to cool it down, to 4 degrees Celsius over a 36-hour time frame, really. And then we'll take it down a degree a day, and you get this perfect curve, and it's really nice. Nice to do. And then you get this kind of clarity at the end, too. So filtration's pretty light and easy to do. And this has maybe 250,000 cells per milliliter in it. Whereas yeast, during primary fermentation, we use a hemocytometer to count the cells. I'm a yeast freak, That's kind of my thesis.
You can tell how many yeast cells are in just by looking at it?
No, hell no.
I was going to say, I should take
I'm really good.
I should take you to the fair so we can count the jelly beans in the jar.
Guess the weight. No, we got a lab, and we, I know what it is from that. Bitterness I used to be pretty good at. I used to be able to be plus or minus 2 or 3 units on bitterness
by tasting it.
Yeah,
no kidding.
Right on with the IPAs. I don't like IPAs because they're to me they're boring and they're overpowering and they're just boring.
I didn't know you didn't like them at all.
I don't like them at all. I don't like them.
I see.
I don't like them.
Okay. There's not much you do like. I guess I'm not surprised.
I don't like them.
Yeah.
Don't sugarcoat it for us.
I hate them.
They're just I don't know. They're boring and overpowering. I'd rather taste the differences in the malt and the subtle complexities of our friend malt.
I see.
Than the overpowering bitterness of the world.
I think that's
why I drink.
It does. I'm surprised you don't like bitter beer, JP.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Are there any ales that you like, or are you just a lot? I mean, aside from maybe a Hef, which is sort of an ale, but
well, the German styles, the genres. There's some ales, top fermented beers that I do. We do a Kölsch in the summertime. I don't think you got a chance to taste that one. We called it Summer Brow.
I think I've had a Kölsch from you a couple years back.
Yeah, we started bottling it last year. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just at a brew pub or something.
Could have
been. Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's a fun beer for me to make.
But you don't like English ale, and I just mean, for your own. I guess I just wonder. I know you're a big fan of your beer. Like you just said that you make what you like to drink, but I just wonder what I might find in the fridge that's not a Gordon Biersch.
There isn't any beer. I don't have that many bottles in my fridge either.
That's your wife's fault, isn't it?
No, I got a couple taps at home.
Oh, I see. I thought maybe she gave you the business.
No, life's good here.
Okay.
Not even like Scottish style, like a
no.
Really, like malt forward kind of
Belgian
is it
beers?
the yeast? Is it?
I mean, when you own a
of...
brewery, the beautiful thing is you got your own beer all the time.
Or if you have a radio show, you get other people's beer all the time. It's pretty good.
One of the perks.
You don't have your beer.
Dan brought us 4 cases of beer on top of the... so we're going to get to try the Maibach out of the bottle, and maybe we could do a little side-by-side after the break. We taste the one that he brought that's unfiltered, and then the one... Because I like to just think about what the differences are and what happens during that process.
Well,
now, here's a question, too.
Talk about them, too.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
I know the answer to this question, but it's fun to ask anyway. I have fun asking Germans this question. What you think about sour beer?
It's not my thing, man.
And that's
what when we make a mistake, that's
right.
The history behind that beer is cross contamination.
See, when you ask a German in Bavaria this question, they're offended. Like it's an offensive type of beverage. This sour beer.
It's not even beer.
Yeah,
they want to weed it out because it's not like the other ones.
Well,
that's weird. Who would have ever thought Germans would want to, segregate things? That's weird.
It's weird. They want to put it all in boxcars and send it somewhere.
And send it away.
That sour beer.
Here's an interesting story. This kind of one of my bad Weihenstephan experience actually is when I was really looking about this class on international beer making. One professor was teaching, and apparently he was selling a brome acetate in his car to kill infections in breweries, which is illegal according to the German purity law, right?
Okay.
And he got caught, and he went into prison for it. That's how serious beer is.
Wow.
And I signed up. Unfortunately, I'm signed up for his class to take it, and then they had to cancel it because the guy committed suicide after this. That's how drastic it is to screw up in the brewing industry in Germany.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
His life was shattered, and it was really a sad thing. I mean,
wow.
We literally showed up for the class, and he wasn't there, and they came in and announced it. Yeah.
Now, I was under the impression that nowadays that the German purity law really just means you can't put beer on the label if you haven't if you can't market it as a beer. You can't call it a beer. You have to call it something else. I didn't realize you could go to jail for...
Well, this is when I was going to grad school, so this is like 1985.
But it wasn't the 1800s or something. I mean,
it wasn't 1872.
Yeah.
It was 1940.
It wasn't World War II, was it?
No. No, they had other things going on in Germany there that really weren't good.
Similar.
What are those?
That's amazing that he was... Wow.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
I tell you,
Justin would have been put to death a long time ago.
Yeah. But you know what? I respect that kind of intensity. I like the Germans for that sort of thing.
They got the balls.
Yeah.
That this is the way it is.
Yeah, so anyway, we toured, when I was in grad school, we toured some of the Lambic breweries in Belgium. And it was interesting. I mean, we went hardcore lambic, and then we had Kriek, and got to see it. And it was amazing to look at some of the machinery that literally had the source of all these acid,
see it on there.
lactic bacteria on there, and it was just crud.
Right.
I mean, everywhere you went, it was just on every gear, and it was an open Lauterton. And this stuff was going back to like... some of these breweries have been around for 300 or 400 years.
Right.
And I don't think they had been clean that long either.
PB what?
Yeah.
What caustic? What is that?
So that really kind of blew me away a little bit. But I understand the culture of it, and it's an acquired taste.
You go in there with these German students, and you guys just thought they were lazy.
No, we were international students, by the way.
Okay.
None of us. There was only one German. We had a token in our club. It was a foreign engineers club.
Okay.
So we actually had Belgians in our club,
translator.
and Dutch, and some Italians and some Swiss.
Okay.
And it was great tours.
The Axis powers.
Our alumni had breweries all around Europe that was fun to visit, and we did this 1 week tour after exams at the invitation of all of our alums. It was
that's
neat,
cool, man.
Boy, I bet
we
you
go to
didn't want to
Benelux.
touch anything in there, did you?
No, it was just a shocker, and I know that it's a unique style, and it's great to have a lot of variety.
Yeah.
And Belgium's famous for the number of beer styles. But I know you just recently had your baptism over there, right?
Yeah, it was great. See, and I'm the guy. I like the whole spectrum. So I love German lagers. In fact, I didn't really like. Well, that's because our lagers suck in general. The big beer companies. I didn't really like lagers at all until I had real German lager, right? But now I go. I'm just as fond of a sour beer. Like if it turns my face inside out when I take that first sip. That's a good beer to me.
And it is pretty much like the hippie brewing way. Like,
I like it like that, too, because it's lazy.
The mold is like from the universe, man.
Right.
And if I could do a Belgian accent, I would right now, but I can't. So it's like, we're not going to clean anything or our bodies. And then you make these killer beers, right? 400 years later.
Yeah. I know. That's what I like about it. I like both. I like the strictness of the Germans and the hippie aloofness of the Belgians.
And you don't like to bathe either, so yeah.
Exactly.
Your ideal brewer is one who wears jack boots and has dreads.
Right.
I think is pretty much
would
what
be
it
perfect.
is.
Yeah.
We got one of those at the Gordon Beer Show.
Do you?
Yeah.
Now, we had one of your old proteges on the show not too long ago, Michael Ferguson.
Big Mike.
Yeah. And boy, is he a fan of you and your beer still.
And is he still big?
Yeah. He's the guy you had lug your wooden kegs around.
Did you record his laugh?
I probably.
Come on.
I don't think I have a
Give me
clip.
a Mike Ferguson laugh. Come on.
I'd have to find it. I don't have a clip.
He did some Star Wars.
Isn't it great? That's why you hired him, isn't it?
He did voiceovers, actually. He's a tremendously talented guy.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not just
Yeah.
a brewer, but he's...
Yeah.
it is awesome.
He did some Star Wars lines for us and stuff like that. We had it before.
He could win in a keg toss in a flash, too. If you got him upset back
leverage.
in Palo Alto days, it was not a pretty sight.
Yeah.
Literally, a full keg, 25 feet.
To right out of the parking lot.
That's amazing.
Full keg.
Yeah, full
Wow.
keg. Full
That's a
keg.
mammal.
I've seen it done.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Let's call him and verify that.
Yeah, let's
We
see.
should bring him up at the break.
I can get you some bartenders at Gordon Beer Show would verify that.
Wow.
Because if they did something screwy.
But you taught him everything he knows, he says. That's really where he
very
got his
complimentary.
feet wet,
Yeah.
so to speak.
I'm honored for him to say that.
Yeah. And he makes some nice German-style beers now, too. So.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the brainwashing process when you come into my fiefdom.
Right.
Yeah.
How long have you been brewing professionally now?
Nobody knows.
Is that right? Since you were 12.
Yeah. I was 12. Started...
Selling it on the Kool-Aid stand or something.
Yeah, that was it. I started in 1982.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I forget, you never homebrewed or anything. You went straight for the...
Yeah, I was industrial all the way.
Okay. And how old were you when you decided you were going to brew?
14.
Really?
I was into beer.
What happened there?
Actually, the truth is, I was drinking a lot of beer when I was 15. I shouldn't say 14 because God knows that's under the drinking age.
Yeah,
everywhere. So I was 15 when I really got into it. I was inspired originally by Anchor Brewing.
Oh.
I wanted to get a job there brewing when I was in college. I was an exchange student in northern Germany. I studied when I went to Cal. I did an EAP program in Göttingen. That's where I got hooked onto the Maibach style. And was thumbing through a catalog of everything you could study at the German universities. And I saw Brauwesen and Getränketechnologie, which means brewing engineering and beverage technology.
Okay.
And then I said, bingo, this is it. This is what I put on earth to do.
Got it.
And I'd gotten some hands-on experience actually working in the food industry in the canneries before Silicon Valley. It used to be Santa Clara Valley, a big agricultural area. And loved manufacturing. And then said, okay, beer, producing, that's what I want to do.
How was your mom with that decision?
Fine.
Yeah?
A lot of support.
So that was a good idea.
Parents loved it.
And what about your kids now? You share beer with them, don't you?
Heavy drinking at home.
Yeah.
I am not a big proponent of the 21-year drinking age. I think
we don't call it beer at home. We call it the babysitter.
Yeah, it's not really. No, I don't do that. I'm into responsible drinking, and I have a really firm belief on the absurdity of our drinking laws. I think it encourages binge drinking by keeping it at 21.
Yeah.
I think what we have to do is start educating the youth of America on how to appreciate quality. beers, wines, spirits at an early age. Probably not just beer and wine. We don't need to get them boozing at an early age.
And you're going to do this sucky bomb if it kills you.
No, it really
right.
is. You'll find out. And I've seen all the different studies on it, and you have all the Mads and the Jim Bells in Sacramento that say that alcohol is the evil empire. But if you teach people responsibility and to appreciate the good stuff, they won't abuse it later on. And that's been proven, and we need to encourage it, and it's just crazy.
And have all your kids gone through their teenage years already?
No.
They haven't. Are they coming up on it?
I got one that's 20, a 17-year-old, and then a 10-year-old.
Because I'm wondering that, like,
10's a little young for drinking, though.
Because, you start to rebel, and that is a little, maybe a sip, though. You don't care about that.
No.
I had sips when I was, like, 9, 8.
Yeah, but your sips are close.
My parents were allowing me to drink wine. Beer wasn't really big back when I was growing up. But I started when I was like 12, in small quantities, learning how to appreciate it. And then touring Germany, Austria, and Switzerland when I was 15, I really got into German beers.
Okay.
And that's how it did. And I tell you what, I didn't get drunk. That was not part of the upbringing I had.
Got it.
Well, maybe one time in college, but
Yeah, but
as a whole.
that doesn't count.
Yeah, right.
So that's why you have 2 taps at home, one for the kids, one for you?
That's it. No.
I'm just
don't
thinking,
touch
like,
my tap.
when you're going through the rebellious years, I'm wondering if they ever said, "Oh yeah, Dad, well your beer sucks." Like, you try to think of the worst thing you could say. Anybody ever? Any of your kids ever have the balls to do that?
Now, sweetie, this is a Maibach. It tastes like a crap bock, Dad.
Yeah, if my son is ever drinking something other than my beer, it's punishable by death.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's a purity law.
I mean, and without giving me
it's a warm, nurturing environment.
Right.
JP.
Without giving me that sissy answer that we always love your kids crap. What if one of your kids ended up not having a palate for beer? What would you have done?
That's okay. I don't. There's it's subjective. You can't force the issue.
You'd have been. That's okay in your house, huh?
You just cut the tongue out and it's fine.
Yeah.
Now it's not an issue.
I'm not going to be okay with that.
Or if they just like sour beers.
I mean, even if I had a dog that didn't like beer, I'd put him down. There's certain things you can tolerate.
Things you do,
and that's one of them.
Hey, just out my street cred around here, we were rocking the Gordon Biersch kegs at our UCSB parties when we were 21. Back in 2002.
Yeah, because you can get that blonde Bach, and it's what, 8% that one?
Exactly.
Back in 2002.
And I promise, no one was. There were no 19-year-old girls drinking your beer. I promise.
Sounds like an awful party then.
Yeah. Scott's 19 now. Not to get you in trouble, Dan, but he doesn't have a beer in front of him. That's Tasties. All right, how about this? We're going to take a break. And folks listening live, it's going to a little bit of an extended break. Part of the experience here in the studio with the Dan is that we get to eat in the middle of the show instead of after the show. So we're going to take a little 10-minute break here. We come back, we're going to talk more with Dan. I do think we're going to have some Beer Jeopardy to play.
Yeah, we're ready.
On the program, because Dan doesn't like to do the show without that. And we'll take some callers for that.
I think it's one of my writers.
It is, yeah. Well, and I'll just let you know too. We're prepping for this Winterfest, and Chad's working his ass off, and I'm like, and he's in the thick of it, and I'm going, yeah. By the way, Chad, you also got to get together a Beer Jeopardy game for the Dan this weekend, and he could have kicked me in the nuts right then. Just the look on his face,
almost did.
We're like, he's got the phone, he's working his ass off, and I'm going, yep, and can't do a Dan show without Jeopardy. Just to let you know.
So it might be one of the weakest ones, maybe.
Is that right? It's going to be.
I did my best.
All right. That's good enough. 888-401-BEER, that's the number. We'll take contestants when we come back. So just give us, it won't be too long. Just give us a few minutes. We're going to stuff some food in our face, grab ourselves another Maibach. Come back, we'll do a side-by-side with the Maibach that you can get on the shelves and the one we have here just for the hell of it. And, more fun and games with the Dan. We'll make it official. We'll make this officially Studio D when we come back. How about that? Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Do you support the Brewing Network? Do you brew your own? Are you looking for an economical, fun, and legal way to do both? Subscribe to Brew Your Own magazine and do just that. All year long, Brew Your Own will surprise you. entertain you, and educate you with articles on beer and brewing from authors like the Brewing Network's very own Jamel Zalashev and John Palmer. Each issue is a full pint of brewing techniques, homebrew stories, tips and photos, projects to make yourself, and recipes for the avid home brewer. Get your tough questions answered by Mr. Wizard, and polish your style accuracy with Jamel. A portion of every subscription goes to the Brewing Network, so subscribe today at byo.com/Brewing Network, or just click the BYO logo on the Brewing Network homepage and support a fantastic hobby and your favorite broadcaster. Brew your own, the How-To Homebrew Beer Magazine.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian two-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 10 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew For Your Die IPA in the Northeast, Northwest, parts of the Midwest, and Alaska in cans and on draft. So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack
can. Have you ever noticed the pathetic look on the face of the Brewcaster poster boy? That's the look of a child that survives on ramen noodles and home brew. Subprime Meltdown doesn't even begin to describe what this kid has been through. He lives this grim existence for his army, the Brewing Network Army. Times are tough for everybody. It's like getting stuck in time 2 days before payday. Cash is tighter than a posted IOU stuck in a stripper's sweaty G-string. The unicorn's horn is limp and the rainbow has lost its color. But you can help change all that. If you were to take that sparkling change in your pocket and plop it on the table for the BN instead of that extra pint at happy hour, then the world could be a brighter place. When you buy a round for the BN, you buy a round for yourself and your fellow soldiers, and that's what it's all about. That and being entered into the reoccurring donor monthly raffle. So step up and start your own economic stimulus package. For just a few bucks a month, you can stimulate the unicorn, the rainbow, and a Brewcaster. Hit that donate button just like you'd hit on that crazy bitch at the bar right after last call. You'll be really happy about it in the morning.
Hilo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Yeah! Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
I just want you to know that Dan tried to kill me at the break.
Oh, yeah.
He apparently he called the Chinese food company and said, listen, everything that you have that's hot in the kitchen, I want you to put it in this food. And then he didn't tell me, and I'm pretty sure I actually caught fire when I ate I was crying.
You did. Well, I thought you were just crying.
Crying's an understatement.
I thought we'd have to get out the
You were on
AED.
fire.
I was trying to man up because I didn't want Dan to see that sissy side of me. I feel like we have a good thing going. I have a little respect. And so I was trying to. I mean, I have to admit, I would have cried like a girl if you weren't in the room, Dan. I was in trouble there for a second.
Well, it's kind of hard to figure out, but those long black things that look like they're chili peppers, they are.
I ate a whole one.
Chomp on them. No, you kind of separate.
It's more of a garnish.
Yeah, steer clear though. They did their job in there. That doesn't mean you need to eat it.
I'm telling you, I never had anything so hot in my life. But I did learn something. Maybach is a fantastic spicy spicy food beverage. I don't know if it's the malt or I'm being serious. Something about it. When the Maybach was on my palate was the only relief I was getting for about 10 minutes.
She's been chugging that for.
Is this the beginning of Beer Jeopardy? Because I know the answer.
You do know why that helps?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Beers with high residual sugar. Sugar is the only thing that can actually neutralize chilies on your taste buds.
Oh, is that right?
So
I heard salt too, though.
No, not really. The intensity of a chili pepper is actually measured by how many sprays of sugar water it takes to neutralize it on your tongue. So that's how they do it in the lab. Yeah,
got it. Well, thank the Lord above that you brought that Maybach with you today.
Yeah, who's the god of sugar? We should pray to it right now.
Speaking of Maybach, see it sitting over here in the.
I had Bad Rock has been visiting us for the festival, and I had him lug the keg in here for us because I thought it would look great on camera, and then I figured we could just reach over and pour it for the rest of the program.
A little reach around,
That's convenient.
Plus, I think we need it to christen Studio D.
Yeah, we do.
So, Dan, would you toast? And I think we'll call Studio D officially open.
Thank you. Right. Let the festivities begin.
All right. And the clinking of glasses all around. Prost.
Clankies.
Prost. Good job on the studio, Doc. Now, months later, I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Now that it's working. As everything
months
will fail
in the
right
planning.
now.
Who has an EMP?
Okay. Studio D is in business. All right.
Still working.
So I did have a couple questions come through. Maybe I'll do those real quick before we get to Beer Jeopardy, because I got to set. I'll have to get you guys on the line here to play anyway. We're going to have 4 contestants today. 888-401-BEER. I'll do a phone-in contestant, and I will also do a Skype-in contestant. So we'll have 2 people.
That's great.
From home, and then we'll have 2 people in studio. JP, Dan wants to. He says he can take you. So
that's not saying a lot, but yeah, I agree.
Well, he doesn't know how well or not well you've done.
I don't
JP's
know.
never been here for a Dan show.
That's right. This is my very first Dan show. So not only are we christening Studio B with Dan, but we're christening Studio
JP. Right.
I don't know what.
Just as like the new drummer.
Right. Yeah. Now, I will say this.
What will you say?
Well, I don't know what I'll say. Are you ready, Bevo? What I will say is that Dan is a tough competitor, JP. All right, and he takes it, and he takes his Beer Jeopardy very seriously.
Doesn't like to lose, man.
So I think you're going to have to put your game face on.
Am I in throat striking distance of him? Because I might back up a little bit in case he just punches me in the throat before I answer.
As you're about to give that final winning answer.
Yeah,
I'm a pacifist by nature.
I see. You didn't spend enough time in Germany, did you? Just enough to learn the beer business.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do a Skype in, and we will do a phone in, 888-401-BEER. Looks like I've got my Skype caller now. Bevo's taking our phone calls, and so you two will play for somebody at home.
Great.
I'll figure out how to do that in a minute. That way we can give something away, and then of course the 2 on the phones will play for themselves.
Yeah, and we'll send some GB. I'll underwrite the prizes there, as the tradition is held.
Oh, yeah.
Wow,
Oh,
great.
perfect. That's right.
Thank
We
you.
always have said. That's right. In fact, I think in the past you've sent some very nice things to folks. So it's always a good prize package from.
Last time was that signed Stiefel. That was good.
Yeah,
Really?
this time it's going to be the Jam of the Month Club.
Oh.
The gift that keeps on giving the whole year long.
Oh,
That's
man.
great.
Yeah, my
Jam it right in
Christmas
there.
vacation.
Kind of like a VD,
Oh, yeah.
like a social disease.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
Keeps on
you gave out some clocks as well last time.
I think we'll do the
Yeah,
clock. Yeah, if I
clocks.
got clocks. Well, it'll be a potpourri. It'll be a surprise, you know?
Okay.
a gift pack.
It'll be
I still
something
have
neat.
my clock. Actually, we have to mount that in Studio D. We've got our Gordon Beer show.
I'd be
too.
on it.
Enough mountain.
I saw one in Connecticut. Our last one of our listeners at one last time.
Oh,
I cannot. I cannot spell that state.
Oh, it's my home state. Went back for a visit and went over to this guy's house to check out his homebrew setup in his garage, and there it is. Gordon Biersch clock.
And he won it on the show.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Pretty cool.
Special track.
Got it out there proudly.
Yeah, my father points it out.
Well,
Check out Gordon Biersch.
At least we have the proof of life that I am good for my word.
That's right.
Cool. That's important.
Actually, I was just going to say that you're better than the Brewing Network is for their work. When we say you've won a prize and we're responsible for shipping it, it never goes.
No.
Okay.
Ever.
That's why I just do it straight from the brewery.
It does work.
I can delegate that kind of stuff.
All right, so you contestants are lucky. All right, well, let's just go to it. We'll do the questions afterward because it looks like I've already got my contestants on. Let's check it here. I should have Evan on Skype. Are you there, brother?
Hey.
Evan, how'd you get home already? Didn't you come out for the fest?
Well, yeah.
And you're already back home, huh? It was just an overnighter.
We were there for less than 24 hours.
Okay. How did you like the beer festival yesterday?
It's awesome.
Had a good time?
Where's Evan from?
Yeah.
Seattle.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Big Tim flies into... No, he's flying into Washington tomorrow.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, Evan is a longtime listener and really took care of us when we did a trip through Seattle. Took us around to different breweries and also to his tattoo guy. And we tattooed our French brothers with Evan's tattoo guy. Nice. All right, so Evan's online. And I also should have Evil Dude from Arizona on the other phone. Evil Dude, are you there?
Yes, it's Eagle Dude. I'm here.
Oh, Eagle. I like Evil Dude. I've changed your name.
I like Evil Dude too.
And
Eagle Dude sounds a little weird, man.
Yeah, and listen, Bevo can't hear for shit. So what happens is you're lucky you got your name out at all.
Great phone moderator.
I want to know what about Eagle. What does Eagle Dude mean?
What does Eagle Dude mean?
It's a good golfer.
I'm a biologist. I work on bald eagles.
Is that right?
Seriously?
On our nation's bird.
Are you trying to let him regrow hair or something, or what? That was a joke.
Yeah, no, they got feathers. They're all right.
You were good before the break, JP.
Oh,
Do they like beer?
Dude, I'm buzzed right now, man. I've had 3 friggin' Maybachs and a sandwich. Well, actually, I had a good breakfast, too, but...
You didn't hear the part that it was like a 7.5% beer?
It doesn't taste like it, so I think Dan was lying to me. And I'm trying to prove him wrong, but it's not working. It's not working.
Yeah.
I like your effort, though. I'm really trying to prove him wrong.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see what I've got here. I've got Evan... He's on the line. He's going to play Beer Jeopardy. I've got Evil Dude.
Evil Dude.
Evil Dude. From Arizona.
You should do some evil research.
So we got Seattle represented. We've got
Evil
AZ.
D.
And then JP, you will be contestant number 3 if you're following along at home.
Who can I do?
And the Dan is contestant number 4. Do you remember your record, Dan? I don't remember.
I didn't do so hot the last time. It was a little bit of a letdown. I think I went 50-50. The previous time I won, it was 100%.
Got it.
Wow. But you know what? Anything can happen now.
He's been pretty good at Stump the Brewer, too.
I was going to say, we should play Stump the Brewer here.
You've been pretty good at that.
We will.
I think he's never been stumped. I think it's, what happens. It's like 10 questions in when you finally get stumped.
No, some guy came up with a 12th century England beer name. Who invented this crap?
Right.
And that's, heck.
Yeah. Our listeners are dicks that way.
Who invented 3/16 beer line?
Right.
Can the Dan just play for me? Can I be the listener that he plays for?
Yeah, because you want the prize pack.
Sure I do. Are you kidding me?
No,
we're all getting a prize
Here's
pack.
something I can assure. Everybody wins.
Yeah. Everybody wins.
Everybody
wins. Wow.
Okay. Well, now we understand.
Well, except JP, let's be honest.
He's going to win, too.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you my history of my life, and you'll see if I won or not.
Okay, so we need to figure out who's playing, who JP and who the Dan is playing for. So Bevo, the
guess the number in the chat room.
The first person. Would you like to play guess the number for who's playing for JP?
No.
Okay, let's just go 1 to 5 though.
Okay,
because we don't need that to go on all night.
Jeez.
So.
That's why I stopped.
JP is a retard. He just
right, here we go.
fingered the number over to Bevo in the camera. Okay. So, Bevo has been given the number 1 to 5. First person to guess the number correctly, Bevo, that's who JP will be playing for. And then the first person to spell Maybach correctly in the chat room that's who the Dan will play for. All right?
Hey, what does Einbecker style mean? What does Einbecker mean?
Who ate all the pies?
Were you not paying attention?
I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm sorry.
It's the name of the brewery in the town of Einbeck.
Okay.
No,
sorry.
He was inputting the question.
I was doing my Jeopardy, sorry.
I didn't know.
I just looked at the bottle, sorry.
All right, it's okay.
I
get a
don't
pass?
know how to spell Maybach.
Let me help the listeners. It's Maibock.
There you
So
go.
whoever's first.
Oh, Bevo.
I don't know what I'm doing right now.
It's a good thing you're cute because, man, are you dumb.
How about this? Let's have him spell Biersch just for the heck of it. That's a harder one.
Okay.
It's on the camera.
Well, now it's
First
too
one they
late.
can
I
say
guess someone
Biersch.
must have done it. We
Yeah.
can't take it away from them.
Our listeners probably
you
couldn't
can.
spell
Branch
beer.
was the first one to get it right.
Brant?
Brant.
Okay.
Branch.
And you got that Who Ate All the Pies correct.
Yeah. So
Guess
who
the
ate all
number.
the pies? That's who JP is playing for.
Josh.
He was our drunk of the year. Who ate
That's
all
right.
the pies? He's from Australia.
Do we
Dan.
have a clip of his winnings?
So guess you better hope JP loses so you don't have to ship to Australia.
Oh, that's true, right?
We should have made it.
We do not pick up the customs and duty charges. So
Said duty.
Yeah, that's you're on that. So okay, everybody ready?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Listo.
Yes.
All right, guys. You're gonna need to come up with your ringers.
Oh.
Which is a word. You shout out a word. Listeners included who are on the lines here. You guys think of your ringers. I'm going to tell you the categories for the day. There are 4 questions in each category, 100 through 400 points for each. You can choose any one. You don't have to go in order. First category is Name That Malt. You might want to write these down at home. Name That Malt. The Legend Lives is the second category. And maybe you can write these out real quick so you can hold it up to our guys here, Chad, so that they can see it. The Legend Lives is the second category. Lagers is the third category. Stacking the deck for you here, Dan. And
Sichuan cuisine, I believe, is the fourth category.
That's right. And How to Kill Justin is the... Beers by State is the final category, all right? So name that malt. The Legend Lives. Lagers and Beers by State.
How many
Okay,
chilies does it take?
Evan, have you come up with your ringer, your buzzer?
No. Blobber says I should use cock.
Let's. Dan, are you okay with him using cock as his buzzer?
Sure.
It's a pretty versatile device.
Blobber's second suggestion was poop.
Okay. Well, let's kick the first one. Why not? All right. Evil Dude, your buzzer, please.
Well, since it's supposed to be evil, I think I'll stick with evil.
Okay. That's good.
All right, evil.
That's easy.
Or is he saying weevil now?
Evil D.
Weevil, dude. I have shitty grain.
All right. Jipper, what will your buzzer be?
My buzzer will be questing.
Okay, questing.
I have a problem with multisyllabic words.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
Slows down the game.
That's true.
Okay, how about
Quest.
cats?
How about just Quest?
Cats. Perfect.
I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, fuck.
Quest.
He's just getting in your head, man.
Yeah.
Right now.
All right, how about IPA?
That's a multiple syllables once again.
It's that Maybach kicking in, man.
Yeah. All right, how about
Quest?
Quest?
Okay.
All right, there you go.
All right. Look at how long my sheet of paper is now.
Yeah.
Hey, blame the Dan.
You know what?
I was ready to go.
I ain't looking at your long sheet of paper.
And the Dan?
We'll go Prost.
Prost. Good. I like it. All right.
Wait, isn't that 2 syllables? Prost.
No,
just
it's
one.
not.
Prost.
Yeah.
That's a minus 100 points there, JP, right off the bat. We're going right minus wrong.
Oh.
New system.
I'll do that. It's Dan's
All right,
game.
minus-
You start out in a deficit.
That's not fair.
But because you're in a deficit, I'm going to give you control of the board, JP.
Oh.
So you get to choose first. Name that malt. The Legend Lives. Lagers or Beers by State. You can start with any denomination.
Let's do the Legend Lives for 200, please.
Okay. Okay. This dark lager beer was made from the gunk scraped from the tanks in spring.
Is cat? No, questing. I forget. Quest. What the fuck is my buzzer name? Quest. Is it a Schwarzbier?
All right. JP has buzzed in, and it is not a Schwarzbier. Evan, I believe you buzzed in second.
Doppelbock.
Well, I'll give that to him. I can
give it to
judge
him?
that.
I'd say no.
Dan, do you know the answer? So I'm just
it's
wondering.
not Doppelbock.
I know the answer.
Okay.
Doppelbocks were brewed at the beginning in
You're not
November.
playing, Doc. You can corroborate afterward if you like.
Oh.
You shut his mic off.
You want to buzz in, Dan?
I'll do Prost. I mean, I've never heard of this, to be honest, and I don't know the lore. You can't make any beer from gunk.
That's right.
Scraped from the tank. So there is no dark lager beer that's made from gunk.
Is that right? So it's not a Bach.
There's no dark. You can't make beer from gunk.
All right.
Chad,
know,
drop your
scrape
pants.
from
You
the
get a
tanks in
spanking.
spring?
We're off to a good start.
Minus 100 for me.
Did you take these questions from Drew or not?
I did.
I didn't want you to take
No, I
your
did.
own questions
I did.
because it's your
Traditionally,
questions suck.
that is.
I did.
Yeah, that's a common misbelief that Bach beer is made from the
But,
crappy
it is?
part. Oh, yeah.
That's completely wrong.
Common misbelief.
I
Yeah,
see.
so that is a lore that is wrong.
Okay.
This
Good
guy was
job,
on
Drew.
Jeopardy, all right?
Didn't it say
That's
according
true,
to
he was.
lore?
Did it say?
Didn't the question say according to lore?
Oh, wait a sec. This is
It
if the
did not
legend
say
lives.
that.
It doesn't live, though.
Oh, it's a legend. That's
So these are all, like,
Beer legends.
things that are wrong, but people believe.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
It sounds like it.
Say yeah,
All right.
Chad. Yeah.
Yes, the legend lives.
I just need a little clarification.
It's the
on this.
legend. Okay. Yeah.
Do you want to kick him in the nuts, Dan, or me?
Not yet.
Okay.
Did anyone win?
You know, we had a beer
So
fest
do I win
yesterday.
this or not?
Nobody won.
No points lost. No points lost.
Minus 5,000 points for Chad. I'm going to write that down.
But JP controls the board.
And Chad is playing for JP now.
Oh, motherfucker.
He doesn't get to answer any questions. We'll just see if he gets any points back by not being a dick.
I can't wait to see
He's
the
your
$400
negative
question
man.
for that
Do
one.
I still control the
Right.
board, or
Right.
does Dan, because he actually let everybody understand what
You
the hell's
still
going
control
on?
the board.
You're there, big guy.
JP, go
All right.
ahead.
Let's do. Let's go back. Let's go name that malt for 100, please, Scotty.
This grain is used in both malted and unmalted form and makes up a big part of the grist
Quest.
in lambics, whip beers, and hefeweizens. Yes, JP?
Would that be wheat?
Drum roll, please. In question form?
Would that be wheat?
It is.
I like it is wheat. That's right.
Yeah!
Absolutely. That's
Yeah!
100 points for the Jipper.
I think JP
Which I did not score properly,
What
but-
is wheat?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a statement, not a question.
It would be weird. It's fine. I just didn't like the question form. You still have control of the board, and you have 100 points.
Okay, can I do beers
Which
by
means you're even.
state? You're even. For 200, please, Scott.
All right. Beers by state for 200 points. This state is known for its beautiful but cold
Prost.
landscape. Smoked porter.
Prost, it would be
Yes.
Alaska.
That's right. And the beer?
It would
Just for the
obviously
hell
it was
of it.
Alaskan smoked pork.
If I gotta say something, if they can read the questions,
That's really not fair, is it?
it's not fair to the guys that can't read the questions.
It truly is.
That's true. You shouldn't be showing them the questions.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Turn the. You're the.
No, you guys are only
yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to see the categories.
Well, now so that was what 200 points for the Dan, right?
Yeah.
So I've
I
already
should
given
give
him-
that up.
And I need so no points for the Dan.
Yeah, I could see the question.
This game is going famously.
Pretty much. Yeah, get
Well,
that
I
close.
can read it.
You could
Scott.
leave it in front of them so they have the categories
No, the other
still,
Scott.
and now you guys are just gonna have to go.
Yeah,
for it. All right.
or it's okay.
So you're all even because JP got his 100 points back, and I just took your 200 points away.
Great.
So we are now at 0 for the day.
Let's let someone else pick.
I think we got to get Eagle going on something here. It's not fair.
All right, Eagle Evil, we'll give you control of the board.
All right, I'll go with loggers.
For how many points?
200 points.
All right, lagers for 200 points. Darker German lagers are often referred to as what?
Quest.
Prost. Oh, shit.
I think JP came in first.
Would they be box?
Came in late with your cock.
That's a late cock.
Story of my life.
What did you say?
Box?
No.
It was here. I did Prost after that. It was Dunkel.
That's right. Dunkel Lagers.
Damn it.
So that is what, 200 points for Dan. You keeping this, Chad?
Yeah.
Good job.
He's got 400 points. JP's got 100.
I like how Dan comes in and suddenly there's lager question category.
Yeah, and
Come
he
on.
only has 200 points because
Yeah.
we took away the other two.
Where's the
200.
We already did IPAs.
Where's the dumb hockey jokes category?
Hey,
That's
speak
mine.
Canadian, man. Careful.
No, but that's mine. That's where I'm good at.
You're Canadian?
No,
Oh, I thought you just said you're Canadian.
I said I speak Canadian.
Oh, gotcha.
You know,
Good, because
forecheck,
I had lost
line
a little
change.
respect for you there,
Yeah.
Dan. But now
I love Canadians.
Cross-check.
Canadians are wonderful people.
they don't have a bald eagle as their bird, though.
No, the bald eagle has a toque on it.
Okay,
They
that
got
gives
a
you.
great national anthem, though.
They do.
It's fun to listen to.
I love singing it.
People want to chime in on Canada?
Yeah, here we go.
My home and
Stop.
native land.
Drop the puck. Let's
All
get
right.
True patriots lie.
See what you did.
In all our God's command.
Okay, all right,
With
all
glory.
right, all right. Thank you. Okay,
This
the
is more
Dan,
of a
you have
drinking
control
song.
of the board. Beers by state, lagers, a legend
Let's
lives.
do the lager thing again.
For how many points would you like
Let's
to go,
go
for?
400. Let's
He's-
make it tough.
All right, he's going for it.
What is the true nose, strong and free?
This lager is a noun used by Germans in the sense of a light one.
Prost.
All right, Dan.
Ellis.
That's right. It's a Helles.
That's not fair, is it? I speak German fluently.
Hey, that's Chad picked it, so if he says it's fair, that's 400 points for the Dan.
Even if you
there.
didn't, I don't think it'd be fair.
That's what Helles means, a light one?
Yeah, Helles means light.
Light.
I got to say, for such a cool word, it has a kind of a sissy meaning. Helles sounds tough when you say it.
Yeah, what is this? This is all skewed.
It's only one category.
Is the next question going to be this guy whose name starts with the letter D owns a brewery in San Jose and San Francisco?
I am going to transfer my naming rights on this next category.
Okay.
Over to.
You have Evan or Evil?
Evan.
Okay, Evan from Seattle. You have control of the board.
All right. Let's go beers by state for. What do we got? Have we done 200 yet?
Yes, we have 1, 3, or 4.
How about 1?
All right, 100 beers by state. This state is home to the U.S.'s largest independently owned brewery.
Prost.
Go ahead.
Pennsylvania.
No.
Yeah, it is.
America's largest independently owned brewery. Evan, go ahead.
So what state? That would be Massachusetts.
According to my question in front of me, it's the Boston Beer Company.
Wrong.
In Massachusetts.
They don't have a brewery in Boston. The largest brewery is located family-owned. Independent, family-owned would be...
The Yuengling Brewery? Is that what you're talking about?
That's the oldest, not the biggest.
It's the biggest, too. Sam Adams has 2 breweries. One is the old Hootapole Brewery, and then the other one is their new one in Pennsylvania.
Actually, Yuengling has one in Florida, too.
Yeah, they do. But I'm just telling you, the one in Pennsylvania is about 1.1 million barrels in size. It's gigantic.
My brother drinks beer, too.
I have 2 feet.
Okay.
I like beer.
So here's what we're doing. We're going to split that.
By the way, Sam Adams is a publicly traded company. It is not private.
That's true.
Independent.
That is true.
Another good point.
Yeah, can I? All right.
So the Dan
Throw
gets...
me a freaking bone here.
Okay, 400 points to Evil, please.
Okay, to Evan. That one was Evan.
Evan, sorry.
Okay.
Evan, you got 400 on that one.
I'll tell you what,
Evil. Fuck it.
It's just...
I'm making it 450 for having the balls to fight with Dan about it.
Yeah, it's good to the man on that one.
So I want Evan to have 450 points, please, Chad, on that one.
It's okay.
All right, and you still have control of the board, Evan.
Wait, I still want to know the fucking answer.
It's Yuengling, then. If Dan says it's Yuengling, it's Yuengling.
Independent would be non-publicly traded.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Family-owned.
Family-owned, operated, independent is the definition.
I have to get Drew on the phone here.
Sorry.
With these questions.
We should.
Is Sierra Nevada not family-owned either?
They're privately held, but they're smaller than Yuengling.
Yeah. Okay.
And it is. Yeah, you're okay on that one, too. That would be the number 2, I believe.
Is it?
In the country, as far as independently owned.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Evan, control the board.
Beers by state for 300.
Okay. Boy, are we on a roll. Let's see how this one goes, huh?
Does everyone hate me now?
Everyone's in it.
I love it. I think it's fantastic.
I actually want to marry you.
All right, this state is home to some of the best coffee known to grow, and you can also find a nice coconut porter while visiting.
Is he asking for it, or does he want to answer the question? I still haven't figured it out.
Okay. Yes, Evan, go ahead, please.
Hawaii.
Hawaii is correct.
It's not a state. It was a mistake. What? Where did that come from?
I don't know where that came from. And it's Maui Brewing Company, by the way. You can find that nice coconut porter, and it's
very good.
Indeed a nice coconut porter. Okay, Evan, you just got yourself 300 points for that, and you still have control of the board.
Do by state for 400.
All right, which closes out the category. This state is home to a city full of breweries and is home to the biggest American wheat producer in the country.
The biggest American wheat?
Wheat beer?
Right.
Cock.
Bend over.
Well, it just says American wheat producer. It doesn't say beer.
He said cock.
He said cock.
Evan, go ahead.
I'm going to go with Washington.
Wrong.
Let me clarify this. It's looking at the answer, he is talking about wheat beer producer.
Yeah, Prost.
Okay.
I was second on this.
Go ahead.
I know the answer now. I thought you were making it look like growing wheat.
No, it's and that would be wrong also, but unless Washington moved to the Midwest.
That's true.
It's
Washington
Oregon.
has
What
a
is
shitload
Oregon?
of wheat.
What is Oregon?
That's right. It's Oregon, and of course, it's Widmer Brothers who does all that German, or not German,
which is made at the Red Hook Brewery here in Washington, by the way.
Oh, jeez. Also correct.
I know because I brewed it.
Also correct. But unfortunately, they're headquartered and based in Portland, Oregon. They do control the Red Hook Brewery, though, and they also brew it in Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
The question did
you
say
do your
home.
brewery. So what I tell you, JP?
Yeah, it's just going to happen that way.
It did say home to the biggest wheat.
Manitoba.
All right, Dan, that was 400 points for you.
That was also an ass whooping on Evan, by the way.
And Brant.
And I'm once again donating those points over to Evan because he's a good guy.
Well, you're playing
Don't
for Brant.
forget,
You're playing for
I'm playing for somebody.
You're
I'm
playing for
sorry.
somebody, so
I didn't
keep
realize
those
that.
points.
Okay.
Brant's probably beating his head against the wall right now.
Well, Brant's still in the lead.
Cock.
He's trying to open a vein or something.
I show. What are you showing that Brant and the Dan have?
He just got 400, right?
Yeah.
So 1,000 points, unless he gave away points before.
He gave away points before, but maybe that was in a
I didn't
stupor.
realize that I was playing for somebody because that's
You're
the power
playing
of
for
my
somebody.
buck.
Yeah.
You know, Evil Dude
Right.
has...
He just goes by the wayside.
You warned me at the beginning of the show. You're not taking your own advice.
Evil Dude has 0. Keep that in mind.
But Dan, you do have control of the board.
I'll pass that over to Eagle.
All right, Evil.
Well, I guess I'll go with the malt category.
All right, name that malt for 2, 3, or 400 points, please.
2.
All right, here we go. This series of specialty malts contain unfermentable sugars that add sweetness. And yes, Evan.
Crystal malts.
Let's see.
Yep.
That's right. What is crystal malt? That's 200 points.
Well, it
for
could
Evan.
also been
Nice work.
caramel malt.
Wow,
So
that
actually,
was a
that is-
straightforward answer. Our first one of the game. I will double
That's a
your
push.
points, Evan. So that's 400 points for Evan, please. And you have control of the board.
We don't need lifelines.
I don't think we need them.
All right, I will now give everybody one Doc lifeline. Okay, if you want to buzz in on a question you don't know, first one to buzz in, you can go to Doc. You all get it once for the remainder of the game. Evan, you still have control of the board.
Remember what happened last time you did that?
I do. It was ugly, which is why we're doing it again.
Augustina Baruna.
That was Doc's last answer.
I'm going to go on a different path here.
Well, this Jeopardy can't get much worse.
yeah, that's right. All right, go ahead. Please choose Evan.
Malt for 300.
Okay, name that malt for 300. This malt gives a stout its roasty character.
Cock.
But you should never find it in a porter recipe. Evan?
No, you're not allowed to say the end of the...
roasted barley.
I'm not.
Quest.
That's correct. It's roasted barley. Yeah.
That's
He
a
was
good
getting it
answer,
anyway.
That's good.
What do you mean I'm not? You don't tell me. I guess you do
can't.
tell
No,
me.
I just got to do the Jeopardy etiquette.
Is that really the real Jeopardy rule?
Once
you don't finish.
Yeah, that's...
Once you say cock, they don't keep talking
Yeah,
anymore.
that's it.
I see.
Controversial game.
It is. I like it. All right, that was 300 points for
Well,
Evan.
you're playing with the big boys here.
yeah. And he's sitting next to a keg of Maibach.
Yeah.
too. All right, Evan, you still have control of the board. You're doing well.
Let's close that one out.
All right.
400.
400 points. Name that malt. Eagle, you still with us?
I'm still here.
All right, just checking. All right. This dark roasted specialty malt shares its name with a shiny shoe leather.
Evil.
Go ahead, Evil.
I'm going to pass this off to Doc.
Oh, taking his Doc lifeline.
Doc.
Just-
Oh, my
gosh. Well, there's patent leather shoes, so I'm going black patent.
So I'm going with Crystal 15.
Crystal 15, black patent.
That's right. Black patent is right, and Eagle is on the board.
For giving some points, Doc.
No problem, man. You're on the board.
Wow, the Doc lifeline was a success. All right, that's 400 points for Eagle, and you have control of the board, sir.
I'll go with Legend Lives for 300 left.
For 300. Dan, would you like to describe this category again?
It's things that don't make sense.
Yeah. All right, for 300 points.
Untruths in the brewing lore.
Well,
what legendary king is the patron saint?
Quest.
Cock.
JP was... I think he was just calling you a name.
Probably.
Yeah. But JP buzzed in first.
Gambrinus.
That's right. King Gambrinus. Very nice.
He's the king, baby.
I was the only one really excited for me.
And that's another 300 points for you. And who ate all the pies?
Ah, that's right. Hi, Josh.
And gives you control of the board.
What do we have left? I don't even know. I guess I can't see the board.
The Legend Lives for 100 and 400, and Loggers for 100 and 300.
I'm going to be a total ass and go Loggers for 300.
All right. Don't forget, you all have a Doc lifeline, Dan. You could use yours on this category, you know.
Prost.
He's
Are you going
buzzing
to read me the question now? Or?
Are you buzzing in? Are you going to use your lifeline? Okay.
You got another question, I guess.
Austrian brewers who emigrated to Mexico revived the style in the late 19th century. Ooh, there was a tie between JP and
Evan. There.
It was pretty tied, and I think that JP and Who Ate All the Pies have less points.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to JP.
I totally came first.
Well, that's not my problem, but we're talking about the game right now.
Go ahead, JP.
I would say the Doc should help me out right now because I can't place the name.
Come on, you can do this one.
I can't place the name.
It's a city.
Austrian brewers who emigrated to Mexico revived the style in the late 19th century, JP.
Yeah, it's right in my face.
He's on his own.
I mean, I laid off on this one just because I knew this was so easy for you guys. Come on.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You're a real nice guy, Dan. Thanks.
Man, are you stupid?
You know, halfway through your question, I have to sit here and remember my fucking name. Like, okay, Quest. And then I don't even know what you're talking about.
But I read it for you.
Want my help or not?
I'm still going to Doc.
All right, you're sending it over to Doc. Doc?
Vienna.
That's right. It's the Vienna, Vienna Lager.
There you go.
Did you know? Come on, you knew that.
I was thinking Neger Modelo.
Yeah.
And then Bohemian, and then I got lost in my own thoughts. Yeah.
Man, I'm not sure. It's just the beer. What else did you take today?
It's the beer, man.
I see.
The beer. No,
all
I
right.
ate way too much undercooked pork yesterday.
Well, that was another 300 points for JP and Who Ate All the Pies. And you still have control of the board. You have Lagers for 100, and the Legend Lives for 100 and 400.
Let's go the Legend Lives for 400. Let's just kind of close this out.
Okay. Ninkasi was the goddess of beer for what first civilization? Yes, Evan.
Augustina Peruna.
Yes, Evan.
Sumerians?
That's right. Yeah, Sumerian.
Wow.
That's. Did you know that one, Dan?
No, I didn't.
Really?
No, I like that, though.
You don't want to argue with him about
Golf
it?
clap.
No, I don't.
That's the sound of one Dan clapping.
But Gambrinus
funny.
was the beer god, by the way.
Oh.
It wasn't the king, it was the beer god.
I thought he was. There was a King Gambrinus.
Yeah, King Gambrinus.
King Gambrinus was named after the beer god.
Yeah, but he was the god of beer.
Okay.
I mean, that's what the we brewers were told.
I see.
Yeah.
At school.
Yeah.
Now what? But I found it on the internet.
Yeah.
Wikipedia? That would be my source for everything.
Probably.
Yeah. That's what you're taught in school, but the radio guys are saying that you're wrong.
I mean, you might have your degree from Weinstefan, but I've got Google.
I have my receipt from Safeway.
Yeah. And a hell of a lot less student debt, by the way.
By the way, the Bavarian government was very kind to put me through their school.
Why would they do that?
Stupid. But everyone that got in was on a full ride.
Really?
Yeah, 4.5 years of...
was it just to help promote in America? I mean, why would they...
No.
because it was all over, too. It wasn't just Americans.
The German university system is a freebie.
The war reparations.
If you get in, you're lucky.
Even if you're not a citizen.
That's what I couldn't understand.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nice
Maybe
work.
he got through on a technicality. Like he was supposed to be was supposed to pay, but there was some weird paperwork
issue. There was a reason
Yeah.
why all those terrorists that were studying structural engineering were at the University of Hamburg.
Good point.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's the Germans' fault again.
All right, so who got that? Evan got that.
Yep.
All right, so you have control of the board, Evan. It's the Legend Lives for 100 or Lagers for 100.
Let's close out Legend.
All right.
Yes, let's, Evan.
Mead.
Yes.
Legendarily... Yes.
Made of honey. What is it made of honey?
No, and you're close.
No.
That's not right. No.
Quest.
I just gave it a shot.
Quest.
Okay.
It's you drink it on your honeymoon to get a male child.
That's right. That's right. He got that right. It was. He knows his mating questions.
Yeah.
Mead legendarily gave rise to what common marital period?
Wow. You know, rise. Okay.
Yeah. All right, JP. We probably have a winner at this point. Do you want to give us the tallies?
Pretty much we have Evan at 1850, Evil Dude at 400, JP at 800, and the Dan, I had 1,000. I don't know what you had.
I stopped counting. You had Who Ate All the Pies and JP at 800. Is that what you said?
Correct.
And you've got the Dan still at 1,000?
Yes.
Do we have a Final Jeopardy question?
Well,
double
it
Jeopardy.
wouldn't matter.
Well, if you can find
Evan pretty much.
They can wager as much as
I
they
guess
want.
because you could wager.
Yeah.
I could make this the final Jeopardy
I
question
think you
right now,
should.
this last one, and that way you can all wager.
Yes.
Dan, do you approve of this method?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So this will be your final Jeopardy question.
All right.
You're each allowed to. I guess you're going to need something to write with because you can't. You have to write down your answers.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So you help us out there with some paper. I've got a bunch of pens in here. You guys can. I guess the honor system for our callers.
Yeah.
Well, the callers should go first.
Actually,
what do I write down? What's the answer?
Don't Google it.
No, I know how to do this.
First, I got a bet.
Evan, you can type me in your Skype window there your answer, and that way I'll just let our phone caller go first, the only one who could possibly cheat.
You are very smart. You did go to school.
I did. I went to community
while.
college and a San Francisco State University.
Did you study there or just clean toilets?
And 2 years of high school.
That's correct.
I'm glad you picked the $100 question for this one.
Okay, so JP,
Yes.
you have yourself.
I'm betting it all.
You have 800 points to
Yeah.
wager. You're going to do it all. Will you
please.
take care of this for me, Chad? Sure. He's wagering all 800 points. Don't you usually get to know the question before you wager?
Yeah, but we can't really do it.
The category, that's all.
Okay, the category is loggers.
No, put your wager
I think
down.
we're going to change this one.
Put your wager down.
I'm pretty sure we can all guess the question, too.
No, you can't.
We could.
Fine, go ahead.
Okay.
Evan, how much are you wagering?
12.
I'll go all of it.
1850. Well,
You know that you're well in the lead, right?
Well, yeah, but if somebody else gets it right and I don't, then I lose anyway.
It's true. Evan is no dummy.
That's right.
Okay.
But he plays one on the radio.
Yeah, but, if everybody makes the wrong guess and you have $1 left, you still win.
don't worry about Evan.
How many points does Evil Dude have?
400.
So he can't win anyway. He's
But
out.
he can bet 400.
He could win, actually, if
'Cause
everybody else
fails.
is wrong.
Zero, yeah. You may want to bet
All
zero.
right, Evil, I assume you're wagering it all.
Yeah, pretty much have to.
Yeah, you should blow his whole wad on that.
JP, what did you say you're going to wager?
All of it.
And the Dan.
Yeah, 1,000.
Everybody's in. Right.
Everybody's
We're
all in. Okay, remember, Evan, you're going to need to type your answer to me. All right?
Got it.
Okay. Here you go, guys. The question is, it's one of the 4 noble hops.
Oh, motherfucker.
It's a $100 question.
Any one of the 4, okay.
Yeah.
Any one of the 4. Are you seriously?
You picked a $100 question.
Get some music.
Play my theme.
Any one of the 4 noble hops will get
Play the
you.
tasty song. We want the interlude here.
Okay.
All right.
You got to have music for Final Jeopardy.
Write
Come
it
on.
down.
T to the A to the S-T-E-Y. Girl, you tasty. T to the A to the S-T-E-Y. Girl, you tasty.
I don't want Dan cheating, so I turned my thing over.
We don't have those little blinder things to go in between that they set up.
I could sing the Canadian national anthem while we wait.
That's okay.
That's a good drinking
I think we're Evil. Are you ready?
Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready.
All right, Evil. Please give us your answer.
I'll say holler towel.
That is correct.
This would have been like 3 of the 4 at least.
Should have been all 4 of them. For
Yeah,
this.
actually, yeah.
What is this, the BJ?
All right, let's change it then.
It's 100 pointers.
Not too late now.
This is Final Jeopardy.
Okay, let me see if Evan has
correctly
written in his answer. He has written in his answer. Evan, go ahead. Give us your answer.
Tettendinger.
That's correct. That's one of them. JP, your answer?
Holler towel.
That's also correct. Also
Dan wrote down all
written
4,
down
didn't
on
you?
a page of wieners.
Yeah, well, Cox, help me think. What? What is happening today?
The Dan, your answer?
Yeah, the 2 that are missing, should I just complete the cycle
If
here?
you would,
Yes,
please.
it would be Spalt and Zatz.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Dan.
Not Saz, I want you to notice. Say it again, please, Dan.
Zatz.
You know, he's actually right. He's right about that.
Thank you.
Well, that's good.
JP, you get an extra 100 points.
Well,
He's wrong. Please tell us.
Well, it sounds to me like Evan is our winner
All
with
right.
3,600
Way
points.
to go.
Nice work, Evan.
Thank you.
Would you like to give a speech or anything, or?
I would.
Okay.
This has been a lot of fun because Mrs. Evan Burke is sitting in here listening to me scream cock at my computer.
Are you in an apartment too, or your neighbor? Do you have like close neighbors?
I'm sitting right at our shared wall.
Cock! Which is pretty funny that you're yelling cock and your wife comes in.
So the neighbor has turrets.
Yeah, that's a good woman. All you have to do is yell.
They probably just think you're watching the game or something.
Punch me in the balls!
Oh, man. Okay, well, Evan, nice work and congratulations. It sounds to me like all of our contestants were winners today. Is that
Everybody's
right,
winner,
Dan?
so I need,
Email me.
addresses and all that stuff.
I'll get that. I am good at that. I do email. I do that. So you can send all your information to me, Justin, at thebrewingnetwork.com. Each one of you, please. Evan, Eagle, who ate all the pies in Australia. You sure? You want to give him stuff, too?
Absolutely.
Even the Australians.
Yeah.
They're all criminals, you know.
Yeah, they are.
Sorry about that.
And apparently they eat all the pies.
Yes. Okay, and
But they don't know who.
And then also Brant,
They're
who's in the
dumb
chat room.
criminals.
Guys, send me your delivery addresses and information, Justin at thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll get it all taken care of. Oh, man. Is there going to be a grand prize? Like, or is it
Yeah,
all
I guess it was Evan that got the big one.
Yeah, he was the
Yeah,
grand
he'll get something good.
Yeah. Everybody else gets the Jam of the Month club.
Yeah, a little keychain bottle opener.
Yeah, that's what who ate all the pies is gonna. He's gonna get a Gordon Biersch coaster.
A little postcard.
It'll cost
Everything to do with
Costs
those
$30
electronic
to
greeting
ship it over
postcards.
there.
Okay, it costs $45 to send, but it'll cost 8 cents for a 10-year-old in China to print.
The Dan's gonna go down to Pier 39 and send him a San Francisco postcard.
Somebody in San Francisco loves me.
No, even worse, one of those electronic greeting cards that you get on the internet.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's better.
Open it up and hope it doesn't have a virus.
123ecards.com says you have a message.
I love. Hey, can't say you weren't giving out prizes, man. All right, thank you.
I think everyone that listens to the Brewing Network is a winner.
Well, apparently you haven't met a lot of our listeners, Dan.
Actually, I have. It's amazing. The one fun thing I've done is the last year and a half I've been on the road expanding distribution in the Mid-Atlantic and Southeast, and I've run into a ton of people that listen to the Brewing Network. So,
Have you really?
Yeah, I legitimately, yeah. So it's been really reassuring. That's why I'm back here.
I love it.
Because we sell the beer one bottle at a time.
That's right. Wow.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have the thing in front of him that he read that off.
Well, he keeps his eye on the brand.
Yeah, that's right.
The brand message is consistent.
And how is that experience normally? I mean, some of our listeners are pretty creepy.
No, they're not, actually.
No? Okay.
Why don't you turn around, just look over your shoulder. There's 2 creepy ones right there.
They look good to me.
Yeah.
So, and they're usually very nice, of course. And
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. Do they ask you beer questions, or is it they're just kind of generally
They're
talking?
usually kind of intimidated and shy when they first come up to me, and then they find out I don't bite.
Yeah.
And then we just sit there and usually you're drinking over a beer. I think I was at this place in Baltimore, kind of like this one. I can't remember the name of it, and it was really not really fun. I did a little promo there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was not fun.
No, it was fun.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was not really fun.
It was not. That promo
That's
sucked.
honesty.
It was like a Fresno promo, let's face it.
No, I think it's the Maybach getting to you again here. All right?
Am I hearing
Rein it
things?
in quick.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, in JP's defense, that's the way I took it.
Well, that's not really much
Okay.
of a defense, Doc, because you get pretty drunk, too.
Yeah, but I'm slurring heavily, so
Yeah.
it really doesn't count.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but brewers, I found out, find you a little intimidating, too.
I did not know that.
Well, I don't know why, but there was a couple of times that I've met you at different events, and we're just over there hanging out and yucking it up. And a couple brewers have asked me in the past, like, wow, you really get along with Dan. And I was like, who doesn't get along with Dan? He's like the nicest brewer I've met. So I think that you just maybe, I don't know if it's the success or your girth, but but people,
or because you're a white guy.
It's the billboards, I think.
It could be.
You haven't found that to be true, brewers.
No, everyone that knows me knows I'm a completely down to earth, normal human being.
Yeah.
I welcome it.
Yeah.
I think it's the success.
I mean, you show up in a stretched Hummer, but other than that, you're very down to earth.
That I can assure you I don't.
That's true.
I parachute in.
It's a '69 Volkswagen Beetle that Dan drives around in.
man.
Actually, he fits in it great.
That's a Beetle limousine to you.
Yeah,
which is really a microbus.
He just took out the back seats and pushed back the whole.
Actually, my friend, one of my classmates, Peter Kitzmann, he is the Kitzmann Brewery in Erlangen. He did take out the front seat, and he was driving. This guy's huge. He's 6'6". And he had a bug.
Wow.
And he sat in the back seat and drove it from there.
No kidding.
Like Hightower and Police
It was
Academy.
Great, yeah.
Great guy.
What was your first car, Dan? Remember?
Yeah, Ford Capri.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. Which was like, I thought that was like the cheap version of a Mustang, right? The Capri?
It was a cheap version of everything.
I see.
Yeah.
It was a cheap version of a Ford.
I remember those things.
It had a V6, though, that would gun pretty quick. And I don't know if you know, I used to be a rower in college, and we could actually get 6 guys in that car that were all over 6'5".
Really?
Except for me driving. Yeah. It was pretty amazing. I couldn't believe it. It was like the little scene in the circus where the clowns keep coming in and around the door.
That was your Capri.
And we would cram them all in there, go to practice. Yeah.
That's perfect.
That was before it was the Never Trust a Skinny Brewer campaign.
I see.
Yeah, a long time ago.
How's that working for you? Do you find that when you meet your beer consumers that they think it's real funny, they laugh at you about it, or?
No one really comes in. They just say, hey, that was a neat campaign. And
Right.
they like the beer talk with Rod Brooks when we did that on CanBR.
I heard you were cheating on me with another radio show.
I'm sorry about that.
I was pissed when I found that out.
Oh, shoot.
Well, because I was still doing the CBS show at that time, although nobody was listening, so I understand why you'd go to the other program.
Yeah, I didn't even listen.
And JV was on the damn thing.
That was our idea, man. That was the marketing guys.
You're not doing that anymore?
No, that was just for. I can't afford that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What was it? You basically got on for like a minute or two. Was it every week or?
Well, it was like 12 little snippets of Brewania. You know,
that's not real radio.
It wasn't.
You know,
if it's not Jeopardy,
really.
it ain't that.
I agree.
There was another guy when I was
Jeopardy.
the only other person doing a show similar to when I was on CBS was this guy Tom Likas was doing it was more of a wine show that he was doing on weekends, but it was shit too. And he'd have people come in and do. Did you ever do Likas' show?
No.
He'd have people come in and he'd record like a whole season of the show. He would record like 4 months worth of the show all in one day, and everyone would come in and they'd talk for 2 minutes about something, and it didn't have any edge to it. It wasn't the thing. So
smart. I had a big problem with Likas once they really eradicated the entire wheat harvest in China back. I don't know what it was, a couple hundred years ago.
That's when you didn't like Likas anymore. Yeah, I understand. You got that right, JP?
I did.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay. We're going to break, and when we come back, I've got questions in front of me for you. We're going to talk about some beer stuff with the Dan. And what time is it? It's getting a little bit late, so we'll be wrapping things up. Get your questions in now, 888-401-BEER, or join Bevo in the chat room. And we need to turn the AC back on. I see one glisten on the Dan's forehead, and I won't have it. Hang in there. We'll be right back. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Attention homebrew shop owners at Fermentap. They know you're tired of buying the same old gear that everyone else has. That's why Fermentap offers the newest and most cutting-edge brewing equipment known to man. Since 1998, Fermentap has been leading the fight against the boring and mundane by offering strange, unique, and just plain smart equipment. Like their stainless domed false bottoms. Never deal with the floating plastic hassle of other false bottoms again. And since they're made from stainless steel, they'll last a lifetime. Fermentap's line of copper wort chillers are the best on the market, designed to cool your wort faster and more efficiently than other immersion chillers. They actually invented the equipment to make these chillers not only work great, but look great too. How about a fantastic line of ingredients, including vanilla beans, sorghum extract, blue agave extract, hop bitterness extract, unique wine yeasts, green coffee beans, sake kits, all stuff you can't find anywhere else. Fermentap carries all the standard products and equipment you need as well, such as all-grain systems, stainless hardware, kettles, carbonation stones, you name it, they've got it. Fermentap's entire line of products has been helping retail shops meet the demands of their customers for nearly 10 years, and they want to help you too. For more information, see them on the web at fermentap.com or call Jason at 1-800-942-2750. Fermentap, better beer through innovation.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Writing a review of WLP 400.
What? You're reviewing yeast?
Yeah. White Labs has home brewer reviews of all their strains. Are you new to these interwebs? Check it out.
That's awesome.
White Labs, your source for great yeast, invites all brewers to visit whitelabs.com to read and write your own reviews of all their yeast strains. Get real-world tips and tricks from other brewers who have made the most of their vials and post your own experiences. It's another way White Labs brings you closer to the best yeast on the planet.
And send. There you go. You misspelled flocculate, dude.
What? Mother...
White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Hi. I have a sixer of Lagunitas in the icebox. My roommate's gone for the weekend, and I'm wearing something flimsy.
Listen, baby. I told her not to call me after 8. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I gotta go.
Who is that? Your girlfriend? You loser.
Shut up, Doug. Did you guys get the cauldron set up on the altar of my art?
Sir, if you weren't so busy getting booty calls, you know that.
The hurricane furnace is using propane while you guys talk. All right, I'm using the scroll of Mosher to boil the first decoction.
Nope, it's scorched. What do you do?
Frack, scoop it out and try again. Doug, use your math rake.
You took too long. The color is now darkened past the point where you can still call it a Pilsner.
This sucks.
I hate it when Greg's the brewmaster.
What's this? Poindexter Urkel?
Dude, can't you see we're in the middle of a brew session?
Is that an actual beer?
Yeah, I crafted it. I don't really use the dice anymore. I'm a 10th level beer nerd.
Are you a 10th level beer nerd? Do you belch White Labs 833 and crap Simcoe? Then you're in good company at Northern Brewer. Northern Brewer has all your beer nerd needs. Ingredients, equipment, and knowledge 24 hours a day at northernbrewer.com. Plus, fast, cheap shipping. Only $7.99 for the contiguous USA. And check out Northern Brewer's huge selection of dorky beer kits, including the Cylon Detecting 3-Hearted Ale and the collector's item Super Alt.
Mine's in mint condition because it's still in the box.
Make 10th level at northernbrewer.com.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Keeping the ass out of Brewcast. This is the Brewing Network.
Okay, welcome back to the program. Still hanging out with the Dan here from Gordon Biersch and having ourselves a good time with this Maibach. I'll tell you that right now.
We are having a time.
Some people are.
It's available on the shelves right now, the Maibach?
Probably tomorrow.
It's available on our shelf.
Oh, literally, you mean it hasn't shipped until tomorrow?
Well, it's shipped, but it hits the shelf February 1. We're like on a calendar.
Love it.
That's very nice.
So only in Studio D can you get this beer.
That's right. Now officially Studio D. And have you always been a seasonal
this is
brewing
something new
company?
that we're doing 4 seasonals, on a calendar basis.
Yeah.
We just this is our first year of it.
I'm a fan of seasonals, I have to say. And so are a lot of other people. They're big numbers in seasonal beers.
Yeah, if you want to hear the stats, it's actually the number 1 selling style category in the brewing industry right now is seasonal beers.
It finally, what was at the top for so long that it finally knocked out? Weren't IPAs or something at the top for a while?
I mean, it really was, Sam Adams Boston Lager but that got switched over to Pale Ale because so many breweries started, and now I think number 3 is like IPA.
Okay,
yeah,
got it. All right, I have a caller.
Now it's number 3.
Yeah,
let's make it number 10.
I've got Matt from Missouri on the line. I think he has a fermentation question for you, Dan. Matt, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brother. You're on the air with Dan Gordon. You got a question?
Yeah, I listened to Doc talk about fermentation and aeration on 9/17/06, and he said something about when you get done brewing, put your cool your wort down, everything, put it in your carboy, and let it sit for a day, 12 hours or so. And let all that yeast, or not the yeast, but all the hot break and everything settle, and then rack that off, and then put your yeast in. Is that what I got from that, or am I completely off base?
I think that's what you got from it. Actually, I don't think you really have to wait 24 hours, though.
No, it's just until it settles out.
Yeah, usually hot break removal, it should be settled out in an hour. if it's in a carboy, if that's what you're doing. And then after you cool it down, I'm assuming we've cooled it down after you let the hot break settle, then you cool it down. And then you want to vigorously shake it if you have some headroom in your carboy to get the oxygen to bond, and then you can pitch the yeast.
Okay.
And if you have an oxygen meter, you want to go for that 8 grams per liter or so. Yeah.
At that point, isn't cold break?
Cold break rises to the top. Yeah.
He is good. Don't try, JP.
He is good.
Actually, I like that you tried.
So both hot break.
That's what I'm here for, right?
Just for those that don't know what hot break is, it's a combination of coagulated protein that forms during the boiling process, and then you have hot particulates that are settling out too. So that's the hot break. Then when you cool the wort, there's the cold break that forms, and that's proteinaceous material that's usually under 1 micrometer in diameter.
Okay.
So that has a lower density than the wort itself, and that's why it rises to the top.
Got it.
So you would, it's kind of hard if you don't have a spigot at the bottom to transfer out, so you can stop sucking out that cold break at the end.
Right.
Yep.
Good point.
So that's also called flotation, and that's what we do at our brewery. It's very very old school German.
What do you mean when you say that's what we do at our brewery? What do you do?
Well, we have a whirlpool for separating the hot break out. The hot break settles, and then we inline cool and aerate.
Okay.
And then it's the yeast is dosed, and then it goes into a flotation tank, and that's when the cold break floats to the top. And then after a couple hours, we transfer that over to the fermenter.
Got it.
And we stop transferring right at the point where we get that the break or the scummy froth at the top.
Okay.
Yep.
And so it's down to fermentation temperature by your inline cooling and aeration by the time it gets to that tank.
We're actually slightly below fermentation temperature. So when the yeast is added, it starts generating heat, and then it rises up. So in about 24 hours, it's hit fermentation temperature. So we start at 7 degrees Celsius and then go up to 9 degrees. So we cool at 7.
Okay. All right. Matt, does that answer your question?
That's for lagers.
Sure.
Got it.
So for ales or top fermenting yeast strains, we'd be cooling more like 18C and fermenting at 20.
Okay. Matt, you good?
Yeah. The only other thing, if I still got a second,
sure,
if that's okay. I've had a lot of yeast in my beer. What can I do? Because I don't have any clubs. I don't have anybody showing me anything. Like I've learned everything from How to Brew and Charlie Papazian's book.
And the Brewing Network.
I have no idea what I'm doing really, but I'm just kind of winging it. Nothing's turned out horrible except for one batch, but that was because of what I made.
All right.
But
so what do you want to do? You want to get rid of yeast and your beer's yeasty? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a lot more than I would like. Even the way, because I'm trying to be careful when I pour, so I don't get a lot of that leftover yeast that's carbonating the beer. But there's still just way more in there than I think should be. So I don't know if I'm letting it sit long enough afterwards. Like I do secondaries all the time, but I don't know if I'm doing it long enough or not.
Okay.
I do like 5 days for my primary.
Is this top fermenting or top or bottom fermenting?
Ale or lager?
Yeah, I don't have any temperature control, so I'm just kind of winging it in my my house.
Okay, top.
Well, 5 days of primary fermentation for a top fermenting yeast strain, that's pretty long. So I was going to say, hey, pitch less yeast, but it doesn't sound like that's going to help.
You think 5 days is long?
Well, for top fermenting primary fermentation.
If he's doing a secondary, he can do finings with gelatin, and you put it in the primary after you're done. Let it settle out, and then rack off of that. Or you could even put the finings in the secondary.
Well, but findings could be treating the symptom rather than the problem. I like maybe there's like a calcium shortage or something like that that's stopping the yeast.
Well, yeah, yeast
out.
from sinking zinc too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So a water issue.
I haven't been doing like anything with liquid yeast. I've been doing all dry yeast.
Try some Cervomyces too. That's got a lot of zinc in it.
Well, do you now? Are you noticing the cloudiness in your secondary or in your bottles? Because it could just be you're kicking up a little yeast or too much yeast when you're racking from secondary into your bottling bucket.
Definitely in the bottles, not so much in the secondary, because it looks real clear, and then when I'm bottling, I get just and the big one was like my Grolsch bottles that I use. They just have a lot of crap.
Well, how long are you aging the beers for once you bottle them before you start drinking them?
8 hours.
Well, when I first started, it was 2 weeks because I just wanted to try them. But then I've realized that like a month, 2 months is really good for them.
Huh. And it's not settling out.
I think
could be
the
chill
blind
haze.
pig that I drank the other day, that was one that an extract kit that I got, it's been there since like September or something, and I drank it the other day, and there was a ton of yeast in it. It was almost, I couldn't drink it.
And it smells like rising dough. Is that when you're describing the yeast smell or taste?
Well, I mean, it has the beer smell, but I mean, I see it in my glass more than anything.
Well, could it be chill haze?
I think you should kill yourself. I think that's the
yeast
problem.
isn't flocking out.
Well, it might not even be yeast. It might be just some other haze.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's a lot of it, whatever it is. It sounds like more than protein could provide. It sounds really big and cloudy. And
how do you pour your beer? Do you cool it down and gently tilt it and pour it in the glass and leave an inch at the bottom, or are you dumping it all in?
No, I do the slightly pour it. Be real careful. Don't get it all
and the
in
same
there.
with I would have the same question about when he racks, though. Are you sticking your racking cane down in that yeast cake and getting, like I would do, every single last drop out of your fermenter? Or are you
I'm
keeping
trying
it?
really hard not to.
I mean, you got to leave an inch in there. I hate to tell you, an inch or two of beer in the bottom there.
Quality, not quantity.
I mean, it's not what I do, but I can deal with less quality. I'm happy with that. But if,
there's a thing called wit beer.
Look at our staff.
Precisely. So, all right, I got to get to other questions, brother. I'm sorry, we can't troubleshoot the whole thing, but no problem. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Okay, I did have other questions coming from the chat room, and it's 888-401-BEER if you want to call and talk to Dan yourself. So I had a question about Maibach versus Keller beer. Someone had asked if Maibach is just another name for Keller beer, and that's not true, is it?
No.
What's a Keller beer?
No, Keller beer usually refers to coming right out of the tank. It'd be unfiltered. So it's also known as Zwickel Pils if it's a Pilsner coming out of the cellar. It's unfiltered.
Okay.
Pickle pills.
When I was in Germany in last October 2008, Keller beer was becoming a popular style again.
Yes.
Right? And it would be like an unfiltered Helles could be a Keller beer, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Got it. And is that really the only difference, is the freshness and an unfiltered?
Yeah, it usually means the brewery is keeping it really close to home, too.
Okay.
Because if it's unfiltered, it doesn't have any shelf life whatsoever.
On this side of the bay, we call that keeping it real.
Right.
Yeah.
Not this far east.
No, well, no, but we like to think we're cooler than we are.
Right. Yeah. All right, here's a question that came through in the chat. All. Guy's gotten Eagle Dude, actually. Was one of our contestants. He's gotten conflicting advice from a variety of sources on this topic. He says, during the lagering process, do I need to keep the beer unpressurized, or can it be under pressure?
Under pressure.
Okay.
Yeah, the lagering process, there's two things that are occurring there. One is the beer is ripening, and the yeast is re-ingesting a lot of those chemical components, and it's also going through natural carbonation. So that's the time that the CO2 is allowed to bond under pressure with the protein molecules to get the natural CO2 in it. That's a requirement of the German purity law. You cannot add any CO2 to the beer after it's gone through its primary or secondary fermentation.
Do you guys stop it at a certain point? You don't let it go fermentation done and then...
We actually have bunging devices, which are these controlled pressure regulators on the outlet of the gas side of the tank. So you can actually see there's a liquid-filled sight glass, and we have a pressure gauge set to it, so we can actually control it, and we measure it every day using a digital CO2 meter to dial in the CO2 level precisely. Mm-hmm. And the way you correct that is by temperature and pressure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the beer ripening. I like that. It's much more.
That's true.
Much more romantic than it's aging.
Aging is negative.
Yeah,
it's like we're talking about tasty.
Yeah, tasty's aging. The beer is ripening.
In fact, I'm going to stop referring to you that way. I'm going to call you ripening from now on too. Tasty.
Or ripe.
If that's all right with you.
The older the berry,
beyond ripe, I think.
The older the berry, the older the juice.
All right. Store shelf too long.
I had a question come through for JP.
Oh, Christ.
Push said,
why?
He said, wow, so JP doesn't like APAs, huh? What about the oak IPA I poured him last weekend that he said was really good?
No, yeah.
He was blowing smoke up your ass.
No, it looks good on you, man.
Were you lying to him? Did you lie about liking his beer?
No, it was good because it wasn't over. It was more of an oak pale ale than an IPA.
This already sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I think you're a jerk for pointing it out.
I didn't. He did.
JP,
no, it was great.
It
it was great. It wasn't like a normal IPA. To me, it was more a pale.
Lying douche. All right, Crazy Two Knobs in the chat room says he's going to Munich.
Are you sure it's a he?
I don't know.
Could be a she.
That's true. I'm going to Munich in March.
I don't want to know that.
But I'm only going to be there for 5 hours. He wants to know if there's anywhere that you or I would recommend that he visit.
Yeah, the airport.
I don't have the recommend.
Buy a newspaper.
The gift shop.
Well, the Munich airport is about 45 minutes, an hour outside of town.
Yeah.
He's. You know what? It's close enough to Weinstefan. Why not grab a cab?
Oh.
Head from the airport, go up to the Weinstefan brewery.
Okay.
I don't know if the beer garden's going to be open, but there's a nice, beer cellar.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of cool.
Tell him Dan sent you.
Yeah.
There's also a brewery in Munich Airport now.
Yeah.
Right? So
The
if he did want to be
it's
safe.
called Airbrow.
That's right.
I'm not joking. That's what it's called. It's
it
actually
is?
named Airbrow.
I didn't know that. I thought it was a real brewery from...
No.
It is. Oh. Well.
Would you like for me to plug your airbrow?
So is the kettle like... yeah.
Have you had the beer, Dan?
No.
That one made me teary, JP.
Yeah. I can't remember who's operating. I think it's one of my classmates, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's probably wonderful.
Yeah.
So it's probably really great.
Hey, there's nothing better to do between flights and hang out at a brewery, right?
That's true.
It makes that 11 hours in the plane that much more enjoyable.
You can get good beer no matter what at Munich Airport. There's a couple of bars, and
how can you not?
I think I was drinking Augustiner at the beer.
Augustiner Verona.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a stupid question because I'm good at it?
Of course you can.
Yeah.
Nope.
Weinstefan, but what's Weinstefaner?
Weinstefaner means the beer from Weinstefan.
That's it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's possessive. Weinstefan or Hefeweizen. The Hefeweizen from the Weinstefan brewery.
It's very simple, Chad.
So Weinstefan is the brewery, but then there's also the school Weinstefan?
Both. The Bavarian State Brewery is at Weinstefan.
I see.
It's owned. They're both owned by Bavaria.
One and the same, owned by the state.
The government, yeah. So the
very
Weinstefan is actually
Socialist
the name of the
dogs.
campus for the Technical University of Munich. And Technical University of Munich split up amongst 3 campuses now. Downtown, which is mostly office buildings now, and then Garching, where they have physics and mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and then anything that you can eat or drink, along with biotech, is out in Freising or Weinstefan.
Okay.
It's grown a lot. I mean, it's like 15,000 students there. When I was there, it was only 5.
Do you go there and like
Wait,
guest
what?
speak?
There was 5 students
5,000.
when you went?
Yeah, 5 of us. No, 5,000.
I see. Man, wow, you really got to... You are a good brewer. You got some hands-on...
My class was only... There were 17 of us that finished in brewing engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, hyper competitive.
Okay. All right. Here's a good question. So last week on our show, we had Brian Hunt from Moonlight Brewing Company. And a bit of controversy.
Looks good in boots.
He does.
I don't think he's ever taken them off.
No.
Sleeps in them.
Including for our show. The boots were on.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Boots are on, man.
Dan's going to fall over. He's laughing so hard.
I can't believe I was right on this one, you know?
Yeah.
Telepsychic in about a month, right? You know?
The brewing boots were on, man.
400 points.
Okay.
Well, a little in fact, when I get to our feedback later, listeners, we'll talk a little bit about last week's show. But one of the statements that he made that a listener wants me to ask you about is that Brian Hunt said that the Reinheitsgebot was a law created to tax and has much less to do with pure beer.
Right and wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
the Duke of Bavaria did not want any twigs or cow bile being used to bitter the beer. That was one of the major elements of it. But it was a beer tax law. Modern day, it's a beer tax law.
Now, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
It's all combined in one.
Got it.
But the implicit principles of the Reinheitsgebot was the purity of the beer.
Right.
Hence the word Reinheit, which means pure.
Okay, got it.
And then Gebot means people.
I mean, even if it came from the wrong places, so to speak, if it was just a money thing, the result was still pretty wonderful because you didn't have cheap beer then at that point, right? I mean, it essentially saved them from having to drink
it was
swill.
to eradicate witches brew. Really, is what one of the underlying things.
Okay,
kind of like TARP was designed to bail out the common citizen from bankruptcy, right?
Yeah.
We don't follow that.
Yeah.
It's almost the same.
We don't follow
beer.
it.
Yeah.
Is that politics? Because we don't know.
Yeah, it was a little bit.
We don't care about it.
A little jive there.
All right. How about a question about bicarbonate in water?
Yes. The hardness of water.
Pass.
He says, I'm curious about the amount of bicarbonate in the water for flavor as opposed to getting the proper pH for mashing.
Both are important. So without having any kind of hardness to the water, which is what you're talking about. There's two types of bicarbonate is part of the hardness factor. Without it, you're not going to have any body, and it's important to have body in the water. You want to have drinking water quality. Distilled water, pure H2O without any carbonates in it is not going to be fulfilling. It's going to actually strip minerals from your body too. Same thing happens to yeast. It just terrorizes yeast. Yeast needs a balanced diet, vitamins, minerals, along with essential amino acids and protein and carbohydrates.
Okay.
Amino acids, excuse me, not protein. But it has to have a balanced diet. Yeast can't handle anything more than 3 glucose molecules hooked together. Glucose, maltose, maltotriose, those are the only things can actually digest, and everything else stays as residual sugar. But a balanced diet's important, and the water hardness and the mineral content and all that goes along with it.
Okay.
But we do pH balancing the old school way at our brewery. We use biological acidification, meaning we produce lactic acid from lactobacillus, and I know that's everyone's worried about cross-contamination and such.
Yeah.
But we actually do that we combine water hardness and pH balancing, because you can't do it just from the hardness of the water.
I see. Mm-hmm. Did you have...
Now, are there things in the say, for instance, the trube that are beneficial to the yeast, do you think? Or do you pretty much leave all that back?
Well, a lot of the stuff in the trube is going to kind of create a mucus covering around the yeast cells.
But there's nothing of benefit to the yeast in there.
No, you should already have everything in solution.
Right.
Yeah. Because trubes are particulates. They're too big. Most of those particulates are larger than the yeast cell diameter itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Chunks.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So are you saying that it hinders yeast as well?
It's like a human trying to eat a whole cow. Think of it that way.
Chad could do
it. But not in one. You got to chop it up a little bit.
There's no upside. There's no upside to doing that. So
right.
Well, that kind of flies in the face of what homebrewers have been taught. Was like a little trube is fine because yeast will kind of metabolize that. Not true, you say?
Not quite. No, okay. Yeast can't eat that stuff up.
I guess his follow up then is like, how many parts per million are we talking here with the bicarbonate?
Well, total hardness, we're looking at 150 parts per million, generally. That's what our water treatment facilities are set at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you? We've probably talked about this on other shows, but do you start with distilled? Do you strip your water and then build it back entirely?
That's the only way these systems work.
I see.
Yeah, you have to strip it down and reblend it.
Okay. Yeah. Got it. I have a question that I meant to ask you earlier. How many barrels did you brew last year?
98,300.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of beer you guys are doing now.
Yeah.
Have you? Has that always been the capacity of your facility there, or have you upgraded it recently?
We had expanded a couple times, but not recently. This is all in the last 6 years.
Okay.
That we did. Well, I'm always thinking ahead.
Yeah. How many people you have working on at that brewery there?
About 6. No, we have
3 of us.
Yeah. We have actually 6 brewers, 2 per shift.
Okay.
I got a lot of automation.
You do, yeah.
And then we have 2 in quality control, and then in packaging there's another 5. And then the sales force and all that. Accounting.
Chad here needs a job.
Yeah, come on over, Chad.
He doesn't. He is unemployed, and we pay shit over here. So,
but it's all you can drink.
It's all you can drink. Yeah.
Like literally, I got in my envelope. I got a turd.
That was
2 weeks' pay.
Yeah, that was his 2 weeks' pay.
Now, and how vacation time?
Now you have like brew pubs, right? Essentially, you have production and you have
the brewery restaurants each have a brewer located in it.
Can you find different beers there that the brewers are doing, or is it all?
Yeah, they do. They do their own thing in this right around now.
Cool.
Yeah, they do it for about 8 weeks.
What's one of the best beers you've had by one of those brew pubs?
Weizenbach.
Really?
Yeah. That's a killer beer.
Is the Dunkel still your favorite style of beer, the Dunkelweizen? That's what you said last time.
I like that a lot.
That's
this is
beer.
kind of hitting the spot right now, the Maibach. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I liked our Kolsch last summer, too. That was a lot of fun to drink.
Well, I remember you talking about how excited you were about the Dunkelweizen.
I was really excited about that, yeah.
So that's cool.
But the Maibach actually replaced it this year as a seasonal.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We've got to mix it up,
Yep.
That's one of the neat things. You want to make it exciting.
Sure.
You don't want to be stagnant.
Well, that's why I asked. I wonder if your brewers are having a good time in there. Just, are they brewing the same thing, or you let them kind of get a little creative? So
yeah, on the brewery restaurant side, you can afford to do that. I mean, you can't have 25 different beers on the shelf. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
No matter how, unless you want to take one away and do a new one, which is what we're doing.
Cool.
Hmm?
I think a question on everybody's mind is, how many square feet is your office there at that brewery? You've got a big cushy office, don't you?
It's not very big.
You got leather couches in there?
Air conditioning?
You do?
Yeah.
You do have a leather couch in your office, don't you? I knew you did.
Nap time.
2 of them? Emily's calling you out over here.
Yeah, she knows. It's a kind
How much time do you spend on the couch personally during an 8-hour day, Dan?
all of our meetings are held on the couch.
I see.
It's kind of a central gathering point. I mean, I walk in there and I'll have employees taking naps on it too.
Really?
Yeah.
So you have a big ass office.
It's not huge. It's mostly couches.
What does your window overlook?
It's mostly couches. What, do you have a friggin' hash bar in your office?
Well, it's couches, and then there's the king-size bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's upstairs. The apartment's upstairs.
I see.
Yeah.
It's a fold-down bed. It's fine.
No, we've traditionally had interns from Germany and some of the younger brewers that I have on board. I don't pay them anything, so I let them live upstairs.
Really?
No, yeah,
that's
it's nice.
great, man.
Well, recent college graduates. I mean, living in the Bay Area is pretty tough, And, and I want to encourage. We have a great relationship with UC Davis, and I've hired a few of the recently. I've had, I think, 3 graduates from there.
Great.
Charlie Bamforth is doing an incredible job educating them.
He's living upstairs?
No.
Oh.
No, usually some of the new brewers are.
Cool.
And we have an intern coming from Germany this year. And she will be living up there.
Okay.
So you have
all right, now you're talking.
Well,
and you have tap handles in your office?
No, I have tanks. When we're drinking beer at the brewery, we just walk out to the tank and fill it up in our glasses.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's actually pretty nice, isn't it?
It's a good luxury to have. Yeah.
So speaking of that, I did want to compare these two Maibox side by side, and I will say this to you as a kudos. I mean this. Aside from the appearance, one is unfiltered and the other is filtered, remarkably similar in taste. I'm assuming we've gotten also some very fresh cases of beer here.
A month difference in age.
Is that right?
Yeah. So you're getting a pretty extreme contrast. So that's a testament to how we handle the beer.
Yeah. Which is what? I mean, you're really in packaging now. You really have to be careful.
We're refrigerated door to door. We brew without regards to cost, and we make sure it's delivered in the same manner.
So when you go to a distributor, you have to set that up too.
We tell them that's the way it's got to be.
And you're able to do that.
Even though we're small, and we are small, 98,000 barrels is a drop in the bucket. Just so people understand, Sierra Nevada is like 700 plus thousand barrels. I don't know what New Belgium's doing, but they're gigantic. And Sam Adams is 1.8 million barrels. I mean, we're craft brewers, and we all adhere to the same qualitative creed. But it's just, you have to draw the line. And we refrigerate when we're going to the East Coast. We want to make sure the beer is in pristine condition, too. And it's tough to get the distributors because a lot of them are influenced by whatever the largest brewery that they carry, and they'll tell you to take a hike otherwise.
Yeah.
But I've got a lot of quality distributors that are willing to stay with fight for the cause.
And you're not doing keg beer, though, out of your facility. You are doing it.
Oh, yeah.
So I can go, well, that's right.
You go to the airport and drink our
there
beer.
we go.
Yeah, and we also actually have our plastic bottles, which are this Plasmex technology on
had one on Virgin.
In Virgin, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice work.
It was fun. Great airline, too.
Yeah.
Oh, super.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a vacation every time you get on the airplane.
I love it. Oakland you have a Gordon Biersch in Oakland Airport, and I've gotten shit-faced before a flight or two on your blonde. I always go straight for your blonde box there.
I truly appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Because you know how it is. If you got a 4-hour flight, I can get on that flight and make the lady come back 8 times, or I can go have 2 blonde box at the Oakland Airport, and I'm good for the flight.
Yeah, Dan, it's because of your beer that some poor steward has had her butt pinched.
That's true. I do get a little handsy.
A little grabby.
I'll admit.
Yeah, a little Johnny Two Hands.
So that quality control, I've seen it in person at the Gordon Biersch Brewery.
When did you go there?
I went there for a donation of a keg, which was very nice from Dan for North Cal.
Yeah,
for Sean Paxton dinner, and it goes all the way down to the forklift operator. This guy's loading up trucks. They had a truck pull up without a reefer on it. Nope, I'm not filling it.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Driver was pissed, but the forklift driver's just going, nope.
I like that.
Not going to happen.
And is everybody wearing hazmat suits in your brewery? Also?
Yeah, life-size condoms is what we do.
You wouldn't let me in there because I only shower once a week.
It's a closed-loop process. There's no need to.
Well, it's either that or they look like David Bowie from The Man Who Fell to Earth.
You can
no hair, no eyebrows, no eyelashes.
It's very German. It's clean as hell in there, right?
You can eat off the floors. Everything is epoxy flooring, and we redo it every other year. It's every 2 years we're redoing the floors in the whole brewery. That's pretty extravagant.
I might Mythbusters you on that. I might go in there and take a sample from your floor and see.
Take a sample?
Like a culture. I want to culture you. If you're going to say that to me, that I can eat off of it.
I want to see you lick the floor.
All right, maybe you can't eat off it.
That's a good promo for you.
We got Felix driving the Zamboni, cleaning the floors.
I want that job.
Maybe you and Howie Mandel can't eat off the floor, but more normal folks can.
All right. Well, I'm just checking. Do you guys notice any differences in these two beers?
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
That are notable?
Yeah.
What do you notice?
Mouthfeel mostly, right up front.
Yeah?
It's just a fuller beer, the unfiltered one. Maybe it's like the dirty girl, I don't know. But
what?
I like the clean one, too. But,
I think the bottle version is a little crisper, like a little more
It's
bite to it
crisper,
or something.
a little cleaner, but...
I actually think the malt profile in the filtered one, in the bottle one, is nicer. I think it's bigger and more in your face than the unfiltered one.
Maybe in your face.
That's what I mean. They're a little crisper, a little more brighter flavors. I guess.
Yeah, it's brighter. There you go.
Yeah, it's not as muddled and maybe as the.
I get a little more hop out of the bottled one, and kind of than I do in the unfiltered.
Could that be from
unfiltered is like more
from the
malt
age
and rounded.
difference? The difference we're tasting more so than the filtered, non-filtered part.
No, it's really the difference filtration makes. Yeah, I think more than the age is what you're going to pick up, and it's very subtle.
But for there being a month,
but it is. Unfiltered beers are the greatest thing in the world.
For being a month difference, though,
quite a few of them tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it tastes like you just ran one off into a line and didn't filter it.
Yeah,
and then kept. I mean, you can't tasting it. You don't know that they're a month apart.
No, it would be very difficult to pick it out on a triangular blind tasting. It's going to be tough. But when you
tasty
when also
we just inaugurated Studio D and you're throwing beer all over.
Yeah. Beer and electronics.
Yeah.
Mix really
it's
well.
It's okay. It is a bit of a baptism, though. It's all right. It's fine.
God
been christened.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. If you take someone like Emily's taste buds, she'll pick it out in a flash.
Really?
Yeah.
Emily does some of your writing for the company.
Female and young are going to be able to pick it up.
So you've even studied the science of palates here.
I took a class in organoleptic analysis. That's what they call tasting.
Really? Mm-hmm. Doc, you know anything about organoleptic analysis? They teach you that in dental school?
No, but earlier on in college, yeah.
Community college?
Yeah, I did community college.
I know you did. I'm wondering if you took an organoleptic analysis class.
No,
it was pretty much like, hey, man, this acid is old, man.
Do you think Diablo Valley College here in Pacheco has a organoleptic?
I think they should start one.
For meth.
Yeah. We're tasting those differences.
It's all about the difference, man.
Yeah.
Well, I say by the Maibach, your Pilsner is still my favorite.
Thank you.
But your Maibach has now passed the Märzen for me.
Wow.
I like the Maibach a hell of a lot.
Thank you. That's an ultimate compliment.
It's really nice.
Something we're tracking down.
It's a good beer. And so, aside from something like an airport, Gordon Biersch is on tap at other places, right?
Yeah.
Because I like, that whole fresh on tap type of situation, too.
It's fun to do that. It all depends on the quality of the beer lines and...
Because I like fresh beer.
Yeah, that's I really care about that. So, do you
Yeah.
have one of these magic bottle caps like Sierra Nevada has, or something, where everything's
Auctioneers, the Zapatas.
You have all that
stuff. Yeah,
you've done a lot of research in that department too.
No, I just believe the salesperson.
Yeah,
it is going to be better. You watch it. You
got to pick your battles.
No, the big thing in bottling for quality of beer is the quality of the filler. You want to have a low oxygen filler. It's called double pre-evacuation, where there's a vacuum placed on the bottle and carbon dioxide's put in the bottle, and it's vacuumed out again. Then it's put new carbon dioxide in. That creates an oxygen-free environment. That's the key, really. The oxygen-eating caps are, extra safety.
Russian River talked to us about the same thing. They upgraded their bottling line for that reason. He was talking about the amount of times it ends up flushed with CO2, and it sounded ridiculous to me how many times you do that. Yeah. But it's the most important thing at that point.
But now that carbon dioxide has been named as a pollutant, how do you feel about that?
I don't know what it's been named as a pollutant, and the state of California hasn't told us anything about what it's going to be called.
Required to come garbage. That's why.
And the carbon tax that's going to occur. Hell, stop breathing, people.
Yeah,
they're producing carbon dioxide.
Just breathe in, don't breathe out.
JP will take that to heart. Be careful.
Yeah,
I understand. Burning, gasoline. It puts out a ton.
Yeah.
But telling the yeast to stop fermenting, that's not a good thing.
No, that's not a good thing. Well, you're doing that's why you drive that Beetle. It's very efficient and
lower your footprint.
Yeah.
That way you can keep brewing beer. Okay, last question. I promised Dan I'd let him go at 8. I'm a liar, but I'm working on it. Last question, then we'll take a break. I've got a couple other things to do. Dan can choose to stay or leave or whatever he's got to do. But people want an update on Gordon Biersch locations and where they might find it. This particular listener said he has a rumor of a Raleigh, North Carolina location.
Raleigh, in the airport.
There you go. Yeah. Is that going to be your... So he can go hang out in the airport?
There is one open up there in the airport. Gordon Biersch Free Restaurant. Yeah, there's a rumor floating around that we were looking at a location in Raleigh. I forgot what it was called.
What about Raleigh? Will you do one there?
Raleigh.
Why not? They're probably sister cities.
I'm not really up on Raleigh, but Raleigh, Durham area, we're hoping for that. That's a good. We're at the Durham Bulls, though. How about that for nostalgia? We've got.
Oh yeah,
Durham, Durham, yeah, sure, both
really,
Durham, yeah,
the Durham Bulls.
It's a neat, neat stadium. It's, if you've all seen Bull Durham.
Yeah,
it's a
great baseball movie. Aside from the whole Kevin Costner thing, it's really a good. And any other locations that you could announce?
Well, the second, there was just one that opened up in Dallas, Dallas proper. I can't remember exactly where. I get picked up and dropped off, so all I know is I drink beer for a living.
Yeah.
And then second one,
I'd be dead.
I wish I had. Oh wait, I do have that job.
Second one opened up in Taiwan.
What?
Wow. Yeah.
You're joking with us right now.
In New Hampshire?
There's two in Taiwan now.
Taiwan on?
Did VPNers show up?
One in Taipei, and the other was in I think it's called Taichung.
I didn't know that.
By the coast, yeah.
Do you get to go out there for those?
I went for the first opening. It was a lot of fun. I ate my way through that country.
You did?
Oh, my God.
Dan, you ate your way through this country, let's face it.
Right. Not a lot of meals I haven't found that I like. It's quality, though, not quantity. Remember that.
Yeah.
No, so Taiwan was a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a blast.
Okay. You should have your own show, Dan, where you eat and drink your way through the world.
Yes, I should.
Yeah.
Your doctor probably doesn't like that recommendation.
No, I could do the healthy version of, There
you go.
The low glycemic index version of eating your way through the world.
Dan versus vegetables. Not very engaging. Yeah. I'm going to eat the hell out of this broccoli with a nice Maybach.
We'll be right back.
Man, I would not want to be around Dan if he was forced to go vegetarian for a month or something.
Oh, man.
You'd be a miserable man.
If it's the truth is, if it's creatively prepared, I'm up for it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm going to have bacon on top of the Brussels sprout, the pancetta and Brussels sprouts with garlic and olive oil.
Yeah.
You can't beat that.
Shaving a big side of prosciutto over his salad.
What's your favorite food and beer pairing?
Wow.
Food and beer,
or a favorite? You don't have to give me the ultimate, but what's something you like?
Yeah, shoot. I would say one of my favorite things is like misuyaki butterfish, and instead of using sake, I marinate it in beer. Meriton's used.
Okay.
And I like eating that with beer too. Although braised meats pretty much is across the board with the Bach beers.
With the Bach, okay.
Yeah, you can't beat that. And I'll have a little blurb coming out. We're going to do a little release on beer and food cooking.
Oh yeah,
recipes that I've been working on.
Okay.
And there's a little bit of food and beer pairing. But food and beer pairing, I think it's very subjective. I think it's like wine used to be, It's whatever you like.
Yeah.
Is what you should be drinking along with what you're eating. And not be worried about what... I'm not on that other track where you have to tell people.
Like, I got to drink an IPA with that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, you're drinking an IPA?
That was a good answer, because if you said garlic fries, I was going to be pissed.
Well, garlic fries are beer is a universal donor for garlic fries.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So, since I have you on the air and on the spot, I get to keep that wooden keg, right?
Ooh.
Until he comes back.
I know how we're... I'm kidding you. I want the half one that I could just stick on the wall, right? That you've already cut in half.
I've got a decorative one I can bring over here. One of the ones this one replaced.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Do you do that when they get old? You do like cut them in half or something? Or you mean decorative you keep it whole?
Yeah, you keep it whole and we'll mount it someplace. Suspend it from the air here.
Right on the top of the board. Most guests I don't want to look at, so it would be perfect right here.
I was going to say, put it right here so Jay and I don't have to look at each other.
Yeah, that would help too. It would make the show a lot less.
Yeah, we could
big piece of wood in
you
between.
You just gave me the honor of christening. The studio is the D
Studio D.
So I sure as hell better get a keg over here.
You have, aside from the the Never Trust a Skinny Brewer ads, you have one of those like headshots, right? Those like promotional shots. Like that. They're all cheesy. They put a little gloss on them because I told you I want to picture your face for the door. So if you have like a pro headshot with your cheesiest smile, it'd be perfect. And we won't draw things on it. I promise.
Convention and Visitors Bureau headshot.
I might have to draw wieners around the border, though.
I promise not to let JP draw wieners on your picture, if that's okay.
We are kind of for sale. Like you can buy a Coliseum. So we
The
could
naming
be
rights, yeah,
we could
well-
be Studio Gordon Biersch.
Well, the Studio D sounds pretty good.
Okay, I'm just saying if
I
you
don't wanna
wanted to
push-
go the sponsor route.
I didn't want to push the horizon too far. You're already giving me a pretty esteemed honor there.
Oh, there's no limit.
Bevo, is this call a question for Dan, or was he talking about the Fester stuff with Nathan?
I think it is a question for Dan.
Do you have time for one more question, Dan?
Yeah, sure.
All right, Nathan Smith. He's a good friend of the Brewing Network, a great brewer, and he's
Yeah.
on the line. Hey, Nathan, how are you?
And a handsome fellow.
Hey, how's it going?
How you feeling there this morning?
I'm doing great, actually. I kind of took it to a minimum and feeling awesome.
You took it easy
I just wanted
yesterday.
Yeah, I did. Dan made the comment earlier that unfiltered beer is one of the best things in the world.
Yeah.
I just got to say, I'm into that.
Okay,
Thanks, Dan.
so just props to the Dan.
Perfect.
All
and
right.
the Maybach is one of the best Gordon Biersch beers. It's not my personal favorite, so thanks to Dan for producing that year after year. It's wonderful.
All right, thanks, brother.
Cheers. Bye.
See ya. Nathan Smith, everybody. All right, I'm going to take a break. Dan, you going to take off?
I think so.
You got a long drive.
It seems like it.
It's a lot longer now that you've done this awful show.
But I'll tune in and I'll listen to you on the radio.
Yeah.
Perfect.
He probably has electroshock therapy in his car just to get over this right now.
No.
It happened.
Not only did he have to do this whole thing, he had to sit next to JP the whole time.
That was fun.
See, that was
Finally,
fun.
It was worth the wait.
I want you to pull that fucking clip and play it every time.
I will. You're really lucky, Dan, because it's every other show. Some people leave here wanting to kill themselves.
No.
So he was Dan on top of things
No,
today.
I have a blast every time I come in here.
We love having
I
you.
look forward to it.
You
But this
know
was
that.
the best time.
Can I make a request that since Dan is leaving?
Absolutely the best time.
Can I make a request that since Dan is leaving, we turn off the air conditioner?
No,
There's the woman in the snuggie.
in honor of in Dan's memory, in his link. In fact, no one's allowed to sit in the chair. We're going to put a Maybach in the chair, and
We're
we're
gonna
going to leave
bronze
the
it.
AC on.
Not only that, but we're going to chill it down 5 degrees.
That's right. I want the Maybach to still be entirely drinkable at temperature in another hour.
Yeah, but he's taking it with him.
It's one on that chair.
Yeah, he's
Buy
taking
just
it
a
with
bottle. We'll
How
take
much
a bottle.
is left in there? Let's do the.
I have a feeling it'll be drinkable at 80 degrees.
Is that a lot?
No. I was just doing
People are. He's checking. If you're watching the webcam, you'll see
There's
he's.
a bit there still.
You're testing how much by the flow, I assume.
Oh, yes. We train experts. It's getting low.
Is it getting low?
It's getting low.
Well, everybody, let's fill up.
Let's take a break and work on that.
All right, we're gonna. Dan, thanks, man.
Well,
You know we love having
we
you.
should fill the boot up. Just
We'll do that. All right.
Where's Schumann?
On the air? Let's do it on the air. Please.
Redemption for Schumann?
here?
Hey, Bad Rock, would you do me a favor? On top of the TV set, there's a Stiefel. And it's probably full of dust because we haven't used it in a while. It's a centerpiece, and we don't clean at the Rat Pad.
Stiefel is German for
boot.
So,
Boot.
all right, we'll fill up that. We'll let you go unless you want to wait for the Stiefel.
I'm going to see if we can drain the. I want to fill the Stiefel.
All right.
Let's fill a Stiefel.
All right. Well, I want to be on a break when you leave so I can give you a hug. You know what I'm saying? Unless you want to do that on the camera.
Let's do the Stiefel, and then when we're done, take a break, and then we can walk him out.
We can do both.
All right.
Hug.
We can take 2 breaks.
Let's hug while having
Hug
the
Stiefel
Stiefel.
break. Okay?
Look, let's just take our shirts off and talk about it.
I hope I'm moderating your panel, Dan, but I'll tell you what the problem will be. I just get along with you so well that I'll stop asking questions to everybody else, and it's going to be an issue.
We had fun last time, though.
I might get fired.
I don't think I dominated the Churchill Club one.
No, I don't
What
think
he's
so.
saying
I
is
don't,
you could.
I don't
you
think
don't
I
have
could do
to,
the
right?
technical panel, though, too. That puts me to sleep, you know. I'll ask stupid questions
He
if I'm
doesn't
on
like
the
all
technical.
that scientific stuff. It just bores him.
What
somehow.
would be a yeast?
Yeah.
Dan, could you answer that for
Does it
me?
have one
I think we
eye
should
or
just turn the
2?
technical panel into Beer Jeopardy and see what happens.
Oh, man. I would love it. They're not paying me. I could fuck it up. That's fine. I'm not paying you either. You don't care.
There'd be a lot of palms hitting the forehead. After
Heck, Rich asked me like 12 times before I actually responded. I felt really bad.
Oh, yeah.
But I am going to be there.
Okay, good. Well, SF Beer Week, it's going to be a big deal, so go to sfbeerweek.org. You can probably find the list of the panels. You can find out which one Dan's on and show up for that.
When do I get a moderated panel?
Probably when you learn how to moderate.
Enunciate?
Yeah.
That's a real good answer.
Yeah. I mean, when you can pronounce Raleigh.
I could do it's Ragile.
I think that's the deal. Once you can
Ragile.
pronounce Raleigh, yeah, then you're,
How many syllables is that?
then you're fine.
Multisyllabic.
Yeah. So, all right, we're going to do the Stiefel. And are you ready to chug
put
the
the
Stiefel?
emphasis on the wrong
Vivo-
syllable.
A person in a Snuggie cannot chug a Stiefel. It's just
Schneefel.
not... or a
You know
Schneefel.
what? Quit hating on my Snuggie. I can chug a Sneefel.
It's the Maybach, Dan.
The Snuggie.
I can Steve a Stiefel.
No, dude.
Stiefel Sneefel.
Yeah.
You bitches.
Can't wait to sneef a chuggle.
It's the 76 Kama Sutra move.
Obviously, they don't mix. Those
The
Stiefels
snug
are
Sneefel.
No, it's a Maybach. Careful.
Brew Tattoo, you didn't drive here.
No.
You might have to do the Stiefel for
don't
it.
think so.
You can't man up today?
I don't think so.
He doesn't have his pretty dress on. He can't do it.
You pretty hungover today from the fest yesterday?
Not at all.
You were okay.
Looking good.
Well, then you pretty much have to.
So, so guess
what's
what?
your reason?
Well, he's drank a bunch of this.
Do you have a 6 a.m. flight out tomorrow?
1 o'clock.
You're on the Stiefel, man.
Yeah. You're on Stiefel watch.
We had a Stiefel war.
No, sorry.
You've had a few Maybachs already?
More than me?
Yeah.
No.
We're going to consider the Stiefel a holding vessel right now.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I don't think there's any.
Honestly, I don't think we're going to get the Stiefel more than half full.
You know what it's is that right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the trickle flow. It wasn't ripping.
You know what it's a sign of, Dan? I think it's that now that we have Studio D, we're much more mature.
Look how Adam is just gently massaging the calf.
He is.
Here comes the Stiefel.
Those big
someone's
hands.
got a foot fetish.
Play some music for the Stiefel later. Right?
Yeah, there's actually a song.
Yeah. Those big hands are.
There's a
very
Stiefel
gentle.
song?
There's a Stiefel song.
I think you sang it, though.
Yeah, I did when you guys were chugging it.
But you know what I think just happened is I think he just washed off the Dan's signature.
Where are you going with
Oh,
that?
you didn't? Oh, well, we have him here. Though.
We'll re-sign it.
It's okay.
You're
That's a
right.
good
We do
point.
have him right there.
It lasts. The signature lasts for like a
But his partner's dead. So.
It's Justin.tv/Brewing Network, by the way. And if you're just tuning in, you could see him filling the Stiefel.
Dan says it'll go half, maybe. We'll see.
Isn't there like a trick to the spin at the
Looks
end
like
to finish it too?
the foot's getting full.
Tip down.
Oh, yeah, we're past the ankle here.
Start tilting.
Wow.
Yeah, get
We're
tips
tilting
down.
the cake.
I think we need Brewing Network Stiefels, but they would more look like Birkenstocks or something.
No, it's Pacheco. No, they look.
They'd be
they look
Pacheco
like Doc
sneakers.
Martens.
That's true. Oh, we're getting a good Stiefel out of that,
We're getting
Dan.
more than half here, Dan.
It's a full Stiefel.
It's a full Stiefel.
Maybe a Stiefel plus.
We have a Stiefel.
Stop.
Super Stiefel.
Now, I noticed, so this is a traditional serving keg, Dan, and I noticed...
Damn nice Stiefel.
Nice,
I noticed that the spout is a good, 5 inches above the bottom of the... where's the bottom of that barrel in relation to the tube? It's a couple... okay. Oh, it's right. All right, I see.
So we can tilt
it's just
that.
below
You
it
tilt
still.
the keg in order to empty it.
To get
Of course
the rest
we're going to
it.
tilt it. We're going to shake it.
That's a full Stiefel.
Below the spout yet.
Well, it's a good thing we have a whole other segment to do.
It's a good thing.
That's really a whole Stiefel.
It's a good-looking Stiefel.
Bevo, I got to say, you're the only one who seems to be not holding up as well. Everyone else has had the Maybach, and we're now fully recovered from yesterday. You still...
well...
Oh, I didn't really drink yesterday. I'm not hungover at all. I just don't
tired.
want any.
Okay.
Ever.
I think it's the Snuggie. It makes you a little lethargic.
Whoops.
I'm a bit...
Oh, look at that. Get a picture of that.
Get it, Tasty.
That's
Get
perfect.
it. Get it, Tasty. Get it. Get it.
I just
Get it, Tasty. Come on. Yeah.
Dan, you're allowed to spill in Studio D. It's all right.
I'm not going to, though.
You can throw that
It's
everywhere.
not on your mixing board.
It's respect.
Studio D.
Yeah, like a gasoline fight.
All right. Wow, look at that. That's
That is
nice.
It's a nice
Sexy,
looking
yeah.
Stiefel.
Yeah, it is. Look good looking.
That is a picturesque.
I want to dip my.
Good looking foot there,
Is
baby.
anybody taking photos?
Well, you can start your own religion off of that.
I want to dip my beard into it.
You know, Emily, you ought to be. This is something you're supposed to Twitter. You know, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do your job or anything, but this is a twit pic if I ever saw one.
Schuman's going to go for it.
I'll go for it.
But you actually,
Schumann, you know what happened last time, don't you?
Yeah, this is going to be different.
you have to have your own
You
gloves.
want to go for the small one?
Can you do it with like a cowboy hat on or something?
By the way, I like how
law.
Put your pants
I
on.
always want to be a cowboy.
Schumann has a shirt on. The top button is unbuttoned, and the second one is bursting at the seams.
That's Schumann for you.
Yeah, it's a gun show.
Here, I need a beer filled up, Dan. I'm getting
That's what I'm
low
here
there.
for.
I'm getting a
thanks,
little
Dan.
low.
I like how Dan's now been. Now he's our bartender. We've
He's a salt of the earth kind of a man.
starts out as our favorite brewery, ends up our
Don't touch that.
bartender.
Don't touch that.
So you're going for it, huh? That's okay.
But I didn't wear boots.
You know that's a well. Never mind, Schumann. You don't care. You're just gonna go for it.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Come on, Schumann.
Have you got your booty call on Quick Dial when you're done? Just I know how you get when you're
plan your life
when you're drinking.
You know
Schumann.
that Stiefel?
Hey,
Yeah, I'm right
directly,
here.
Directly down to your right is a bucket.
Justin, that
Just in
Stiefel?
case.
Yeah,
It has cankles.
The sink's a little far away.
it does actually.
I'm not out of projectile range.
Okay.
Cankles.
Well, you're gonna get to see. last time we did this, you didn't get to see it. You didn't get to see the look on Schumann's face when he was about to lose it.
No, I didn't.
But now that the video cam's up, listeners get to see
And
this.
we have a bucket right here for when he vomits.
Come on, Schumann, let's do it.
At the vomitorium already.
Wow.
I just gotta stay with it far away from projectile range.
Yeah. No, he's a professional. He's good at
he'll know
vomiting.
what he'll
I mean, it'll go in the right spot.
Can we have music?
Jump in the shower.
He vomits after every Cold Hot Crash recording session.
Last time, I actually had a partner help me out with this.
It's true, and you both uked.
Yeah. So I need a puking partner.
Big Tim.
Here, you want to pass the stem, Doc?
Anybody? No one's volunteering to help.
Kate the Great.
I've been through it.
Schumann? No.
Big Tim.
Dan,
didn't you bring a driver today? Don't you have a DD?
No, I gotta get home.
I see. Dan will never be allowed back. I send him home after that.
By Gordon Biersch.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
look at nobody's.
That's the kind of PR I'm looking for.
And by the way, on the webcam right now, I don't know if anybody noticed, but Dan's rocking a Hop Grenade polo right now.
Oh, I saw that.
And I had to say, you look sharp in that. It's
I feel good.
I won't stand near you. You'll cut me.
It's very slimming.
Black is the slimming color.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Schumann, go for it. Then we'll go to break and let Dan get out of here. Just do what you can. Don't kill yourself. We don't, need any suicide attempts here.
Excuse me. No, I got to put some points of form going here.
Yeah.
Illegally, you're only allowed to hold the boot with one hand.
Oh. All right, now he's done.
And the tip goes down.
Tip down. Okay.
That's my rule, too.
That's what she said.
Yeah. And then as you get to the bottom, that's when you rotate it gracefully.
But Schumann, the tip of the boot isn't lumpy. You know,
He's not very graceful.
Yeah.
Could be
it's
a problem.
in remission, maybe.
Okay, now he's one-handed. He's got the tip down.
Perfect form.
What is a full Stiefel? How much beer?
2 liters.
Let's just pass it around.
For those of us that are Americans, that equates to a full 6-pack.
I think it's going to have to be passed
It's
around.
the community boot. Schumann, come on.
Pack of
Dan, Schumann, you don't have to do this on your own.
No,
but I'll tell you, a round of applause for Schumann for offering and stepping up. Yeah. Everyone has to drink from the boot except for me.
Looks like we may be pushing another one.
I don't need your
partially
germs.
around.
Everybody do it.
Like,
you know what?
One-handed check.
Boot number 2 is making its appearance now.
Great.
Awesome.
That's the picture.
Doc, boot down one-handed.
Boot
Come on.
down one. Just because you're a little guy doesn't mean you can't do it appropriately.
Yeah, this isn't Nom. There are rules.
That's right.
He's going for it.
This is the first Dan show that we did. We were all very professional. Since then, at the end of it, every time it's a mess.
No. Well, this is my
touch right there.
It's my first Dan show, and now I know why.
And you're drunk of the week.
I'm not. There's no way.
No.
Come on, drink it. Drink it.
All
Drink it. Someone's face has been right where your face is.
Dan,
right
one
now.
more time. What's the alcohol content in this?
8.5.
And Doc, is that enough to have killed all your germs?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Except on the glass on the outside where the beer's not touching.
No, actually, you put the point up. Nobody's touched that part.
But that's not how you drink it.
I know, but that's the clean part.
Still not. We're going. All right, bring it.
Show it to the webcam too. Somebody can see it.
It's impressive.
All right. Let's get this out from over the board too. Thank you. Wow. So we've gotten 2 boots out of it now, Dan.
The cake that keeps on giving.
We've never had 3 going.
Oh man.
I can't believe it's still there.
Hey, Justin, do you remember that one time when you drank out of a real boot?
I did that in college.
I do remember.
Both me and Justin did that one.
It
Me and
wasn't.
ours.
It's not just that it was a real. It was at a dingy bar,
And you had no idea whose boot that was.
and the boot was old.
That would make me throw up.
I'm pretty sure it was John Wayne's boot.
Oh, then I would get an erection.
And we drank. We all passed it around with beer. It was disgusting.
You went historical on us.
Yeah. Well, I'm a man of history, Dan.
It's impressive.
I soon will be.
Do
history.
you know the history behind the boot drinking? Did we
No.
ever do that one?
No.
Yeah.
What is it?
It was. It goes back to the old German fraternities where they would have dueling going on, and they would get one fraternity guy going against another with a sword fight.
Okay.
And at the end of the
Sword
night,
fight.
they would go. Everyone would go celebrate the cutting of each other's faces, and try to numb the pain by drinking out of their boots.
Okay.
And luckily, someone was smart enough to take the filthy hygienic tradition and make it or unhygienic tradition and make it a little more hygienic.
What a bizarre ritual.
Dan, what's the rule for the game? Drinking from the Stiefel.
You always have to have your own beer in front of you, and there's a couple different rules. One is if you can lay it over on 2 fingers without it falling, pouring over, you have to drink it out. Or the second to last person has to buy the next round of boots.
Yeah, I know the second to the last person. I just didn't know the penalty.
There's a bunch of different rules. When you're in a club, kind of like a drinking group, it's just you keep on ordering them, and whoever is pouring it out, and then you split the bill at the end.
And did you have to do it in order to graduate from Weissefon?
That was his
our
final.
esteemed Foreign Engineering Association had a lot of boot traditions.
They did.
Every Monday night we were drinking boots.
Wow.
Is it always a pair of boots?
No, we have one passing around.
No, we're not
Sometimes
going.
when you got a large group, you'd have 2 or 3 going around. But that, if you have like 10 or 12 people, it'd be one.
Chad, we're not going shopping.
Just wonder if you had a pair of boots.
The boot has now been turned sideways.
Yeah,
so
cheating.
Slightly premature on the twist, but it's nonetheless very good form.
Heard that before too.
But there was no backwash.
Little cavitation going.
Yeah.
And I just lost to Justin's girlfriend by 7 sips.
Yeah.
Wow. My girlfriend has beat El Norte by 7 sips.
This is where you spin.
That's how I roll.
Is that a first?
I don't know.
Open your throat, Schumann.
Schumann might eat
Shu,
that glass
you
after
start
he's
doing
done as well.
your gradual rotation now.
Finish it off. Finish it off. Come on.
Schumann, pretend that's not a boot. But
This is absolutely perfect form.
Perfect form. He's getting to the end. It's being rotated.
Shoot. Sock him in the gut, Tasty. Come on. Come on, Sherman. Come on, Sherman. Come on.
He's almost to the
USA. There's the other one right there, Schumann.
Not a drop left. Absolutely perfect technical form. I feel like I'm one of these
Great
guys on
job.
sports, wide world of sports, talking about the.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a.
You rock, Shu.
That was a double sits cow or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Sauka.
In Raleigh, North Carolina.
Once into a double
Russian
Sauka.
It was.
Nice work, Schumann.
Yeah.
Good job on the end there. All
Schumann's ready
right,
for the
we're going to
second.
go to break, and
Schumann,
we'll
too
come
bad
back
you can't
and
play guitar like you can drink.
we'll come back and we'll finish up our feedback. We got a couple of things to do. We're going to let Dan get out of here. Dan, thanks again, man.
Sure.
What a great time.
Dan doesn't want to leave,
And
does he?
I'm gonna make the road.
he's going to have to do that. All right, we'll get you back sooner rather than later, I hope, this time around. I don't know if you're going to be on the road again for the next year, but we'll catch up with you. And if nothing else, we'll see you during SF Beer Week. Go to sfbeerweek.org, check out the events, and go to GordonBiersch.com, and you can find out about the locations and the beer and where you can find it. And you still do brewery tours? You do that? Okay. So you could probably contact a brewery and do that too. So
Absolutely.
All right.
And we did
Summertime beta test?
We'll have to get you back in the heat to really see if...
Yeah.
You'll have to come check up on Studio D.
And we did float the keg.
It's now floated.
Yeah.
All right.
We should do a remote from Gordon Biersch.
All right, it's the session. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hang in there.
Hi, this is Push from the Brewing Network, and I want to tell you about the Brewmaster's Warehouse and how you can get 10% off your next order. I'm a pretty techie guy, but I've never seen an online store like this. It's awesome. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and click on Brew Builder. You can whip up a custom recipe so easily even Sven could do it. Seriously, it's slick. You can share your recipe with your own logo and notes to the Brewmaster's database if you want, and the best part, it keeps a running tally of the beer you're building while you're doing it. Then, bam, click Buy Recipe, and your cart is filled and ready to go with helpful suggestions in case you forgot something. This thing is amazing. Brewmaster's Warehouse is run the way a home brewer would do it, with great service, fast turnaround, and $6.99 flat rate shipping. Brewmaster's Warehouse and the Brew Builder blew me away. Check it out today at brewmasterswarehouse.com. I'm serious. And don't forget to put BNARMY in the discount code box for 10% off your order. Check out brewmasterswarehouse.com. Cheers.
When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
Downtown Joe's, located in the historic Oberon building in beautiful downtown Napa, California, offers an award-winning brew pub experience from 8:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. For 15 years at the corner of 2nd and Main, Downtown Joe's has been voted Best Night Spot 7 times and Best Brew Pub for the last 4 years in a row. Brewmaster Colin Kaminsky's handcrafted ales, like his Tail Wagon Amber Ale and Double Secret Probation IPA, are the perfect accent to riverside dining, live music, and a relaxing outdoor patio. Don't miss the Beer of the Month, special rotating taps, and the BN Army Member Special. Wear your BN gear, get 10% off your beer. Visit downtownjoes.com to make reservations, peruse their extensive calendar of events, or just read more about their fantastic beers. Come enjoy the fine beer, food, and music. Downtown Joe's, the award-winning brew pub where you'll feel at home.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
you're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the session, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I know we've had some long breaks today, but you podcasters don't know it. I edit that.
Yeah.
That's the lucky thing about you guys.
Hey, you sound so sad that Dan's gone now.
You know, I'm pretty sure that he's my man partner. I don't know how it happened or why. We don't hang out outside the show. I'll be honest. This isn't some, we don't have some kind of secret relationship. But I got to tell you, I have more fun with that guy on this show than he's just a blast to be around. And I'm not afraid to say it. He's my man partner.
He's your heterosexual life partner.
I think he might be.
Once you meet them, you just know.
You do.
I have one.
You do.
Yeah.
Wow. Vivo knows a lot about this. Is there a book on this I need to read? Or
yes, I wrote it.
I see.
You don't need to buy it. I'll just tell you.
I mean, the guy's just a shit ton of fun.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
But he also, he puts out a lot of good energy. Like here's a guy who works for, let's face it, Gordon Biersch is not just, he's on the beer side. They've split the restaurant group and the beer group. But you never get the feeling from him that he's marketing to you or anything else, even though it's a fairly large company. You just get the feeling that he loves German beer. And he brings us a shit ton of it. Actually, maybe it's just that. Maybe it's like roofing somebody. He just brings us a shit ton of beer, and we're like, we love you.
Yeah, what is in that beer?
You're right about
He might.
The guy roofies our beer.
Yeah. You're right about the marketing thing. He doesn't really push his beer per se.
Yeah.
Unlike that other guy that comes by here once in a while. And he's just like he's all about the beer and about the love of the beer.
I didn't think Brian Hunt was really pushing.
I didn't know. That's what I was thinking of. But okay,
get a phone call in a minute.
He's a lot of fun. That's all I'm saying. And so a couple of guys got to hang out in the studio tonight. Brew Tattoos here, and also Bad Rock. And you guys have heard the other Dan shows. And I got to tell you, so his off-air thing where he brought all the beer and he brings us glasses. He's a great guy. This is a normal thing. This was not some unique day. Doc's feeling great. And, whereas at the beginning of the show, I kind of thought, F this show after the beer fest. This is a stupid idea. I'm feeling terrible.
Dude, Chad.
Now I'm cured. Like, the Maybach is a hangover cure.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Chad and I were driving back from Linden today.
Actually,
we were going back to Linden to pick up some other shit, and he's like, we were both like, I kind of hope that Dan cancels.
Maybe he canceled.
And I'm like, you know what? Let's call Dan and just say, hey, just making sure that you're not going to cancel, but you can if you need to.
And like you heard him, he was up in Tahoe doing promotions for GB this weekend, and had the weather not held up for us, he might have gotten stuck. And I won't lie to you. There was a part of me that earlier today wouldn't have been so disappointed if he got snowed in.
No, I'm sitting there cleaning lines, and
I'm
they're going, "Oh God, dude, this is not going to be fun."
But it's fun.
Tons,
always
of fun.
And he cured our fatigue and hangover. They should put that on their marketing card. Maybach cures fatigue and hangovers,
like snake oil
and syphilis.
Maybach from a Stiefel cures fatigue and hangovers.
Yeah, but not overwhelming douchey pecs. Apparently doesn't cure that.
No,
because Schumann still has douchey pecs.
What's with that whole Stiefel looking at us over here, right there?
That's for you.
It's just looking at you, actually.
We should
drink me,
toe
bitch.
is pointing right at your junk.
We should be baptized in it.
If it's going to go that way, I need it to go by route of Brutat and around the desk. We've just finally... Can we get a round of applause for Studio D? And now that it's newly and fully christened by the Dan, I don't want you dumping the whole Stiefel.
I shall anoint my beard in its oils.
But you had to do it with your finger too. You stuck your finger in it, and
it's better than his beard, man.
Well, his mustache is definitely in there.
1200%. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It could have been his penis.
Really? Do you want ball sweat or crabs in
it
that beard?
It should have been his penis. Hey, amen.
Hey, and also great. And now you just spit it all back in the Stiefel. You had a mouth.
I didn't spit anything. I didn't have anything in.
Don't dip this part in it.
He's doing fake
Keep that part out of it.
He's fake sipping.
The soul patch does not belong in the beer.
Dip the soul patch in the.
No, the stash is in there.
You know what? That's just part of the beer.
All right, we've got to do some feedback. Usually we do that.
I got some feedback for you. You need to trust me some more. And another thing, who do you think you are?
Anyway,
you need more bathrooms.
With one hand.
Just another motherfucker with a beard.
I just want to point out that JP and Brew Tattoo are sitting together like friends.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I'll blow him for $1. I don't even care.
Man, look at those dollars flying.
Give me $1.
I don't even give a fuck.
Really knows how to make a buck.
It might cost
now
you
I feel like
metal.
I have to pay you, JP. You're ready to blow people for $1.
Might I say, JP is on 100% tonight.
He was. JP, you've been great
Got
tonight.
$1.
Oh, okay.
I'm real excited.
See you under the desk. All right.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
Doc, when are you going to play this live for us?
Yeah. Practice up, bitch.
Look, man, my fingers are bleeding every day. I practice every day.
Yeah, because it's someone else's blood because you're an awful dentist. No, I didn't mean that.
He's the best dentist in the world.
I worked on you, and you didn't bleed too much?
No. It's your assistant that jabs that little measuring device in your gums. Yeah. She's half German, I know.
So that song's within your realm of possibilities, right? You'll play that for us. All right.
What's the name of the song, anyway?
Who cares?
He wants to get the tab for it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
All right, I got to get through this.
Thank you, Tasty.
Feedback
he knows
is
the lingo.
Feedback's brought to you today by Nico Brew. You can go to nicobrew.com. They have a new batch of 09 hops. The 2009 crop is in. They've got Amarillo, Apollo, Cascade, Centennial, Chinook, Fuggle, Hallertauer, and Tomahawk. Is it Chinook? It's Chinook. It's Chinook, right?
Yeah. By the way, Nico Brew
screwed up.
loves lunch meat. He keeps asking for more lunch meat episodes.
He's a nutty sponsor, and that's why we love him. Go to nicobrew.com and check out the new crop.
Please do.
2009 crops. All right, your feedback today. I actually had a lot.
Really?
Hey, Justin, you spineless chode.
That's not nice.
I haven't heard chode in a long time.
Why do I read these things? I don't know.
Because Nico Brew pays for you to. Apparently.
Oh, I see.
Thanks, Nico.
It's James here, Hops Executioner in the forum. I usually don't have any complaints about anything, but this is a deserving one. I've been listening for a while now and just recently started trying to listen live. So I got the go last week from the Queen to go for Drunk of the Week. And damn it, I worked so hard to get online and be able to listen to the show, and you dirty bastards.
No.
The internet was down. So our show wasn't live last week. It was just I couldn't fix the internet.
I'm sure maybe if you go talk to the Queen, he'll tell you that it's okay to listen next week.
So he said... he says, "You dirty bastards, I know for a fact that I would have been awarded Drunk of the Week last night. I live on the East Coast in Atlanta and was trying to represent. But since you douchers don't know how to operate a computer, I'm going to give you my resume anyway." So you want to hear? Should we hear his resume? See if you
man, for sure.
Whatever, yeah, sure.
Oh, fuck. I already gave this away. Here, first of all, before
No, Justin needs to do a little of that.
Behind.
1750 of Cantillon 2005 Iris.
All by himself?
Applaud for that one.
You
That's
greedy
real good.
bastard.
That's easy.
No, it's a greedy bastard. He did that all by himself.
But some things you should share, and some things you should keep, and that's something you should keep.
We're all going to have AIDS tomorrow after sharing this Stiefel.
You can't get it twice.
No. We're going to have like toe jams.
We're going to have bro AIDS.
It's starting to get sweeter.
1750 of Cantillon
and thicker.
Rose de Gambrinus. You guys are on it today. 1 16-ounce homebrewed Russian Imperial Stout, 1 12-ounce of Sam Adams Long Shot Bock, 8 pints of Sweetwater IPA, 1 shot of gin, 1 Lagunitas Imperial Red Ale, and 2 Loose Cannon Hop 3 ales.
See,
what the fuck is with the gin?
And a partridge in a pear tree.
So, yeah.
Big Tim,
how do you keep track, though? How do you keep track? Like, if you ask me how many My Box I've had, I have no idea.
Right. Well, maybe they know now to mark it down as you go, because we always ask.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're smart.
Or he could have just looked at the empty bottles in the morning. Although the homebrew part, that doesn't help there. All right, he says one last thing. You guys push us folks to enter competitions, and I finally did enter.
Yeah?
Yes, we do.
How'd we do?
Took second place for Robust Porter.
That's a good foul. Great.
Which comp does that?
In the one-man brewer competition.
That's great, man. That's awesome.
Find one of those we advertise.
In my own house.
A second place is great. So that was from James. He says, P.S. Suck it, Doc, from all of the East Coast.
Oh, yeah. The whole East Coast.
The whole Eastern Seaboard.
Man.
Suck it, Doc.
You know, I never said I didn't like the East Coast. I like the East Coast. I don't like Miami and Florida a bit too much. But
they're on the
next week they'll be on.
All right.
Yeah.
That's like Cuba.
All right, so here's some kudos about converting a wife to be a listener of the BN. For quite a while now, the wife would just roll her eyes when I made a reference to Tasty's beer, Doc's drunkenness, or JP's douchiness.
So now she rolls over?
Yesterday, I was listening to the end of the Vinny show in the car, and she was really enjoying the Drunk of the Week and the general ass-hattery going on.
Really?
At the end of the show, I thought, well, this is great. If she enjoyed that, she'll really enjoy the BNAs.
Almost there.
Our BNA award show. The Drunk of the Year segment. So I pulled the BNA 2009 show to let her hear who ate who ate all the pies, curse Justin out.
Right.
And as I'm fast forwarding through the show, looking for portions I thought she'd enjoy, she said, I wish you'd stop fast forwarding and just let it play.
That's right. Really?
Nice. So I did, and she ended up listening for the whole car ride. Then when we got home, she made me hook up the MP3 player to the sound system in the living room so she could finish the show.
Really?
Sweet.
Marry this girl. Divorce her and then marry her again.
He says, we've been talking about going to NHC this year, and it's gotten to the point financially that I thought it'd be a better idea to miss out. But then when she found out that the BNA 5 was going to be there, she informed me that she was going whether I go or not.
Yeah. All right.
That's how you know you found the woman.
So now the wife is totally hooked on the BN, and it looks like I'll be seeing you guys in Mini. So,
great. Yeah, that's great.
She even gave me the green light to increase my measly $2 a month donation.
That only Justin will ever see.
I'll tell you what, whatever she increases it to, I will give it to JP. The difference.
Oh my God!
Wait, I'm keeping the 2. I'm just going to give you the difference.
Why don't you split the difference?
Split the difference!
Splitting the difference!
Wait, that's not good for me.
Hey,
fuck you, whoever said that! Fuck you! Yeah!
My friend El Norte's in the room, and I like this splitting the difference. He's my negotiator.
Yeah.
And so now if he goes to 5, you're going to get like 8 cents.
Well, my negotiator... I can't think of that.
She'll also get an Eiffel Tower pick.
Also, there's more!
Oh, God.
From the Mad Hopper. He says, P.S. My wife has overridden Bevo's veto of BNA 5 being at a strip club. It is allowed to be at a strip club.
Yeah!
Yeah. Take that, Bevo.
So where's it going to be? At the Spearmint Rhino?
That's called, a place called Dudes.
Is that in Minneapolis?
I don't know. There's one in.
There's one in every.
There's one in every city.
There is one in every city. That's allowed.
Spearmint
You got a party at Prince's house.
All right, let's see. Okay, so like I
Hold
mentioned
that up.
earlier.
Show
we
Big
got
Tim.
the unicorn. All right, no off-air activity here.
The rainbow
we're still
unicorn.
on air. So listen, I told you earlier we got a lot of feedback about the Brian Hunt show.
Oh yeah,
I read some of it.
The forums talking about it, and
he was talking about it.
I told him that.
People love to. You told him that, did you?
Well, I said, hey, I've seen some feedback. I got some emails telling me that how much people really love that show. He goes, what are they saying?
Mm-hmm.
That they really liked it. How? He was really detailed. I'm like, they liked it. It was a positive thing. Okay, that's what I was going for.
Well, but that's not necessarily
the stuff that I've got.
No, it's
the truth.
Yeah.
There was some definite negative feedback on the forum.
He creeps some people out.
Really? See, I haven't read that.
Now, I just want to go on record saying that I enjoyed having Brian in here. It also was a challenging interview for us here at the BN because I found it difficult to have straight question and answer type of interview conversation. But that doesn't offend me. I think that's part of Brian's. In my opinion, he just likes to, even if it's just making you question the way you're thinking about things, then that's his point.
Well, it's hard without questions, callers.
Yes.
To be generating questions.
So when we weren't live, and in fact, in Brian's, I will give that to Brian. He's really a live caller type of a guy.
Yeah. I got to say one thing. I read a lot of those things. He's a lot better in person. He really is.
But in some ways, no different.
What music is playing in here? Someone's got music playing in here.
I like that.
Doc, turn your shit off.
I don't have anything on.
How does Doc...
I got nothing on, bitch.
Somebody's there's
there is.
It was the studio monitor.
It's not the studio monitor.
Well, it's gone now.
You were doing
I kind of liked it. Can you bring it back?
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
It wasn't.
Atmosphere.
Oh, it was Bevo.
What the fuck is going on?
That was weird.
Man.
Studio D is now possessed.
Now it's already broke.
Dan put a spell on it.
Yeah.
So here's the feedback that I got in email. I've enjoyed both of Brian's episodes, and I dig his brewing philosophy. I'll definitely try to make a beer that fits the conditions of my hometown, which I think is one thing that Brian was really talking about.
Do it.
I just think that people get annoyed because it may come off like he's saying you're an idiot for trying to make beer to style. The original style brewers used what they could to produce beers that worked for their local markets. And you mentioned something very important, that the availability and a wider array of ingredients and the availability of better equipment allows us modern brewers to make any beer they wish. Why prevent yourself from making what you want to drink? Isn't that what homebrewing's supposed to be about? And I have to say that in this sense, while I like the challenge that Brian puts out to make a local beer from your local ingredients, and I think I did this in the interview, I don't agree with him in the sense that should be the only thing that we do as local brewers.
But
I do tend to agree that we should use technology and make the goddamn beer we want.
Well, I don't think he said that's the only beer you should do, but I think he was challenging people to try it.
Yeah.
And do it.
Right.
But I mean...
Well, I guess, and that was my other point. I think you're right, JP.
Yeah.
But I think in some ways on the air, because Brian likes to really challenge people, it did sound sometimes like that's what he was saying.
Right.
But not... But
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
But
so
I don't think he truly means that. I think he just wanted to put it in a way that would genuinely challenge people.
Provoke thought.
That's a good way to put it.
He thinks outside the box. And even off the air, that's the way he is. I mean,
absolutely.
Well, he's like that college professor or high school teacher that everybody had that was, that would make you think and would propose the borderline preposterous to make you kind of like really question what you know.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's Brian.
Right.
Thank you.
He says, Eric says, great show nonetheless. P.S. Howard Johnson is right.
Howard Johnson is right.
Just to say,
hey, I didn't get a harumph out of that guy.
Harumph.
Thank you.
Brian did ask if he could say the F-bomb on the air.
He did
ask permission ahead of time.
And then once we gave him permission,
well,
Jesus,
he didn't use it.
It made me blush
in enough different ways.
Yeah,
he used it a lot, but not in enough different ways.
All right, another piece of feedback from Jason in Erie, Pennsylvania, or Erie. if you will.
Irie.
Erie Rye.
Is that just two syllables?
He said,
come on.
He says about the about last week's show.
Irie Piedmont.
That was the most excruciating interview I've ever heard. I've never tasted the beers, but after listening to him ramble on about the same things, it made me swear at my iPod. No. He asked me not to have my
The price tag didn't make you swear at it before that?
You didn't finish it. You buy the next round.
You know what we should do next week is BN Winterfest feedback.
Well, I have one more piece of feedback from BN Winterfest.
No
actually.
way.
I already got. Actually, I got several emails already.
I did not think you were this current.
Most of them were in one line that said they were just like kick-ass time, great job, thank you to everybody. But here's a full email from Jason, a.k.a. Shooter. He says, "Hey, asshats, just want to let you know that the BN Winter Festival was a trip and a half. Great to see the whole gang there. I wanted to ask Tasty if the Rye Pale Ale was the leftover keg from the Terrapin Can You Brew It show, but never got the chance."
It was.
That was what you're pointing, right?
So, I really recommend if you like that beer, it's just listen to the show, get the recipe. I'm going to brew it again. It's really good beer.
Now, I love that goddamn beer that you brewed, Tasty.
Exactly.
And did you find that was your reaction yesterday?
Yeah, everybody loved that beer.
That's a hell
it was amazing.
of a pale ale.
It was really fun to brew for that reason.
I think I would like to brew that beer.
Well, there's the recipe. Listen to the show.
I have to brew the Mirror Pond again for the Can You Brew It show. So my brewing
curse.
But listen, I'm a very popular guy, and my brewing schedule is already backed up with the Mirror Pond clone. So but next one, for my own pleasure, I might brew the...
It seems like an easy beer. It's really constrained, and you should do well in that.
I don't want to see him pleasuring himself.
He says it was also nice to see Mr. Plissé out there outside of the S'more Beer Conference.
I saw him once. He was carrying some table ahead of me, and I'm like, John.
Yeah.
And he's like... And then I lost him, and of course
I ran by him
too.
But it was just running by work. But it was great to see him there, and I wish I could have hung out a little more.
I saw it like 5 seconds, and he was like,
"It's nice having 2,000 people in the way, wasn't it? Though, really?
Yeah. I'll say
it was nice about it. Yes, Brutat, go ahead.
Yes, I will say that out of all the beers at the festival,
there's that music again.
The homebrew tent had the two best beers. One of them was Tasty's Rye, and the other one was Nathan's Old Ale. I could drink that.
Fucking tasty.
I could drink Nathan's Old Ale all day, or Tasty's Rye.
I heard that was real good. That Old Ale.
I didn't get to the Old Ale. Actually, I didn't get any of the homebrew.
I didn't either.
I didn't either.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
Why not?
Well, Chad, you were running over. You were over at the other.
Well, we were rocking over there. We really were.
You were
big, heavy duty.
And
free beer does that.
You actually made the beer last a little while.
Yeah, we went to 5 or so. Yeah.
That's really good. From 1 to 5, you had to do smaller pours. You didn't need a ticket.
We didn't need a ticket. That's where we got a lot of hits.
Yeah,
because it's free beer basically.
Yeah.
You got me to volunteer. You didn't tell me about half tickets. And you didn't tell me about
half
yellow tickets.
Oops.
Oh, by the way...
So I guess if you got Doc pouring your beer, you were in good shape. You're getting full-ass pours.
Actually, if you had really big tits...
I knew I should have put him... You're the one who took all my revenue.
So Schumann got a lot of free beer then.
I made some friends.
At the food booth... We're taking fucking green, we're taking red, we're taking yellow. It doesn't matter. We had no idea until the end.
Don't worry, he was only there for about a half hour.
No, I was there, but... a lot longer than that.
No, you were there for about 35 minutes.
No.
It just felt longer.
No, maybe 36.
I lost track of time.
No, listen, and here's why I know this, because I told you, it's my fault. I did say, I just need you to do it for a couple of minutes till I go find a volunteer. And then I checked my watch, and I went back 35 minutes later and pulled you out of there. Not on purpose, but because I just I went to do something else.
I went from...
And Doc goes, and I pull him away, and he goes, I'm exhausted. I said, you fucking doctor.
Yeah.
You're a mother. You're a doctor.
No, I said,
prima donna.
No, I meant too many people would like... They were flagging me down from from the back. God! So I had to get them.
Oh, I was exhausted from talking to people.
That's what he said.
Try making 400 fucking sausages in a day.
Yeah.
How about that?
Good job. Good job.
JP was there from 8 a.m. Chad was there all fucking day.
I was there from 8 to 10.
Doc poured beer for 35 minutes, and he looks me in the eye like a man, like honestly, and goes, I'm exhausted.
Justin, if you drink beer continuously for 35 minutes, it's exhausting.
I said, I'm done.
Maybe you didn't sleep the night before. He was just tired.
This is not my
Chad, no excuses here.
No, I was out there for more than that. I
appreciate it.
Believe me, I poured more beer than that.
You were our celebrity pourer, okay? And you should appreciate
Round of
that.
applause. Yeah, we need those. Yeah.
You always need a
Way to show
celebrity.
up, Doc. Way to show up.
Doc was great, but I gotta say, the
So,
volunteers
I
that
know-
stepped up were awesome.
Volunteers were great.
We had great volunteers.
Yes, Bevo.
I know we're not taking Drunk of the Week calls yet, but I did just
We'll take-
take one, and she's on the phone. She's a very special caller.
You're there.
Her name is Nikki.
Hey, Nikki. Who
I
could
know a
that be?
couple of
Bad
those.
Rock?
I know a few of them.
Is
Could it be? I don't know.
Is this Bad Rock's wife calling you? And she's calling for Drunk of the Week?
She is calling for. Well, it's a special Drunk of the Week. You should talk to her about it.
Who's watching the kids is what I want to know, Bad Rock. I don't know about you, but...
They're in bed. It's 2 hours later there.
This is ridiculous.
Don't worry, I hired a babysitter. Her name is Jameson. She's Irish. She's Irish, and she brought her friend Jack. And he's a very nice man.
Hi, Vanna.
Hi, guys, girls.
How are you,
Studio.
darling? Are you are you calling for Drunk of the Week? What's going on here?
You know what? I am definitely calling for Drunk of the Week. But so nobody thinks anything. I do have somebody here with me to help.
Like I said, my friends Jameson and Jack.
Next door neighbor?
And they're helping a lot. I'll take two, Jameson. Thank you.
It better have tits.
So, are we going to do tandem Drunk of the Week? Can we do a tandem Drunk of the Week? Can you have two people on one call?
It depends on who the Drunk of the Week is. Is it a female?
Yeah, is it two chicks?
Now, what are you getting at? Who do you want?
If it's two lesbians, it's totally allowed.
Okay, we'll just leave it as me then. I'm not really sure what it involves.
Wait a second. Are you wanting Bad Rock to be in on Drunk of the Week with you?
No.
Who's there with you?
No,
man?
it's Paco the pool boy.
Rock, are you shit-faced, or is the pool boy over there?
I'm pretty fucked up. I just drank a whole boot of beer.
You did?
Yes, but I have no idea what she has been drinking. So. Or with who?
You know
Or
what,
with who.
Justin? Can he hear me? Because I have to ask him a question.
He can hear you. Yeah, he's on the microphone.
Okay, me and my friend, we have this bottle of Damnation. It's a few years old.
No,
No. Here's the question.
Can we open it?
No.
And where did you put the toilet paper?
No.
By the way, just that this question is being asked, it's already fucking open and empty, sitting on the counter.
First of all, best question ever. But, by the way, there's a Damnation. It's 4 years old, and every guy in here goes, no!
I believe that Damnation is like batch 4.
It's mine. It's mine.
It doesn't matter.
He sent
It's
it to
empty.
me, so it's mine.
Yeah, Push did send it to you, but he meant for me to drink it.
He nicely sent it to you because he wanted to. He didn't want to be a chauvinist.
Did he say it was an anniversary present? You guys should share it together and then have sex?
No. He said, have a good night, Nikki.
So it's empty now.
So he said what Doc said. So Bad
with
Rock,
your
are
husband?
you going to allow her to open the special beer?
At this point, I really don't care. I just drank a boot of beer.
Are you going to forgive her for already opening this special
one more
beer?
thing to tell you. So this is beer. I think Mike gave it to you, and it had some.
And I didn't pay the water bill, and I couldn't shower this morning.
And the baby's on fire.
and I gave all your tools away, and I've moved out.
But he's fine because I also didn't pay the electric bill, and because he's on fire, it's warm.
And I'm moving to California.
Just stay here, Bad
Okay,
Rock.
sorry, Vanna. What was the other
They
thing?
love me here.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
What else did you want to tell Bad Rock? We didn't hear.
That you love him?
Oh, something. Okay, so there was some green tape on some beer.
Yeah, that's a don't.
Does that mean it was
That's a
for
don't
me
drink.
or not for me?
Nikki.
That's a don't fucking touch me. Smart as death.
Everything you've been saying for the last 10 years.
Oopsie. Nikki, anything extra on the top of that beer, you just don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Was it good?
Oh, baby, it was so good. Me and somebody else
It
really
was so
enjoyed it.
good without you.
Oh,
Are we still talking about beer?
Yeah. All right. Well, Vanna, you're definitely in the running for Drunk of the Week.
I think so.
No. I'm more in the running because I spilled a bottle of La Folie on me.
On you.
I also spilled your special bottle of La Folie.
So now I smell
Vanna.
like La Folie.
all over me.
That's going to leave a mark, you know.
All right, you're in the running, Vanna. Anything else that we could do for you?
Do you want to hear from our other caller?
No.
Sure. Pablo.
Vanna,
Not so
Vanna,
much.
what part of your body did you spill the lawfully on?
Doc!
Good Lord, Doc.
Doc, that is inappropriate. Vanna, go ahead and answer.
Everybody was thinking it.
Doc,
cut you off.
Doc, that is inappropriate. Vanna, go ahead and answer the question.
All's fair. Doc's
right.
wife is freaking hot.
That's true.
I think it's an
I'm just saying.
exfoliant.
All right, Vanna.
Oh,
Not hotter.
thanks, baby.
I don't think he meant hotter than you.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, I'm going to open everything now, you fucker.
I'm going to pour it over the couch.
Hey, Vanna.
Because that's where you'll be sleeping.
Vanna, Bad Rock was shooting guns with my wife today.
It was amazing.
All right, okay. I
As
gotta
you
move,
were drinking
that's
his,
enough. I got to
great.
move us on
as
from the
you were
private
drinking his
conversation.
best beer.
Yeah. Vanna, thank you, darling.
Thank you.
Okay, are you sure you don't want to hear from our other caller?
Well, maybe we should.
Well, I can't
do.
if you're on the phone.
All right, well, hurry up then.
Turn the phone over.
Okay, come here, Chris. Come
Chris.
on.
Who's
Who do you know
Chris?
is Chris?
It's the same as Pat.
It's a dude? Oh, I'm not.
Who's Chris?
You know, Pat, Chris.
Bedrock's going to break that stiefel over his head right now.
All right. Don't forget your
Oh,
feedback
man.
was brought to you by Nico Brew, our friends over at NicoBrew.com.
That's right. Our friend.
Let's make him sound big.
Oh,
Our friends. He's married.
he is married.
And he's got kids.
And has a kid. That's right.
Our friends over
I have
at
kids.
NicoBrew.com.
I'm married.
It's a nice family-run business that gets hops direct to you. Okay, Chad, what else did I have to do?
Drunk of the Week, and I also want to talk about a big competition coming up. All our boys from the
Big
Bay
wiener
Area
competition.
Masters are putting on the World Cup of Beer.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So go to worldcupofbeer.com. Entries are Saturday, March 13th. That's the deadline. And I am challenging everyone out there. I am going to put in mad beers for this competition.
You are?
So fucking bring it.
You're going to
Get brewing, Chad. Get brewing.
You're going to try to own this one,
No
Chad.
bullshit.
I'll take you on that.
No bullshit.
All right.
I'm serious.
Chad wants
I
to
beat
own it.
Mike McDowell in this competition.
That's true. This is Chad's competition.
And I will take you out, listeners.
All right.
I will take
If you want to go up against me and Chad, enter this comp. We're gonna
Beat
do
the
that.
Chad in that's how they should promote it that way. Beat the Chad in this year's
I beat the Chad last
No
year.
bullshit.
All right, so it's the World Cup, right?
WorldCupofBeer.com.
Yeah. Okay.
Entry deadline is the 13th of March.
Okay.
Entries will be the entry window will be open February 19th. So
Okay.
you have time to brew some beer.
You know what?
Can I enter too?
Yes.
A man,
Bring it.
John Kerry couldn't beat the Chad. Let's see if you can beat the Chad.
A Doc just took on the
Oh,
challenge
yeah.
too.
No bullshit.
Well, you know, they're great
You're
people
gonna
and
own
great
this
judges.
shit.
No
You'll like
bullshit.
the results you get from them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good judging. Yeah.
I love this.
Throw at him.
I do.
Okay. All right,
get it?
sounds good.
Yes.
Did you get my joke?
I get your joke.
I didn't
Which
even
one
hear
was
your
that?
joke. I've stopped
No.
listening to most of you in this room
Damn
by
it.
now. I just want to tell you.
It was really political
I
and
listen.
funny.
He turned you off.
Have you got more? Okay.
No. You have to be like really.
All right, 888-401-BEER. Call in now if you want to do it. Otherwise, we've already got. We'll just give it to Vanna. And,
Come on, can you work the room?
You know what's good about Vanna winning is I can just send the Belgian candy sugar home with Bad Rock, and someone will actually get their prize.
Put this in your
Where did he go?
Roll
They
the
might
theme.
think
Roll the
that's
theme.
C4.
He's calling her on the phone
Yeah,
now.
Ben
to
Rock's
find out
calling her.
Who the hell Chris is?
Who the fuck is Chris?
He did leave to
Yeah.
call, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's in the other room.
Oh, Chris is helping
Okay,
me.
that's either this Chris guy, Chris, or it's her lesbian lover, Chris.
Vanna had a commercial during today's show. I don't know.
You like that?
For her Naughty Secrets or whatever it's
Yeah.
called. Her company.
You can't just play right
Oh,
now.
the one that
No.
crippled me?
Playfulevenings.com.
Is that what it is? I thought it was called. Why did I think it was called Naughty Secrets?
You know what? I heard Crippled Secrets.
Pretty much it is a naughty secret.
Crippled Secrets would be a great website.
What is it really though?
That's what I heard.
Wow.
I heard you say Crippled Secrets.
What is
I'm gonna look it up.
What is
that-
it
do you
really?
think it's
I'm
a,
sure there is one.
Let's check it.
Oh, shit.
How would you spell it, JP?
CrippledSecrets.com. It's pretty.
With the ED?
Yeah, crippled.
Did you say Playful Nights?
Playful Evening.
She even took my seat.
Playful Evening.
Playful Evening. Isn't that right, Bad Rock? Is that Playful Evenings?
That's right.
Playfulevenings.com.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I looked it
I'm
up
having
earlier.
trouble typing.
It's a nice little website.
I bet it is, Bevo.
Have you ordered from her yet, Beef?
No, this is the first time I've ever seen the website.
I just want to say I was just about to ask Bevo that question. I look over at her spot and I had to see fucking Schumann sitting there. It was disgusting.
Which is why I'm standing up on the mic. I also have
right.
another Drunk of the Week call. It's Bumgartner from Wisconsin.
Okay. There's no crippledsecrets.com, JV.
Please buy it for me.
Right?
All right, I'll go buy it.
And also, my name is in the Urban Dictionary, if you want to look that up.
What?
Bevo is?
Bevo.
Oh, please. Oh, yes.
I was feeling a little narcissistic, and so I Googled my name.
Nice.
Sweet Jesus.
I'm looking it up.
Oh, God. What is this?
I love this.
What is going to happen?
I think I've ruined more lives than I've helped since starting to be.
my God.
Before you even announce it, applause for the listener for putting that in.
Oh, can I read this?
Hang on.
Oh, wow.
Let's have Bevo read it. Let's have Bevo read it.
I'm not reading it.
Bevo, read that, please.
No.
That is awesome.
Chad,
Bevo, read it.
Let Chad read it.
Bevo, read it.
I'll do it in my sexy voice.
do it in your sexy way.
It is actually the act of tucking one's penis between the legs, pretending to have a lady's front bottom.
And read the correct sentence.
Put the lotion in the basket.
So the sentence would be, if you were to use it in a sentence, it's Dave was a big chap, but his bevo made my wee-wee go hard. What is that? That's a bevo?
It's kind of insulting.
I don't think that should be a bevo.
Something way better.
Is Urban Dictionary like Wiki and you can correct it? Because I think you
can vote on it.
Yeah, because we need a whole different Bevo
I'm
concept.
voting it down. That is not a Bevo. In fact, it has more downvotes than ups, I'll let you know.
It'll tell you who entered it, too.
Did you know you can get a Bevo t-shirt, mug, two-tone mug, or a Stein off of UrbanDictionary.com? And magnets, mouse pads. We should get Bevo all kinds of shit.
Bevo, everything's out there.
Bevo, allkindsofshit.com.
I think we need to compete with Urban Dictionary and have our own line of Bevo apparel.
There you go.
Bumper stickers,
Fantastic.
travel mugs.
What's the definition of a Bevo?
Well,
we just read it.
No, but the appropriate definition.
It's a finely trimmed beaver.
I don't know, but it's better than...
Whoa.
Done. Sold to the highest bidder.
With a big ass to follow.
Yeah.
Bevo, add that to it.
It's one where you...
will you prove us wrong?
A little Richmond in me. What can I say?
You look at the beeve and you say, oh...
Wow.
What?
I'm starting to feel really creepy in this room full of penises, so can we take this call and then wrap this shit up?
Hey, Badrock, why don't you reach over and lock that door, huh?
Bevo, none of them are touching
All right.
You're locked in.
Can I read the definition of Beavis?
Who is the caller again?
Baumgartner?
Baumgartner, you're on the line. What's happening, brother?
Baumgartner?
From Wisconsin.
Talk into the phone. I can barely hear you.
It's Baumgartner from Wisconsin.
All right. What do you got? Talk loud for me.
That's my roommate's name.
No, I was actually your drunk of the week a couple weeks ago, but I was calling in about this first drunk of the week call.
Yeah?
As part of her resume, she mentioned beer she spilled on herself. And I don't think that counts as a resume.
I say it doesn't count in the resume, but knowing that you spilt a very good and semi-expensive beer on yourself is evidence that you've been drinking.
She may have sucked it out of her shirt. I did that in Mexico with tequila.
You don't spill good beer until you're drunk.
She never did really answer me about where she spilled it.
Bonus points.
Understandable.
Okay.
Well, and also, she's a hot chick, so it's fine.
Anything else?
No, I don't want to compete this week in Drunk of the Week, but I have a question, possibly, if you got time.
Sure.
Yeah. What's the definition of Beavis?
I was eating some Grape Nut cereal this morning for breakfast, and I looked at the ingredients, and the ingredients are whole grain wheat flour, malted barley flour, salt,
you can mash it.
dried yeast, and soy lecithin.
Mash it.
Can you ferment that?
Yes.
Sure.
People have used that in beer before.
Look to see how much of the iron content it has, because they add vitamins back to it. And if you got a lot of iron content into it, don't want to do it.
At 90%.
People have put that in a mash before. If you search some of the forums, people have done it.
Can't handle it.
What's the total?
I'm going to hang up on you so you can listen.
Okay, what the total percent of the iron's going to give you a bad flavor in your mash. But if it's 10% of your mash, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Yeah.
But it's going to give you this kind of metallic taste to your beer.
Really? Iron would give that?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Talk with a serious answer at this point.
You know what?
I'm impressed.
Still do it.
I just want to point out the other side of that question. You can ferment basically anything with sugar.
Yeah.
So yes, you can ferment it, but will it be good?
And you got to watch if there's a lot of preservatives in it. You got to watch that too. It won't stop your yeast, but it hinders the yeast. So if you can do a bigger pitch,
right,
on top of that, you'll overcome all the other preservatives they have in there.
The more important point is that raw barley is a lot cheaper than grape nuts.
Yes,
there you go.
And if you want that kind of grape nut flavor, buckwheat. If you buy some raw buckwheat and malt it yourself, just soak it in water and kind of rinse it every couple days for 2 or 3 days. Let it germinate and then roast it. It tastes exactly like grape nuts, and it won't have any of that.
Oh, and Crystal 120. Very raisiny, yeah.
And Crystal 120, yeah. But
Speaking of grape nuts, Schumann is sitting on Bad Rock's lap in Studio D, and I'm not sure why.
And his shirt is half on.
And his shirt, yeah. Vanna, you're on the line again. What's happening?
Hi, Vanna.
Hi, Vanna. Who's Chris?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
What's up?
Schumann, I love you, babe, but could you get off my husband's lap?
Vanna is uncomfortable that you're sitting on Bad Rock's lap.
As are we.
So if I get up his lap, what's in it for me?
By the way, Adam's in a different zip code. It's totally allowed.
Yeah,
you know what? You're drinking his beer that you know has the tape on it, and don't open that.
Yeah. Then guess what? Gay Schumann's going to sit on him.
Yeah.
Going to give him his grape nuts.
When he said sit on him, he forgot the H.
All right, Vanna. Is that all?
Is that Chris in the background saying word?
That's it. I kind of forgot the rest, so that's cool.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our Drunk of the Week, Vanna.
We still need to know who Chris is, though.
I will be sending home your Belgian candy sugar, courtesy of Dark Candy Inc. in Adam's back. I will put it in Bad Rock's luggage, and you will have yourself some Dark Candy Inc. I expect you to brew the beer with the Dark Candy Inc. and not just to give it to your husband, Bad Rock. So thank you, Vanna, for playing, and thank you to Dark Candy Inc. for giving away. Giving away Belgian candy sugar for Drunks of the Week everywhere.
Since 8 months ago.
By the way, Vanna, he's sleeping in my room.
It's not a den.
Well, sleeping is optional.
Sleeping in my room.
And that, I think, is all for our After Winterfest. I have to say, I'm impressed with your performance today. After a long-ass day yesterday, you've all done wonderful. I would like to... God damn it, enough. I'm not that impressed. It was okay.
All right, let's go to another break.
Also, of course, I need to say once again, thank you very much. Chad, listen to me. I don't know if you know it.
Oh, I know it.
But I would like the people in this room to acknowledge Chad, he was Winterfest. That's it.
Strong.
Period.
Strong.
Winterfest does not exist without this man over here.
Absolutely.
And I mean that every way to Sunday. It does not exist without Chad, and I hope you know that, and I hope you know it was appreciated.
It was a team effort, but thank you. It really was.
There was a lot of I know volunteers, and I'm going to thank them too. But behind the scenes and the organization and the beer and the time spent, he's unemployed, but you get the idea.
Good point.
This man,
the sweat and the beer, man.
It should be called Chad Fest next year. I think.
Can I ask a
good idea?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Is he going to report this as work hours for unemployment?
Not
or
no.
I'll think about it.
Now I have to go back and edit this out of the because you know how many people are listening to this program, don't you?
Yeah, they all work for the unemployment.
Especially
Justin,
the federal government.
Yeah.
Chaduary.
I think it might have. We have to switch it to Shatfest next year.
Yeah.
You did wonderful, and I can't thank you enough.
Yeah.
Thanks to everyone else too. I mean, everyone did a stellar job.
So
volunteers,
that's right.
Staff. I mean, it was awesome. JP,
all you volunteers
thanks for coming down, helping out. I mean,
how many volunteers do we have? We have 80 or so. I mean,
I had 60 on my personal list, and then all our friends that jumped in.
And our friends, Terrence the Black.
Hey, thanks to Linden Street too, man. I mean, those guys.
Linden
rock.
Street deserves some serious props.
That's great.
Obviously, the location,
hosting
the
it.
backbone.
Please send an email.
When we
Adam.
ran out of beer, Adam, we were serving just all Linden Street kegs, so that people could still get beer, and at that time of night, that's what they really cared about.
I walked into the kid room.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Why were you watching the kid?
Why,
you window shopping?
I like the architecture in the whole Linden thing.
I love the building.
And there was just all these kids in there, just Everybody's having a good time inside.
Good
They're
vibes,
playing
yeah.
games.
Yeah. So Adam and Mike, who helps Adam there at Linden Street Brewery, just a big help. And
Mike
it
was filling
just
kegs in the middle of that.
Mike's a badass.
Can we interview Mike?
I'd like to.
He's great. He is.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Mike rules.
Above and beyond.
So that was wonderful. And like I said, Terrence the Black and Becca and Tim and Melissa and Bevo and Sam. Who am I missing that was in it with you guys
I
too?
brought my friend Michelle.
Michelle.
Who has no affiliation.
Kate the Great. I mean, these people just worked their ass off all day long. Doc poured for 33 minutes.
Awesome.
It was really...
I poured more beers in that 33 minutes than anybody did.
And I'm getting there. Now, Tasty, did you all see Tasty's tasting room?
Never got a chance.
That was awesome.
Did you see his banner?
Oh,
that was great.
Sexy. It was a sexy banner.
That was pro.
I hope it's up above your bed now, Tasty, because that banner's going to get you laid, my friend.
I've got man juice on it already.
He wears.
Have played the Tasty song?
He wears it like a toga.
I'm going to have to taste it in the room there.
Tasty.
Better be clean.
Oh, yeah.
Just for your work.
Going the whole
Tasty,
time.
dance for us. Come on, get up and dance. Stand up and dance.
He's ripe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he is right. Girl, you are tasty.
He's ripe.
We did rock that.
Oh, yeah.
Ripe.
So thank
ripening.
you very much. Now, aside from Chad, who just like I already said, rock.
Yeah.
My MVP, and he's always my MVP when we go to these events. And I can't. I'm pretty sure. Like I now have to. I think in the future I have to fly him everywhere we do things somehow.
Oh, dude.
Bad Rock.
Bad Rock.
I mean, this man.
Yeah.
Where is he?
This man lugs more kegs, moves more tables, parks
big
more.
man.
He doesn't care what the job is. He's just like the go-to guy.
And he got up this morning and he shot guns.
And then he got up today and he went shooting.
With my kids, my wife and my kids.
Yeah. I didn't get invited to that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he gets angry either. He's just like,
there he is.
There he is.
That's actually
There's our Bad Rock.
And this is the other reason that I always make Bad Rock I don't let you guys put him to work, is because he's so like personable. I need that. Like if I ever feel that people are uncomfortable or they don't want to do something, I get creeped out. I don't like it. It makes me feel bad. Bad Rock just smiles. I'm like, Bad Rock, go unclog that bathroom. There's a big shit in it. And he's like, okay, no problem, man. Anything I can do to help. Like the guy's just so helpful. It's unbelievable.
And he'll not only unclog it, he'll make sure it never happens again.
That's right.
He'll fix the problem.
He like goes and buys a new one. He puts it in
because he scares the shit out of you before you get there.
Yeah, he takes his own shit in it just to make sure.
Well, that's his job, automating.
You know what?
So my MVP, and he's always GABI everywhere.
Yeah, seriously.
Good nomination. Yeah, right.
Actually, I think Push was my. Well, no, I think you guys were joint MVPs at the GABI. Anyway, Rock.
So. It's a handcuff thing.
I'm pretty sure I can't do events without you anymore. So we have to figure. Work on your vacation time at work, because I want to have to figure this out. Just wonderful.
You know, you could lure him.
Just put him on the BN Lear.
Yeah.
Which is basically the Shadilac.
Maybe that's what it is.
Amtrak.
Yeah. Amtrak.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm sending you a ticket. It's a Greyhound.
So it's a matter of what time's Bad Rock hitting here.
I told you I take care of my staff.
That would be the BN Lear jet, is a fucking Greyhound bus.
School bus.
Yeah.
All right.
We could tape some wings on the side.
But it was just a lot of help from everybody. Like we talked about the homebrew clubs in the beginning, and
Big
Bam,
time.
Matt Zymergis, and Dose. Just wonderful
And the draft
help.
The draft board,
kind of, sort of.
Well, I want to say props to Jeremy at Emergency Barbecue.
Definitely.
Because without him, the Paxton booth would have had no food.
That's right.
Yeah.
We were using their trailer to cook the second pig, and to kind of keep everything going, and to cook all the sausages. We didn't have a barbecue, so and silverware and all that kind of stuff. So, thanks to Jeremy for that. That was
good cooperative thing.
greatly appreciated.
Great,
sweet.
Yeah,
they brought up the slack from your operation, right?
Brought up the slack from our operation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you to all the bands: Snapper, Schumann, Forest Day, all these guys. Rough Waters from Triple Rock.
Forest Day kicks some ass.
And there was a band at the end that didn't get to play because we got shut down early. But Beercraft, you can go check out Beercraft. They're like a kind of a metal hybrid type of band, but they do all beer songs. And I was really upset that I didn't get to let them play. I used to do the band thing, and when I had to go tell them that I just got shut down and they weren't allowed to play, they had been waiting around for 2 hours to play. We were running a little bit late, and then I got shut down.
And we were out of beer.
And I just felt like a real shithead because I've been in that position before. I've been shut down before, and I felt awful. I wanted to thank Beercraft for coming out. You can probably search, maybe it's beercraft.com. I haven't looked up the website, but I have heard their CD, and it's good. It's good hardcore shit, but it's all beer songs.
I really want to hear it, man.
So props to Beercraft. I'll try to hook them up at another event or something, but I do appreciate it, and again, I apologize to you guys that you didn't get to play. We threw one hell of a party, and as a result of it, they just wanted us to quiet down by that point.
Right.
So you've been shut
because what were we keeping up?
Well, I know, but it wasn't so much, I'm sure, the noise as much as it was we need to settle people down now. It's been going on for 7 hours. People have been drinking quite a bit of beer. And actually, I will say, I'll give props to Oakland and OPD, too, because, other than that one little presence where they just decided to show up and let everybody know that they're still there, they were marvelous, man.
Yeah,
they left us alone,
OPD.
and they let us do our thing.
Yeah.
And you name me another city or another location where we wouldn't have had, it was all hands off, man.
Well,
they just let us do our thing. We throw a party. So to put up with our type of party, it's been this way since I was 13. It takes quite a lot of tolerance.
That city has that high a homicide count.
Yeah. And they still let us alone.
And they let us, just go nuts.
I'll tell you the real story behind the cops showing up.
Oh, yeah.
Was basically they got calls from off-duty guys that were at the party that said, hey, you got to come down and check this out.
Check out this.
I'm no bullshit.
What a good time this is.
I said, Adam, I saw you talking to the cops. What was the deal? He goes, they're just here checking it out because they got a phone call. All their buddies were down there having a great time.
Wow.
No bullshit.
Really?
No bullshit.
No, seriously.
I told you we'd throw great parties.
Yeah.
We were talking to Adam earlier today when we were cleaning up, and
what happened?
And so apparently the cops came earlier in the morning.
Yeah.
And,
I saw them then.
Yeah, and so Adam comes over and he's like, "Hey, what's going on?" And they're like, "Dude, nothing. Just good luck on the fest, and if you need anything, there'll be some off duties here to kind of squash anything you need."
Right.
And he's like, "Dude, great."
Yeah.
And that's what happened. There was off duties were there hanging out, called their friends, said, "You really need to check this out."
Yeah.
And that's what happened. They came down and
Pretty
were just
cool.
kind of like, "This is great," and then they left. Nothing was going on. It was. I've been to some other beer fest, even big ones, and there's some there's. My favorite part about GABF is the drunk lineup at the end where everyone's zip tied on the sidewalk afterward, and you count how many, and if you get above 10, it's a really good night.
Yeah.
There's none of that.
I think it's safe to say there was not a single arrest at BN Winterfest.
Right. It was great. Oakland is a fantastic community. Linden Street really supports the community. Community came out for Linden Street. It's fantastic. It's a beautiful thing.
It was good.
The only ambulance call was for some old 70-year-old pussy that got his head bumped or something.
Right.
Well, he did fall into a mason jar.
Well,
but,
But in his defense, Tasty's fine.
Yeah.
And I farted.
No, I'll tell you what. It's
I'm
quite
75. Come on.
It's quite the community down there, and I hope we can do this for years to come. It's such a great time, and it's such a great city. Really, I hope everyone can make it out next year because it's such good vibes. I mean, it's just
great.
It's a great thing to be part of.
And thanks to everybody who came in, and some people did 3 laps around the Paxton booth line.
Oh, cool.
We saw people 3 fucking times.
Yeah, but that food was that good, man.
It was really good. So
worth waiting
thanks
for.
to them.
3 times.
Yeah.
All
everybody.
right. So the Brewing Network, in partnership with Linden Street Brewing Company, congratulations to all of you and us on our first beer fest, everybody.
Yes.
And how about one more round of applause? Sorry about all the applause tonight, but it was fun to do our first beer fest. It was a raging success. Doc showing his nipples into the camera to show it, and what a good time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though the black guy sweeping up the parking lot got paid more than I did.
Well, Terrence...
Congratulations to him.
Terrence deserves it.
Terrence needs it.
That's true.
But I will say, I've been to a lot of beer festivals.
Yeah.
And for a first-year beer festival, this one blows all the others away.
Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Blows them away.
It was a good time, right?
Good
we had fun.
time.
And
Great
the beer,
time.
or the selection of beer, I think was really
Very good.
nice.
Yeah. Very nice. Some logistics you need to work out for next year, but
Sure.
Yeah. Who knew there was going to be that many people there?
Yeah.
I was amazed.
Yeah, we had logistics.
I agree. You should be allowed to just shit in the center of the parking lot next year. I think that would be a good
If they don't
addition.
have a shitter, you can go there.
I'm kidding.
Well, all
Turn
the
your
men
microphone
that
on.
were all the men that were in line for the porta potties should be ashamed of themselves.
Well,
around the corner.
I got to say something about the security guy, the one guy
with the
no,
Band-Aid?
he had the black stuff. He looked totally security.
He totally looked scary. He did his job.
Yeah, and he did.
He had a bulletproof vest on.
I didn't know he had hired security, so I actually thought it was this guy from the neighborhood that had security stuff. He could walk in. He could walk in and get in free.
Yeah, seriously.
Which doesn't surprise. Actually, I'll be honest. So here's the one thing I will tell you about that I thought was. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? There was a point where we really needed to keep people from walking out with their beer. And it was kind of late in the afternoon, and we had an entrance, we had an exit. We need to make sure,
we all
for the
have an
ABC
exit
and the festival, that you don't leave with your beer. And so we kind of said, well, we'll put security on it. And I said, okay, good. Why don't you put security on that, and then I'll go find a couple volunteers to help, because it was a big exit. And as I was walking around looking for other volunteers to help them out, the security guard was like walking around smoking a cigar somewhere. He he didn't have a beer in his hand, but he's like having a cigar, just like hanging out. He wasn't anywhere near the exit.
Yeah.
And I just thought, so now this makes sense to me, Doc, when you say that he was just like the local guy with a security jacket.
I
will say we didn't need the security. It was fine, but that was kind of stupid. It was ridiculous.
It was.
And I'm looking out for Adam. I'm looking out for the property. I'm looking out for. Adam was so generous and so cool to just let us do the whole thing that as many times as I could, I'm really looking out for him to make sure, even if his eyes aren't on it, my eyes are. And when this guy's walking around smoking a cigar, I just thought, oh boy.
Well, when you say the word security, like when you go, I'll have security get on it, it sounds like there's more than one person. It's a multiple word, right?
I always think of it.
Security was a guy who could burn you with a cigar.
My insurance company's going
that was his gun.
Take me down a notch because I have a security guy there, so I don't have to pay such a big premium for this.
Exactly.
Well, as JP said, the community was so cool we didn't need it. So,
right.
All right, let's get out of here. Enough blowharding about but it was a lot of fun, and just
we missed out.
We even had a train. We even had a train show up at the beach.
That's right.
That was really cool.
Engine
we didn't have our own train.
Came down the one way.
And thank you,
Beaver was great.
And thank you, Mother Nature.
Holy shit!
Yes.
Oh, and then the locomotive showed up.
Yes.
Let's all pray to Gia.
Shut up.
Augustina Bruno.
All right.
Augustina Bruno.
Augustina Bruno.
Beaver, why don't you flash the camera
Can
for
we wrap
everybody?
up this train wreck?
Come on, show your
There you go. That's all we got.
nipples.
Go ahead, wrap it up, Eva.
Wrap it up, Eva.
Let me draw on you, Bet. Let me draw on you.
All right, wrap it up, Eva. Go ahead. She's just giving middle fingers to the camera for those of you podcasters.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Should know how to get down. Double and triple on my best friend. I think I'll have them all over again. But don't you give me that American cruise for the one a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me. Well, I'll have me one right now. Summer day, a bark will do me when the skies are gray. I'll take a Belgian brew anytime, and the women think that lambic's fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me, well, I'm the one right now. Cherry stout, yeah,